awesome project in React Native. So in this project, we'll be building a full stack travel planner app in React Native using Mongo Db as the backend. And if you find this interesting, please do hit the like button. So let's get started. So this is going to be an amazing project to learn along with because we're going to implement a lot of functionalities and features as well. So first of all, let's look into the demo part of the application. So here towards my right is the first screen that's being shown, which is your home screen. So this home screen is going to contain all of the trips that the current user has created. Okay, so as you can see over here, we have currently 3 trips. So each trip is going to look like this. That is, it's going to have a unique kind of background, and onto the background we're going to show the dates for which the trip has been decided, and we're going to show the trip name, that is basically your place name. So currently, as you can see, we have 3 trips over here, and at the bottom we have some basic design, and this is your button to create a trip. So once I press on this, you would be automatically taken to the next screen, which is your create trip screen. So here basically you're going to create your trip name, that is, you're going to enter your trip name, whatever trip name you want to enter to, and you're going to select the dates that is for that particular trip. So you're going to press on the icon over here. So as you can see, you can scroll through different months and then you can select the dates. So once you select any of the dates over here, automatically it's going to be shown over here, and it is compulsory to choose a background image. So you're going to press on this choose image button, which would automatically take you to this particular screen. So currently I've just added these many images. If you want, you can add more of them. So once I select any one of them, let's say I'm going to select this one. So as you can see, automatically we came back to the previous screen and the background changed. So for this particular trip, this is the current background. So once you enter all of the details, that is your trip name and your background image, as well as your date for the trip, and then press on create, automatically this trip would be created in the backend part. Okay, so that's pretty much it about your create trip screen. Let's come back to our home screen. So as I told earlier, these were all of the 3 trips created by the current user. So now let's basically check out what is there inside of this trip. So once you press on any kind of trip that's present over here, you would be automatically navigated to the trip plan screen. So at the top in the trip plan screen, you're going to have basically the small details about the trip, that is your trip name and the dates for which the trip is decided, as well as the days for which the trip is decided. And over here you would have the host of the trip, that is the person who has created the trip over here. And we are going to have 4 tabs basically in the trip plan screen, that is your overview tab, your itinerary tab, your explore tab, as well as your dollar tab, that is your expenses tab, that is for the entire trip. So instead of the overview tab, basically you're going to have some basic notes being shown over here. That is, if at all you have any notes for the trip, you can add it over here. And apart from that, you're going to have the places to visit. So these are all of the places to visit that the current user has added for this particular trip. So the way you're going to add a new place is with the help of this particular text input. So once you press on this text input, a kind of model is going to open up from the bottom part of the screen. And as you can see, these are all of the places in your list. So to add a new place, you're going to search for it in the search bar. So here we've implemented the Google Places autocomplete, okay, which is going to, search for the place. And once you press on the place in the suggestion, automatically the model is going to close and that particular place is going to be added into this particular list. So now let's try to add a new place, that is the 4th place. So I'm just going to search over here. Let's say Abbey Falls. So this is basically a suggested place to visit for this particular trip name, that is Coorg. So I'm going to, choose this, that is, let's say Abbey Waterfall. So as you can see, as soon as I pressed on Abbey Waterfall, the model closed and we were able to add that particular place into this particular list. So this is your overview tab, okay, and basically we have the UI design over here. And one more step that we are gonna include is your recommended places, okay. So currently this is hard coded as of now. So while implementing the app, there is just one change for you to be done that I'll be explaining while building up the project. So to make it look dynamic for each trip. So these are basically the recommended places for a particular place that I've chosen earlier. So just by making one change, it would become dynamic, that you could try it out on your own. That's pretty simple. Okay, we'll be showing the recommended places as well. So that was it about your overview tab. Let's move on to the next one, that is your itinerary tab. So here basically we're going to show all of the days of the trip. So over here, as you can see, it's from 1st November to 5th of November. So we're going to show 1st November, 2nd November, 3rd November, 4th November, as well as your 5th November. So this user has already added few places to the itinerary, that is based on whatever his choices are. So for the first day, they've added this particular place. So the way to add is pretty simple. Again, press on the text input, you're going to see all of the places in your list over here, which is currently scrollable, and based on whatever you add, it is automatically going to go into that particular day. So now let's say for the 5th of November, that's for the final day, I'm going to add, let's say, the 4th place, that is this one. So once I press on that, automatically the model is going to close, and then that particular place is added to the itinerary of that particular day. So which is pretty simple and easy to use. Okay, so that was it about your itinerary tab, pretty simple and basic. So the next one is your explore tab. So over here basically we are focusing on the design part itself. So here we're going to have basically a search bar with the trip name, and we're going to have the categories design, which is going to show basically two kinds of views with basic texts over there, and below that we're just going to show the video guides. Okay, so that was it about your explore tab. And over here finally we have the budget tab. So by default the budget would be 0. So let's say I'm going to set a budget. So once I press on this, a model is going to open up. So this is to set a budget for the trip. So let's say I'm going to set the budget of 8,000 for the trip, and I'm going to say save. So once I save over here, automatically you should be seeing the budget being changed from 0 to 8,000. So the next part is for your expenses part. So of course a trip means you're going to have a lot of expenses, that is for travel, for staying, for food, and for sightseeing as well. So we're going to have a bunch of categories, and you can manage your expenses for each trip. Okay, so I'm going to press on add expense. So we're going to first of all select the event. So these are some of the events I've added, that is basically your categories. You can add more if you want. So let's say for the first one I'm going to choose food for the entire trip. So by default it would be paid by the host. If at all you want to change it, you can change it over here. So by default I'm going to say paid by me. Split, I'm going to say it's going to be split by everyone, and then let's enter the price. So here let's say I'm going to enter 1,000 for the food, and I'm going to say save. So as you can see, as soon as I pressed on save, you were able to see that expense being created, and we are able to see that onto the screen. So first expense is for the food, paid is by me, that's Sujan Anand, and then the price is going to be 1,000 rupees, and it is split by everyone. So like this you can create expenses for different sets of categories. So that was it about your expenses tab. So finally let's move on to the next one, that is your map screen. So let's check out the map screen for, let's say, another trip. Let's say this one, Chikmagalur. So here basically, as you can see towards the right side, we have two icons. This is one purple icon, and this is your map icon. So once you press on the map, it's going to navigate to the map screen, and it's going to show all of the list of places as markers that are there inside of your places to visit array. Okay, so let's say I'm going to press on this map screen. So currently, as you can see, we have 3 places in places to visit, and we're able to see all of the places over here. So I'm currently using Apple Maps. So if you want to shift to Google Maps, you can do that. It's pretty simple. So now let's say if I'm going to press on any of the marker, it's going to show detailed information about that particular place, as well as the description over here as well. So once you press on the cross button, automatically that's going to go off. So let's press on the second marker. So this is basically a second place, that is Jhari waterfall, and this is the description for that particular place, and this is the image and the description along with the name. So this is a unique kind of feature to implement in the maps part, that is by showing all of the markers. And this is your final one, that is, let's say, the lake. So that's it about basically your map screen. Here basically, as I told, we're going to show n different kinds of markers based on whatever places are added to the places to visit array. So yes, that's it about your map screen. And for the login part, we've also implemented the Google authentication. So once I press on the person icon, I would be automatically logged out. And this time we have just simply created a simple kind of design. And once you press on the sign up with Google, automatically we would be able to again log in with Google. So let's say I'm going to press on sign up with Google. So as you can see, once I press on sign up with Google, it's going to ask travel planner wants to use google.com to sign in. So I'm going to press on continue over here. So this would ask us to choose an account to log in with. So I'm going to choose my account that is already added. So let's wait for that. So I'm going to choose my previous account over here. So once the user is logged in, automatically we should be able to navigate to the initial home screen. So as you can see, once the login is successful, automatically we came back to your initial home screen, which is good. So I also forgot to tell about one more feature, that is your share feature. So you can actually share the trip to your friends. Basically you can invite your friends to this particular trip with the help of, let's say, the share button. So once you press on share over here, a model is going to open up, and based on whatever email address you enter over here, which should be of course valid, and once you press on send invite, this trip invite should be sent to that particular email address. So let's say I'm going to enter my email. So this is my another email. So once the email is valid, whatever you enter, then only the button is going to be shown over here. So this is going to send the invite to this particular email, and once they accept the request, automatically this person would be added to the travelers list of this particular trip. So I've pressed on send one invite. So the invite has been successfully sent. You can actually check it out in that particular person's email. You should be able to get the trip invite for this particular trip. So yes, that's it about all of the features and implementations of this particular project. So if you find this interesting, please do the like button, and then let's get started with the project right away. So before moving further, I'd like to talk about Packet SDK. So it's basically a great platform to maximize your app's revenue. So it's safe, reliable, and easy to integrate as well. So let me help you understand what exactly is Packet SDK. So this is a new profit model tailored for applications. The SDK is designed to, assist in collecting publicly available information on the internet. So it basically uses the user's IP address to download web pages from the well-known websites. So the information that's collected through this method will be basically used by the company to optimize the database. So some of the features of this Packet SDK are, so it basically uses the existing profit model of the application to maximize the app revenue, and the revenue that's obtained through the SDK can also be used to develop advanced features as well. So it uses an innovative SDK for effortless app monetization, and it basically provides an easy to use SDK for faster earnings as well. So I'll be explaining the steps to get the SDK and then connect to your particular application. So before that, let's check out the supported platforms over here. So it is supported in Windows, Android, iOS or Mac, Linux, Android TV, or else Docker as well. So now let's check out the steps or process to generate the SDK for your particular application. So as you can see over here, we have this dashboard button. So I'm going to press on dashboard. So the way you create a app is with the help of the apps tab. So as you can see over here, currently one app is selected because I've created an app. So let's create a new app. I'm going to press on apps over here. So as you can see, we have the add app button. I'm going to say add app. So let's say you're developing a new application. You're going to provide the app name. So let's say Uber app, something like this. And you're going to choose the operating system, either Android, iOS, Windows, based on whatever the app you're developing for. So let's say I'm going to choose Android itself, or let's say I'm going to choose iOS, and you need to provide in the app bundle ID. You would be knowing the app bundle ID, of course. So I'm just going to write in the app bundle ID, and you can provide the URL over here and the daily active device as well as the monthly estimated installation quantity. So for now, I'm just going to leave it as default, and I'm going to press on create app over here. So once you've created the app, as you can see, you're going to get in the app key, and you can basically head over to the implementation docs to start connecting your SDK to your particular app, and then you can start earning. And once the SDK is connected, you should be able to see all of the data over here in this particular dashboard itself. So you are going to see the daily active devices and the monthly data as well over here with the estimated revenue as well, right? And in the billing part, based on whatever revenue you have, you can even take in the payout or else cash out as well. So if at all I come back over here, and you might have some questions as well. So if I go to the FAQs over here, so the basic questions would be answered. So let's check out the first one, that's the general questions. So the most common question would be this one, that is, if I am a developer, what can Packet SDK bring to me? So basically you can consider it as an opportunity to generate additional income. So it complements your application's existing profit model, whatever you have in your application, and it helps to maximize the revenue. So in certain cases it can be more profitable than the standard premium or your free revenue models as well. So it basically enhances the user experience and the income obtained through the SDK, and can be used to develop advanced features or replace the ad viewing. So now as you have created your application, that is your new application, as you can see there are two apps. Once if you go to apps over here, and once you press on any one of the app, let's say I'm going to press on the previous app. So now with the help of this button, this download button, you can pretty much download the SDK. So as you can see, the zip file got downloaded, that is this one. And if you move on to the implementation docs, So here is where the steps are provided for connecting the SDK to your application. So based on whichever operating system you're using, whether it might be Android SDK, Android TV SDK, or maybe iOS as well. And if all you're using mobile development, you can use Flutter over here. Both Android Flutter SDK as well as iOS Flutter SDK, the docs are provided over here. So once you execute all of the steps provided over here, make sure you just concentrate on this one, that is verify if the integration is successful. So you can check what needs to be done for that particular step. Let's say I'm going to go to Android SDK and I'm going to check this one, step 4, verify if my integration is successful. So after call start API if receive, so you're going to get this, that is start preparation, get server success, and then connect success. So once you've received this connect success message in the callback function, you will start seeing devices data and revenue in the Packet SDK dashboard in 24 hours. So you can basically follow the implementation docs. The code also is being given over here for different kinds of OS, that is whatever you're developing on, and then you can connect the SDK. And once the SDK is connected, you should be able to see all of the required data, that is your apps data in this particular data analysis tab. So as you can see, daily data as well as monthly data. And over here also in the data overview, you should be able to see the number of apps, the data for yesterday, the revenue, the number of online devices, and towards the right hand side you're going to have the account income. So this is for the cashable part, and this is the amount that is withdrawn. So yes, that's it about this particular platform. So I'll be providing the link for this in the description. You can check it out and then you can create your SDKs and then connect it to your application. So let's continue with our video. So now the first step is to create a fresh new React Native project. So let's go do that. So currently I've just opened up my VS Code over here. It's currently empty. So I've also opened up my terminal. So I'm going to create all of my projects basically inside of my build folder. So first of all, inside my terminal, I'm going to say cd build, so that we're into that particular directory. So here I'm going to say npx react native add latest and then init, and I'm going to press on enter. So this should basically ask us for the project name. So since we are building a travel planner app, I'm just going to say travel app and then YouTube, and I'm going to press on enter. So this should basically initialize all of the required dependencies for our project structure. So it's going to take in a couple of minutes, and once we get the project template, we're going to go into that particular project directory and then we're going to see the file tree. So let's give it some time. So here it's asking, do you want to install the CocoaPods now? So by default it would be set to no. So here I'm just gonna press on enter, and as you can see, we have created our first React Native project. So here they have given the instructions for your Android and as well as for your iOS as well. So here basically you need to go into that particular project directory, that is the project you have created, and then you need to run the command that is npx react native run android. So these are the instructions for Android, whereas for iOS we need to install the CocoaPods. So the first step is we need to go into the iOS directory of your project that is created, and then we need to do bundle install first. After executing that, we need to execute bundle exec pod install. After that, we can execute this command that is npx react native run iOS. So these are specific instructions for Android as well as iOS. So we're going to follow the instructions for iOS because we're using a iOS simulator. So I'm going to press on file over here. I'm going to say open folder, and I'm going to go into my build folder, and then I'm going to open up my travel app YouTube. So this is basically your initial file tree that's present towards the left hand side. That is, these are all the files that is being generated, that is once when we create a fresh new React Native project. Okay, so currently let's make use of JavaScript. So I'm going to just rename the file from tsx to js, and we can remove some code over here that is currently not required. So even this one. All right, so you can also actually delete this file as well, that is tsconfig.json. Okay, so now the first step is let's run the app. So I'm going to say terminal, new terminal. So the first step in iOS is we need to go into the iOS directory. We need to execute bundle install. So enter. So this command is finished executing. After that, we need to do bundle exec pod install. So let's do that and then enter. Okay, so this is finished executing. So let's just do one pod install over here, and then we can start up the app in another terminal. Yeah, so this is completed. So now we're going to go into new terminal that is in your project directory. So here we're going to say npx react native run iOS. So let's press on enter. So they should basically open up the launch package command, and over here we need to have the options, that is, as you can see, run on iOS and then run on Android. So in this case I'm going to press on I, and as you can see over here, found Xcode workspace and then found the booted device, that is iPhone 16 Pro, and it's currently building up the application. So this would take about 3 to 5 minutes to build the entire application, and once the app is opened up into your simulator, we should just be seeing whatever is there inside of your return block. So let's give it a couple of minutes to initialize and install the app onto the simulator. So as you can see, the app has been opened up and we are able to see the output onto the simulator. So basically whatever is there inside of your safe area view, whatever is there inside of your return block, that is being displayed onto your simulator. Okay, so now the next step is, first of all, let's initialize the React Native vector icons, because we're going to use a bunch of icons while building up the project. So let's head over to Chrome over here. So let's head over to Chrome over here, and then I'm going to search for React Native vector icons and then the GitHub version, and let's go to the first link. So let's scroll down a bit, and then let's first of all install the React Native vector icons. So copy that down, and here I'm just going to say yarn add React Native vector icon. So let's press on enter. Okay, so this has been installed. So let's follow the steps over here. So for the iOS setup, after installing this, we need to execute npx pod install into the iOS directory, and then after that we need to edit the info.plist. So first of all, let's go into the iOS directory. I'm going to say npx pod install, enter. So this should install the React Native vector icons dependencies. So let's wait for that. So as you can see, it is installing rn vector icons. So that part is done. So now let's come back over here, and we need to make the change for the info.plist. So copy down the list of icons that are present over here, and we're going to go into the iOS folder, open up the file tree, iOS, then travel app YouTube, then info.plist. So just after the false tag, I'm gonna paste it over here. So just copy this down and then give a tab for the indentation part, and then save the file. So let's try to cancel the app. So since we have made a change over here in the plist file, let's try to do a pod install once. I'm going to say pod install and then enter. Alright, so this part is done. So now let's first of all try to render icon over here, and then let's try to build up the app. So I'm just going to paste the icon over here. This is just a random icon, so that is the material icons. So also we need to import the material icon, so let's do that. So I'm just going to scroll above, and then I'm going to paste in the code, that is import material icons from this particular dependency, and then save the file. So now just open up your terminal, and then I'm going to say I. It's going to open up the app on the iOS. So let's wait for that. So once the app loads, after all we have done everything correctly, we need to be able to see the correct icon being rendered onto the screen. So let's wait for the app to load. So as you can see, the app has been loaded and we are able to see the correct icon, that is the material icon, which is this one, that is your keyboard arrow down icon. So this part is working absolutely fine. So now we can get started with the next step, that is by setting up your stack navigator. So towards my right, I also have the design for each of the screens, that is all of the screens in the particular application. So we're going to look into this and we're going to start developing the app. So now the first step is, let's first of all initialize React navigation into our application. So before that, let's create a bunch of folders, that is for your components, for your screens, as well as for your navigation as well. So I'm going to press on app.js, new folder. One is for your screens, and let's minimize the iOS folder. Again app.js, new folder, components if we have any, and then app.js new folder, I'm going to say navigation. Okay, so inside the navigation, I'm going to create a new file known as the stack navigator.js. So I'm going to say rnfes to get the shorthand code snippet. So to get all of the shorthand code snippets, you need to have installed ES7 inside your system. So if you would check out the extensions tab over here in the VS Code application itself, so just make sure you have installed this one, that is ES7 React Redux and React Native snippets. So this would basically allow you to get all of the shorthand code snippets while building up your application. So let's come back over here. Okay, so now let's head back to Chrome. Let's search for React navigation, the first link, so read docs, and then over here let's scroll down, install first of all React navigation / native, commit your main project directory and then install this. So after installing that, we need to install React Native screens as well as the React Native safe area context. So since we are using a bare React Native project, we need to make use of this piece of code. So let's copy that down. But as for export, it's going to be this one. So let's initialize this over here. Let's try to install it. So after doing that, after the second piece of step, let's go into the next one, that is Hello React Navigation. So here we need to install the native stack. So copy that down. And this is finished executing, so paste it over here. Alright, so if I would check out my package.json, so all of the required dependencies for React navigation has been installed. So now instead of a stack navigator, let's start initializing the code. So first of all, I'm going to initialize my stack. So for that, I'm going to say const stack equals to create native stack navigator. Okay, and over here I'm going to create my two stacks, that is one for your auth and one for your main. I'm going to say const auth stack equals to a normal arrow function. So here we're just going to say return the stack.navigator. So by default, as of now, it's going to be empty because we do not have any kind of auth screens. So similarly, I'm going to create my next stack, that is going to be the main stack. So the main stack is going to be shown once when the user is logged in, and if the user is logged out, it's going to be the auth stack. So again, we're going to say return over here. So it's going to be stack.navigator and then enter. So let's create a bunch of screens for now. So I'm going to say screens. First screen is going to be a home screen. So I'm going to say home screen.js. So rnfes to get the shorthand code snippet, save the file. And apart from home screen, let's say we're going to have the create screen as well to create a trip. I'm going to say new file. It's going to be create trip.js. So rnfes and then save the file. So currently, as of now, let's stop with two screens. I'm going to initialize my first screen over here. I'm going to say stack.screen. So here the name is going to be home, and we're going to pass in the component for this, that is a component to be rendered. So it's going to be home screen itself. So make sure to import this home screen from the screens folder, just like this. Okay, so let's format once, and we're also going to provide some options, that is the header shown of false, because we do not want the header to be shown. So here I'm going to say header shown set it to be false. So format once. So similarly, just copy this down and then again paste it over here. This is for your second part. Let's give it a different name. That's going to be create, and the component is going to be create trip. Okay, let's format over here. And now instead of the return block, we're going to have basically the navigation container for the entire app. So let's remove this. I'm going to say navigation container. So import navigation container from the right dependency, that is this one. Okay, so inside the navigation container, as of now, we're just going to return the main stack. Once when we implement the login part, based on whether or not the user is logged in or not, we're going to show the either of the stack. So let's save the file. Let's first of all refresh the app. So since we have installed some dependencies for React navigation for the application, we need to first of all make a pod install or do a pod install into the iOS directory. So I'm going to say pod install over here and then enter. So as you can see, it's installing the React Native screens as well as the React Native safe area context. And yeah, it's completed. So now I'm gonna go back to my app.js, remove everything that's there over here. And for now, I'm just gonna render my stack navigator. So inside my stack navigator, as you would observe, we just have the home screen. That is a main stack which is being rendered. So inside the main stack, if you would observe, we have just the first screen, that is the home screen. So whatever is there at the top of the stack, that is going to be displayed. So in this case, home screen is present. So once I load the app, since we have displayed the main stack over here, it's going to go over here and it's just going to show the first screen that's present over here. So in this case, it's going to be the home screen.js. So let's save the file. Let's open up our terminal and then I'm going to press on I. So as you can see, the app is being loaded, and as we can see, we're able to see the home screen onto the screen, that is this particular screen. So if I would just add my safe area view over here and then make the change over here, you should be able to see the home screen onto the simulator. So as you can see, whatever screen is there initially into the stack, that is over here. Since home screen is present, we are able to see that screen onto the simulator, that is onto the output. So now let's start designing the home screen. So as you can see, this is your initial design. So basically, these are the trips that are created. So currently we do not have the trips. So we're going to look into all of this design, that's the top part, as well as we're going to have the image and a button below the image to create the trip. So let's get started with the design of the home screen. So now inside of the safe area view, I'm going to initialize my scroll view over here. I'm going to say scroll view. So make sure to import scroll view from React Native as such. And inside the scroll view, we're going to have the view. So first of all, we're going to target, this part, that is designing the top portion. So towards the left side, we're going to have the icon. Towards the right side, two more icons, and then we're going to have two pieces of text over here. Okay. So inside the view, we're going to have the iron icons. So I'm going to say iron icon, and the name is going to be person. So I'm going to say person, the size is going to be 30, and we're going to have a color of orange. So I'm going to say color orange. So let's also import this particular iron icons from the required family. So I'm just going to paste in the code for that, that is this one. So let's save the file. So as you can see, we're able to see that icon being displayed onto the screen. So now towards the right hand side, we're going to have two more icons. So for that, we are going to have a separate view. So this time it's going to be and design. So let's import that over here. I'm going to say and design, and over here as well and design. Let's copy that down and paste it over here and make the change for the icon. So here it's going to be and design. So the name is going to be search one, and the next one is going to be plus. So here I'm going to say search one, copy down this again, and then here it's going to be plus. So let's format once and then let's save the file. So as you can see, we're able to see both of the icons being shown onto the screen. So now let's target this particular view which contains the icon and the second view. So here I'm going to give it first of all some internal spacing, that is a padding of 10, a flex of row. So I'm going to say flex direction of row, and then align items of center, and we're going to give it a justify of space between. So as you can see, just like that, we're able to see the icons being spaced out. So now let's target the inner view, that is this one. So I'm going to say style over here. So this in turn is going to have a flex direction of row, align items of center, and we're going to give it basically a gap of 10. So yeah, as you can see, that part is looking good. Let's format once and then save the file. So this part has been completed. Let's move on to the next view. So I'm going to initialize the view over here. So this view in turn is going to have a text which says my trips. So I'm going to say my trips over here, and let's give the style for the text. I'm going to say style, a font size of let's say 25, which is kind of large, and then a font weight of bold. Save the file. So as you can see, that is looking good. Let's give some padding to the outermost view, that is some internal spacing. So I'm going to say padding of 10. So let's save the file. So as you can see, that design is looking good. So below this particular text, we're just going to initialize the current year. So we're gonna make it look dynamic. So first of all, we're gonna install a package known as Moment. So let's install that. So I'm gonna go to my main terminal that is inside my project directory, and here I'm gonna say yarn add moment. So let's press on enter. So this is being installed. So let's come over here and I'm going to initialize my variable that is current year. So it's going to be moment. So import moment from moment, and to access the current year it is just going to be dot year, just like this. Okay, and let's come down over here and we're just going to show the text, that is the value, that is current year itself. So here I'm going to say current year. Let's format once and then save the file. So as you can see, it is 2024, it's being shown correctly. So this is the style, that is the color of the text. So let's give that. Let's target the style over here. So I'm gonna give it a margin top of let's say 6 and a font size of 16. I mean not 16, 19, and it's gonna have a font weight of 600, and it's gonna have a color of orange. Let's format once and then save. So as you can see, that design is looking good. So now after that, we're going to have another view that is basically this image that is at the bottommost part. Okay, so let's initialize that. I'm going to have a view over here. So this view in turn is going to have another image. Make sure to import image from React Native. So I'm just going to get the link for the image. So over here, I'm just going to paste in the source, which in turn is going to take in the URI, and this is the image. So I'll be sending all of the image links, whatever I use in the project, in the description, that is in the form of the drive link. You can access all of the assets over there. So let's first of all give the style to the image so that it is visible onto the screen. So I'm going to give it basically a width of let's say 96%, and we're going to give it a specific height of let's say 220, and I'm going to say resize mode is going to be contain, and we're going to give it align self of center, and we're going to give it let's say a slide border radius of 20. So yeah, let's format once and then let's first of all also give some padding to the view, that is over here. So target the style and we're going to say padding of 10. Save. Okay, so as you can see, the image is looking nice. So let's format once, then save. So now below the view, we're going to have another piece of text. So here we're going to have first of all a view. Inside that we're going to have a text which says organize your next trip. And below this we're going to have another text which says create your next trip and plan the activities of your itinerary. So let's format once and then let's target the style over here. So this in turn is going to have a font size of let's say 17, and it's going to have a font weight of let's say 500 or 600, and we're going to say text align of center. Save the file. And for the view, it's going to have a specific margin top value. So I'm going to say margin top of let's say 20. We're going to give justify of center as well as align items of center as well. So let's format over here, then let's save the file. So as you can see, that's looking good. Let's target the second piece of text. Here it's going to have a margin top of 15, and we're going to give it a color of gray, and we're going to have a width of let's say 250, and we're going to give it a text align of center, and it's going to have a specific font size of 16. Save the file. So as you can see, just like that, the design is looking good. So format once. So below this view, we're going to have basically a button to create the trip. So over here, I'm going to initialize my pressable. So make sure to import pressable from React Native as such, and here it's going to have a text which says create a trip. So let's format over here and then let's save the file. So as you can see, we're able to see the button being shown onto the screen. Let's initialize the style for the pressable. So this in turn is going to have a margin top of 25. It's going to have a background color of this color code, that is 383838. And apart from that, we're going to give it a specific padding of 14, a specific width of let's say 280, and a border radius of 25. So format once and then save. So as you can see, that's looking good. So first of all, let's target the style over here. For the text, we're going to give it a text align of center, and we're going to give it let's say color of white. Okay, and we're going to give it a font size of 16 and then a font weight of 600. So let's decrease the width to be 200, not 280. So format. Okay, so that's looking good. So let's actually try to give it a justify of center over here. As well as align items of center, or you could actually give it a margin left of auto as well as a margin right of auto, so that it would come to the center part of the screen. Yeah, so that's looking good. So let's format over here, or let's try to increase the margin top a bit. Let's keep it to be 30 instead of 25. Yeah, that's looking good. So now after the pressable, we're just going to have one more image that's going to come, and this is the last part of the initial home screen. So let's initialize the view over here, and within the view I'm just going to get the link for the image. So I've just pasted in the code for the image. I'll be sending all of the links in the description, you can check it out. So this is the style for the image, a width of 150 and then a height of 120. So image is already imported. Let's save the file. Okay, so for some reason we're not able to see the image. Let's actually check it out if at all it is valid or not. I'm just gonna head over to Chrome and then paste it over here. Yeah, so the image is not valid. So you could actually paste in some different kind of image over here which is valid just to fill up the screen. Okay, I'm just gonna leave it as default for now. So by adding the image, the home screen would look even more better. So let's format once. So this is the initial design of the home screen. So now let's actually try to create a fresh new MongoDB project and then create the front-end project, that is this particular project, to the backend part. So let's head over to mongodb.com and then create a new MongoDB project. So now let's head over to mongodb.com in Chrome and then let's create a new project. So let's say sign in over here. So you're gonna log in with Google. So let's press on this button. So once you sign in, you're gonna come into this page, that is the starting page. So here in this page, the recently chosen project is gonna be shown over here, that is travel planner. So you're gonna create a fresh project. So I'm gonna say press on this drop down and then scroll down. I'm gonna say new project. So here I'm gonna give the project name, that is travel app YouTube, and I'm gonna press on enter. Not enter, next. So as you can see, I myself am the project owner over here. So I'm just gonna press on create project. So I think it's gonna take in a couple of minutes to initialize the project for us. So let's wait for that. Okay, so now we need to create a cluster. I'm just gonna press on the create button over here. So make sure you choose the free version, that is M0, and apart from that I'm going to leave everything as default, and then I'm just going to press on this button, that is create deployment. So as you can see, it says we are deploying the changes. It would take in a couple of minutes. So let's initialize the username and the password, and I'm going to say create the database user. And yeah, so the user has been created, and then I'm going to press on choose a connection method. So you're going to say MongoDB for VS Code. Yeah, so as you can see, still the cluster is provisioning. So by that time, we're just going to create the API folder in VS Code. So open up the file tree and then app.js new folder API. Let's come into the API folder by hitting cd API, and I'm going to say npm init. So this would basically create the package.json file. So for description, I'm going to press backend. I'm going to enter backend, and apart from that, I'm just going to press on enter. So if you would check out the API folder, As you can see, the package.json is being created. So here into the package.json, we're going to add a few dependencies that we'll be using in the backend part. So I'm going to say yarn add cors, express, JSON web token, and then moment, mongoose. You're going to make use of node mailer as well as your node mon. So let's press on enter. Okay, so we do have error. It says the nearest package directory doesn't seem to be part of the project. Okay, so for this, I'm just going to create a blank yarn.log file. Okay, and now I'm just going to install this. So as you can see, now it is working fine and all of the dependencies have been installed, as you can see in the dependencies object. Okay, so now let's initialize the starting point over here. I'm going to say start. So it's going to be node mon index.js. Okay, let's format and then let's save. So here let's create the index.js file, that is the main backend file where all of the backend code is going to go into. So let's go into the index.js file and then let's start initializing the code. Let's first of all import all of the required dependencies that we just installed. So I'm going to say const express equals to require of express, and here I'm going to say const body parser equals to require of body parser. I don't think we have installed this. Let's install this as well. So yarn add body parser, and let's initialize it over here. I'm going to say body parser. Okay, and apart from that, I'm going to say const mongoose equals to require of mongoose. Let's also initialize crypto. I'm going to say const crypto equals to require crypto. So this is actually built in, we need not install this. And apart from that, const moment equals to require of moment, and the final one is your node mailer. So I'm going to say const node mailer equals to require of node mailer. So that's it. So these are the required dependencies, and let's initialize the instance of the app. So I'm going to say const app equals to initialize express over here, and I'm going to choose a specific port, let's say 8000, and we're going to say const cors equals to require of cors, and here I'm going to say app reduce of cors, and here I'm going to write in some of the middlewares. I'm going to say app reduce body parser dot URL encoded, and here I'm going to say extend is going to be false, and we're going to make use of the body parser.json as well. So I'm going to say app reduce body parser.json. So that's pretty much it. Let's also initialize the JWT now itself. I'm going to say const JWT equals to require of the JSON web token. So I'm going to say JSON web token. That's it. And here let's initialize the mongoose.connect method. So we connect to the backend part. So this connect method is basically going to take in the connection URL that we will get from the MongoDB backend. So I'm just going to press on connect over here. The third option, MongoDB for VS Code. So as you can see, this is our connection URL. Make sure you copy that down, and we're going to pass in the URL over here, and make sure you enter the password that you have given for yourself. So in my case, my name itself is the password, so I'm going to pass in that over here. And after executing the connect method, I'm going to apply the then method, and if at all there are no errors, I'm just going to say console.log connected to MongoDB. And if at all there is any kind of errors while executing this, we're going to catch the error. So I'm going to say error. Here I'm just going to say console.log error connecting to MongoDB with that particular error message. Okay, so let's format once, and finally we're going to make use of the listen method. We're going to choose a specific port to listen on, that is basically 8000 in this case. So here I'm going to say app.listen. We're going to pass in the port, and this in turn is going to take in a function to execute. So here I'm just going to give a console message saying that we are listening on this particular port. I'm going to say server is running on port 8000. So let's format once, and then let's save the file. So now let's try to run the backend part. So if all we have done everything correctly, we need to be seeing two messages that is connected to MongoDB as well as servers running on port 8000. So let's say yarn start. So as you can see, servers running on port 8000 then connected to MongoDB. So we have successfully connected this project, that is a front-end project, to the backend, that is MongoDB, that is our MongoDB project. So that part is done. So now let's look into the next part of the design. So over here in the front end part, that is once when we press on this button that is create a trip, we need to be navigated to the next screen wherein we're going to show the design for creating a trip, and also we should store that particular trip in the backend as well. So if you check out the design over here, once you press on the create trip, we need to be navigated to this particular screen where we have a bunch of design to be implemented. We're going to focus on that. Okay, so now first of all, let's initialize the onPress event or the onPress function on this particular button which says create a trip. So that's going to happen in the home screen, that is over here, that is basically to this particular pressable. So here I'm going to initialize the onPress, and before that let's first of all initialize our navigation. So I'm going to say const navigation equals to use navigation, and make sure to import use navigation from the required dependency. Alright, so here we're going to make use of the navigation dot navigate method. So here I'm going to say navigation dot navigate to the name of the screen we want to navigate to. So we want to navigate to the create screen. It's already been created, that is this one, that is a create trip screen. So the name of this screen is create, that is what we have given. So here we're going to say navigation dot navigate to create screen, and then I'm going to press on OK. So save. So now let's press on create a trip. So as you can see, as soon as I pressed on create a trip, we are able to navigate to the create trip screen. So let's start looking into the design of the create trip. It's going to look something similar like this. So let's start off by designing the create trip screen. So here first of all I'm going to initialize my safe area view, and I'm going to make use of my safe area view instead of the normal view that is currently present. So save the file. So now in this case, as you can see, there is a kind of image background being set up for the entire screen. So let's set that up. So for that, we're going to make use of the image background from React Native. So I'm going to say image background. So make sure to import image background from React Native as such. So this in turn is going to take in first of all the source, which is pretty similar to the image itself, which in turn is going to take in the URI. So first of all, I'm going to get in a bunch of images that I've already prepared, because with the help of that we're going to make use of this URI. So let me just get the list of images. So I've just pasted in the code for the images. I'll be sending all of the images in the description, you can check it out. So let's format once. So each of these images is just a kind of background that can be used for application. It's going to contain a unique ID as well as the image over here. So let's format once. Okay, it says unexpected token because of this. Okay, so before that I'm going to initialize my variable. So here I'm going to say const image comma set image equals to initialize use state, import use state from React. So initially this would be pointing to the first image inside of this images array. So to access that, I'm going to access images array, access the first element. To access the image, it's going to be dot image. Okay, so that's it. So over here in place of URI, I'm just going to pass in the image. So let's format once and then save. So let's try to reload once. I think nothing should be shown because we have not yet given the style, so which is correct itself. So let's pass in the style over here. So this is gonna have a width of 100 as well as a height of 100, that is height of 100% and a width of 100%. So save. So as you can see, just like that, we're able to see the same exact background to the create trip screen, which is good. So format, so now within your image background, we're gonna have the design being implemented. So for that, initialize a view. So this view in turn is gonna have a pressable, initialize pressable from React Native. It's gonna have a text which says cancel, as you can see over here towards the right hand side, the create button. So this in turn is gonna have the style, color of white, and it's gonna have a font size of, let's say, 16. So font size of 16 and then a font weight of 600. So let's format over here and then save the file. So as you can see, we're able to see that text being shown onto the screen, and apart from this, you're going to have another pressable, which in turn is going to have again a text which says create. So once when we enter all of the details and press on this button, a particular trip should be created in the backend as well. So let's pass in the style to this. So this in turn is going to have a text align of center. So I'm going to say text align. I mean, not to the pressable, we need to give it to the text over here. So text align of center, and it's going to have a color of orange, and we're going to pass in, let's say, a font size of 15 and then a font weight of 500. Save the file. So let's pass in the style over here, that is for the pressable. Some internal spacing, padding of 10. We're going to give it a background color of white and then a border radius of 25. So format. So for the view, now we're going to give the style. We need it in a row fashion. So for that reason, give it a padding of, let's say, 15, a flex of row, and I'm going to say align items of center, and we're going to say justify of space between. So as you can see, just like that, the design is looking nice. So let's format once and then save the file. So now let's look into the next part of the design, which is basically your calendar. So we need to initialize a dependency to use that. That is basically to select the dates for a particular trip that the user is going to create. So we're going to make use of the React Native date range picker. So let's first of all initialize and install the dependency. So I'm just going to open up my new terminal, and here I'm going to say yarn add React Native date range picker. So let's press on enter, and let's just do a pod install once over here, and let's try to initialize the component, that is date range picker. Here I'm going to say view. So within the view, we're going to have that date range picker. So import date range picker from React Native as such. So this is going to be in the form of a component itself, just like this. Okay, so this is going to have a bunch of props being provided. So before that, let's first of all initialize the state to set up the date range picker. So after my image, I'm going to say const start date comma set start date equals to use date. Initially it would be pointing to null, and similarly const end date comma set end date equals to use date, and it's going to be pointing to null. Okay, so similarly we're going to have the display date. I'm going to say const displayed date comma set display date equals to use state, and initially it would be pointing to moment. That means the current date basically, that is at that particular point of time. So let's save over here. So after that, we also need access to start day, end day. Okay, so this also would be pointing to empty. So initially, so start day comma set start day I mean, not set start day. Yeah, it is set start day. Sorry. So set start day, because set start date is over. So equals to use state initially empty and const end date comma set end day. Again, I made a mistake. It should be day. So day over here equals to use state initially an empty string. So now within the date range picker, I'm just going to show an icon that is being displayed over here similar to this one. So let's get the icon. So here we're going to make use of the ant design icon. So first of all, import the icon family and make use of that icon. So I'm just going to paste it over here. So this in turn is going to have the calendar icon. So I'm going to say calendar. So this date range picker is going to have a bunch of props. One is your on change. It's going to be set dates. Okay. And we're going to have the end date is going to be end date. And we're going to have the start date, which is going to be your start date. All of this is already stored and set up in state. That is just what we have done. That is all these states. Okay. So after your on change, end date, as well as the start date, we're going to have the next one, that is your display date is going to be equals to display date. That is the current date. That is because we have passed in moment over here, which corresponds to the current date at that particular point of time. Okay. And we're going to have the range passed over here. So let's format once, and for the view I'm just going to give it a padding of, let's say, 15. So let's save the file. So create a trip. Okay, so it says property set dates doesn't exist. We need to define that. So let's go do that first. So here I'm going to say const set dates equals to, so this in turn is going to basically give you the dates, that is basically your start date as well as the end date. We need to format it into our values, that is whatever we want to. So this in turn is basically going to give us the dates, okay, that is the start date as well as the end date, and based on whatever value we want to format into, we're going to format into that particular way with the help of moment. So here I'm going to check the condition saying that if my dates dot start date is present. So you can pretty much console.log the dates and check, that is whatever info is coming from the date range picker, and based on that itself I have written my conditions over here. So it would give you two things, that is the start date as well as the end date. So that's the reason first condition is going to be if my dates dot start date is present. Here I'm going to say set start date to be of the dates dot start date, and your set start day would be equals to access moment, and it's going to be a date dot start date. Again, access the same value, but now we're going to format it into this particular value, that is day 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 day. All right, so this is going to be dates, not date, because this is what we are trying to access. Okay, so that's pretty much it. This is for your start date. So the next condition is if at all you have dates dot your end date. So in that case, we're going to say set the end date to be your dates dot end date, and we also need to set the end day as well. So we're going to say set end day to be of your moment, and again it's going to be similar, access the dates dot end date, and we're going to format it into our particular value, that is day 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 day. Okay, that's pretty much it. Else if your dates dot displayed date is present, in that case we're just going to say set the display date to be of dates dot displayed date. So that's pretty much it. This function is just to format it and get the required values, that is for your start date, end date, start day as well as your end day. So let's save the file. Let's say create a trip. So now as you can see, we're able to see that button onto the screen. So let's give it a white color. Save the file. So once I press on this, as you can see, just like that, we're able to see the correct date range picker being opened up. And let's say I'm going to press on 22nd to 24th and then cancel this, or press on the outside of the model So as you can see, it has gone, and we should be able to see all of the dates being stored into the required states. You can just console.log each of them and then check it out. We should be getting the correct values. Okay, so this part is being set up. All right, so now after this we're gonna continue designing. So after this we're gonna have the input field, so let's initialize that. So basically after your date range picker, I'm gonna have my view initialized. This view in turn is gonna have another view, which in turn is gonna have your text input, initialize text input from React Native. This in turn is gonna have basically a placeholder which says trip name, and let's pass in the placeholder text color. It's going to be this color code, that is C1C9D6, and some style as well. So it's going to have basically a font size of 25, a font weight of bold, and it's going to have pretty much the same color that we just have given. So copy that over there. So format once, and then let's save the file. So as you can see, we're able to see that being shown onto the screen. So for this particular view, let's just give it a margin top, since it's almost touching the top part of the text. So margin top of 10. Okay, yeah, that's looking good. So now let's first of all initialize the state to hold the input, that is to check or to get whatever the user is typing inside of the input field. So for that, we're going to say const trip name, comma set trip name equals to use state. Initially it would be pointing to an empty string. So let's come down over here, and we're going to access the value. So it's going to be trip name, and on change text it is just going to be set trip name. So format. So by doing this, we would have access to whatever the user is typing inside of this particular input field. So after that, we're going to have the design for this part, that is the set dates as well as the end dates, and when it's going to start and when it's going to end. Okay, so after this view, let's initialize the next part of the design. So this in turn is going to have another view. Within this view, we're going to have the ant design icon. So let's first of all import that. I think it's already imported, we just need to use it. So just copy this down, and we're going to paste it over here. So it's going to have again the same icon, that is the calendar icon itself, and this in turn is going to have the next text that's going to come over here. So let's write in that. So let's format once and then save the file. So as you can see, we're able to see that design being shown onto the screen. So first of all, let's give the style for this inner view. This in turn is going to have a padding of, let's say, 15, a flex direction of a row, align items of center, and we're going to give it a gap of 7. So save. So yeah, that's looking good. Let's format once. So this is going to be in black color itself. For this, let's give the style, that is for the text. It's going to have a font size of, let's say, 16, and it's going to have a color of this color code, that is 5050 and then 50. So save the file. Yeah, that's looking good. So now after this particular view, we're going to have another view that is over here. So this is just going to be a kind of border or a kind of divider. So for that, I'm just going to give it a border color of this color code, that is E0, 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 and we're going to give it a border width as well. Alright, so apart from this, we're going to have the bottom part of the design, that is your set dates and the end dates part. So initialize a view for that. So this in turn is going to have a pressable. Okay, within this pressable, we're going to have the view. So here we're going to pass in the text. Here it's going to be a conditional kind of statement. We're going to say, if at all my start date is present, then show the start date, that is once after you have selected the start dates as well as the end date from the date range picker. Else we're just gonna give a hard-coded value which says starts. So save. So as you can see, we're able to see that being shown onto the screen, and again copy the same thing over here. So this is going to say if at all start date is present, then this is going to be format date of the start date. So I'm going to say format date of your start date. So we need to define the function that is the format date. So let's define that. It's going to be simple itself. So here I'm going to say const format date. This in turn is going to take in the date, that is either the start date or the end date. Here I'm going to check the condition saying that if at all the value is present, that is if at all the date is present, then we're going to say return moment of the date dot formatted into this particular value, that is day, month, months, and then year. If at all nothing is present, we're just going to say return empty. So that's pretty much it. Let's format once and then save the file. Else it is going to be set dates. So let's save the file. So let's pass the style for this. So it's going to have a color of this color code, that is 505050, and for the second text we're going to give it a slight margin top. So we're going to say margin top of 6, okay, and it's going to have a font size of, let's say, 15. Save the file. So let's format once. So now as you can see, after this is going to have basically another icon, that is the and design icon, that is after you view. So let's initialize that. So this is going to be your arrow right icon. So copy this down and we're going to paste it over here. This is going to be arrow right, and then save the file. Okay, it says invalid icon. I think we do not have the hyphen over here, just arrow right. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking good. The size is going to be 20, and pretty much you're going to have the same view over here. So here we're going to say if my end date is present, then it's going to be end date, else it's going to be ends over here. Here again similarly make the change, end date, it's going to be format date of the end date, else it's going to be end dates. Save the file. So now let's start giving the style for the pressable, that is over here. So this in turn is going to have a flex of row, align items of center, basically a gap of 20, and justify is going to be space between. So as you can see, we're able to see that design being shown, and for this particular view I'm going to give the padding, that is some internal spacing of 15. So we just need to give the background color now. So target the outermost view, that is this one. So background color of this color code, that is C1, C9, and then D6. Save the file. So as you can see, just like that, it is looking nice. So it's going to have basically some margin vertical as well. So margin vertical of 15, and it's going to have a border radius of 20. So format and then save. So as you can see, just like that, the design is looking good. So yes, after that we have completed designing this part, and even the border is also looking pretty nice itself. So let's actually try and select some dates, and this should be filled up. So I'm going to press on this, let's say 23rd. Okay, it says objects are not valid as a React child. So here as you can see, we are getting this error which says objects are not valid as a React child. Okay, so not sure why this is coming, because at this point of time, that is once when we initialize this and we were able to correctly select the dates. So I think once when we initialized this part, that is where we are rendering the start date, that is where we are getting your error, that is this particular one. So yeah, if start date is present, we're going to show the start date. Okay, not start date, we need to show the start day. that is this one. Yeah, I think that's a mistake. So let's make the change. So because of that, we're getting this error because we're trying to directly display the object over here. So here I'm going to say if my start date is present, then show the start day. Here as well, if my end date is present, show the end day. So now probably we should not be seeing this error. Let's give it one more try. So create a trip and then 23rd to 25th. So as you can see, just like that, we're able to, set the dates. This is Wednesday and this is your end day, that is Friday. This is the starting day of the trip, this is the end day of the trip. So this part is absolutely working fine now. So let's continue designing the remaining part of the create trip screen, which basically just contains another design, that is basically your time zone as well as the choose image part. So we're going to initialize the view over here. So this in turn is going to have another view. So this view basically is going to have the ant design icon. So let's initialize that. So this is going to have the earth icon. Let's format. And below this we're going to have the text. Which says time zone. So format once and let's save the file. Alright, so now for the view, let's give the style over here. It's going to have a background color of this color code, that is the same thing that we used earlier, C1, C6, C1, C9, and then D6. And it's going to have a border radius of 20. And it's going to have some padding as well. So save. Okay. So now after that we're going to have another text with the city name and then the country. Save. So let's target the style for this. It's going to have basically a margin top of 10, a font size of 15, and then a font weight of 600. So format, and this also is going to have pretty much the same style, a margin top of 10, font size of let's say 15, and it's going to have a font weight of 600, and we're going to have the color, that is 505050. Save. So format over here. So this is going to have a size of 25. Alright. So yes, that is looking good. So now let's design the next part that's going to come towards the rightmost part, that is after this view. So initialize a pressable. So this in turn is going to have the font awesome icon. Let's first of all import that. So I'm going to say font awesome, and over here as well. So let's copy this down over here and let's make the change. So this is going to be font awesome. The name is going to be photo. Alright, and let's format over here. So this in turn is going to have text, which is going to have basically just empty as of now because we want that empty thing. Okay, and initialize another text which says choose image. So just copy down the same style over here for this, and for this also. Format and then save. So for the pressable, it's going to have pretty much a similar styling. So background color of this color code, that is C1, C9, and then D6. It's going to have a border radius of let's say 20, and we're going to give it some padding of 15. So now for each of them we're going to give it a flex of 1. So before that, let's target the outermost view, and then we're going to give the style for this. So I'm going to say style over here. So this in turn is going to have a flex of row, so flex direction row, align items of center, and we're going to give it a gap of 20. So let's format, save. So target each of the view, that is each of the children view, give it a flex of 1, so it takes up equal space among that particular width. So let's give it a flex of 1, save. So as you can see, just like that, the design is looking cool. So yeah, this part is done. So now the next step is, so here once the user presses on your choose image, we're going to navigate to some other new screen, that is the select images screen. So over there we would be seeing a bunch of images being shown, just the background images. So once the user selects any one of the image, the user would be automatically navigated back to this particular screen, and the background would be automatically changed. So by default we are using a hard-coded background that is from the images array, as you can see over here. So once the user presses on choose image and then they select any kind of image from the next screen and then come back, that would be set up over here. So let's do that. So first of all, let's create a new screen for that. So I'm going to say screens. Here I'm going to say choose image.js. I'm going to say rnfes to get the Sujan code snippet. Save the file and let us initialize this screen into our stack navigator. I'm just going to name it as image and change the component. It is going to be choose image. Okay, let's format. And for the pressable, it's going to have a on press event that is in your create trip screen. Let's initialize navigation first. I'm going to say const navigation equals to use navigation. So import use navigation from the React navigation. Let's come down to this particular pressable, that's towards the rightmost part. This one, initialize on press, take in a function, and here I'm just going to say navigation.navigate to the name of the screen, that is going to be choose in this case. I mean not choose, I think image, right? Yeah, image, that's the correct name. Format once and then save. So let's press on this pressable. So as you can see, we are coming correctly to the choose image, which is good. So let's start designing this. So you would have seen the design for this in the demo part of the video. So we're just going to follow that. So initialize safe area view, and let's make use of the safe area view instead of the normal view. So this in turn is going to have a style given, a flex of 1, and we're going to give it a background color of this color code, that is 484848. Save. So as you can see, it's looking good. So I'm just going to get in my images array and then paste it over here. So I've just pasted in my images array. It's pretty much similar as the first one. I'll be sending it in the description. You can make use of that. Let's also initialize our navigation equals to use navigation. All right. So within the safe area view, we're going to have the view being initialized. This in turn is going to have a text which says choose image. Okay, save the file. Let's pass in the style for the text. It's going to have a text align of center, margin top of 15. So margin top 15, and we're going to give it a color of white, and we're going to give it a font size of, let's say, 16, and we're going to give it a font weight of 500. So let's format over here and then save. So as you can see, that design is looking good. So now below that, we're going to have the scroll view that is over here. So make sure to import scroll view from React Native, and here we're just going to initialize another view. So here we're going to map over all of our images. So I'm going to say images dot map. So for every item and then index, let's initialize basically a pressable, import pressable from React Native. This pressable in turn is going to have the image, import image also from React Native. This in turn is going to take in the source, which in turn is going to take in the URI. It's going to be item.image. So let's pass in the style to the image so that we could see it on the screen. It's going to have a width of 118 and then a height of, let's say, 160, resize mode of cover, and a slide border radius of 15. So basically in the images array, some images might be valid and some images might not be valid, as in the previous case as you saw in the home screen. So feel free to get in the images of your own. Basically you would get it from this particular website, that is unsplash.com, and then you can replace the images which are not working. So let's target the view over here and pass in the style. We want it to be in a row fashion. I'm going to say flex of row and then align items of center, and we're going to give it a flex wrap of wrap, such that if the space finishes up in that particular row, it's going to come into the next one, then take up the remaining space. So as you can see, just like that. So format once and then save. So let's pass in some margin to this pressable, because it's almost touching each other as of now. So margin of 10. Okay, so let's just decrease the width so that we could see it in 3 rows. So 110. Yes, so as you can see, that is looking good. So now we are gonna initialize the on press event on the pressable. So I'm gonna say on press, taking a function, and here we're gonna say handle select image of your item.image. Okay, so let's define the function, that is handle select image. So here I'm going to say const handle select image equals to, this in turn is going to take in the image, and here I'm going to say navigation dot navigate to the previous screen, that is the create screen itself, and while navigating just take this information as well, that is the image itself. So let's format once and then save. So this part is done. So now in the create trip we need to get this information. So let's initialize a use effect for that. So let's come back to the create screen. First of all, I'm going to initialize my route. So I'm going to say const route equals to use route. Make sure to import use route from React navigation. So here I'm going to set up my use effect. So make sure to import use effect from React. So here I'm going to check the condition such that if my root dot params dot my image is present, so this would be present if at all we come back from the previous screen, and if at all the user is pressed on any kind of image, right? So here we're going to say if my root dot params dot image is present, then first of all let's set up the state to hold the image. I'm going to say const background comma set background equals to use state, initially an empty string. So here we're going to say set the background to be root.params.image. That's it. And this would be dependent upon your root.params itself. So root.params. So let's format once and then let's try to console.log the background. So I'm going to say console.log bg is going to be background. Save. So now let's say I'm going to press on the middle image, that is this one. So as you can see, just like that, we pressed on that and we came back to the previous screen, and since the root.params changed, we were able to set the background, and as you can see in the console, we're able to get the correct image link. So now let's make the change for the image over here in the image background. We're going to say if at all my background is already set, then it needs to be background itself, else we're just going to hardcode the first image from the images array. That's it. So let's format once and then let's save the file. So as you can see, just like that, we were able to change the background to this particular image. So let's say I'm going to choose this one. So as you can see, just like that, it has been completely set up. So we have set up the design for the create trip, and we have also designed the choose image screen as well. So now the next step is we're going to define an endpoint in the backend part, that is in the index.js file, to create a trip in the backend part. That is once when the user presses on, that is once when the user selects the dates, chooses the trip name, chooses your image, and then presses on the create button. So after doing that, we need to store that particular trip in the backend as well. So first of all, let's initialize the endpoint, or before that, let's also initialize the model that is required to create or set up a trip. So now I'm just going to open up my file tree over here and then create a new folder that is inside of my API folder that is for your models. So I'm just going to say new folder and then models. So here we're going to define two models as of now. One is for your trip and one is for your user. So I'm going to say new file. So first one is going to be user.js and the second one is going to be trip.js. So this is going to be a larger kind of model because it's going to have a lot of information. So let's get started, starting off with the trip model. So I'm going to say const trip schema equals to new mongoose. So let's actually import mongoose. I'm going to say const mongoose equals to require of mongoose. So I'm going to say require of mongoose, just like this. And over here we're going to say const trip schema equals to new mongoose dot schema. This in turn is going to take in an object of all of the properties that is corresponding to your trip schema. So let's start with the first one. So for the trip we need, of course, the trip name. So I'm going to say trip name. So this is going to be a type of string. So type is going to be of string and required is going to be true. So apart from your trip name, we're going to have the start date for the trip. So I'm going to say start date. This is going to be again a type of string and required is going to be of true. So let's format once. So now apart from your start date, we're going to have similarly the end date for the trip. So I'm going to say end date. Here I'm going to say type is going to be of string and then we're going to say required is going to be true. So after your end date, we're going to have the start day. This is for the week names. So I'm going to say start day. So again, it's going to be similar itself, type of string and then required of true. So similarly, after start day, we're going to have end day. This also is going to be type of string and then required of true. And we're going to have the background as well. Background in the sense the image that we're going to choose. So I'm going to say background, type of string and then required of true. So apart from that, we're going to have basically the host of the trip, that is the person who is creating the trip. So I'm going to say host. So as of now, we are not going to make this as required because we have not yet implemented the login part, that is the login with Google. So here I'm going to say type, it's going to be mongoose dot schema dot types dot your object ID, and we're going to say reference is going to be to the user. And once when we implement the backend part, once when we implement the login part, we're going to make use of this statement that is required is going to be true. So now we're going to leave it as is and we're going to move on to the next one. We're going to say travelers. So travelers is going to be an array of objects. So here the type is going to be mongoose dot schema dot types dot object ID, because we can have n amount of travelers for a particular trip. So this is the person who's going to create the trip, and this itself is the person who's going to invite others through email, and once people join, they're going to join into the travelers list. So that's the reason it's going to be an array of objects and reference is going to be to the user. So format once, and apart from that, we're going to have a budget set for a particular trip. So here I'm going to say budget. This is going to be a type of number. So format, and apart from that, we're going to have the expenses for a particular trip. So I'm going to say expenses. So here we need to define our expense schema. So first of all, let's define our expense schema, let's say over here. So I'm going to say const expense schema equals to new mongoose dot schema. All right, here first of all we're going to have the category of the expense. It might be, let's say, food, travel, activity, bus tickets, train tickets, etc. So it's going to be category. So here again it's going to be type of string, required of true. Apart from category, we're going to have the price for that particular category which was chosen. So here type is going to be number. So I'm going to say type number, and required is going to be true. Apart from price, we're going to have split by. That is, if it is split by everyone or it is split by just a single individual, that is the host of the trip. Okay, something like that. So here I'm going to say split by, type is string, and then required is going to be true. Apart from that, we're going to say paid by. So paid by for that particular current activity, again it's going to be type of string and then required of true. So format and then save. So this is your expense schema. So basically the next thing after your expenses is going to be places to visit. So let's say you have a list of places in your mind for that particular trip. That is after exploring about the places to visit. So you're gonna include all of those places into your list. So for that reason, we're gonna say places to visit. This is gonna contain your place schema. So first of all, let's define this. That is your place schema at the top over here. So here I'm going to say const places schema or const place schema equals to again new mongoose dot schema. So here we're going to have, of course, the name of the place. So it's going to be name. Type is going to be string and then required of true. Format once. And yeah, apart from that, we're going to have the phone number. So basically all of these details are going to come directly from the Google API. That's the reason if at all you check out, let's say, a particular place on the Google Maps, you would have a bunch of information. That is, let's say, for example, the name of the place, the phone number of that particular place, and if at all they have a website, that particular website link would be shown on the page. And apart from that, the opening hours, the closing hours, and the photos of that particular place, the reviews and the formatted address, and all of these details. So these details are going to come directly from the Google API. So that reason we're gonna include all of this, right? So phone number is gonna be again type of string, and apart from that we're gonna say website, again type of string. So here we are not passing required of true because for some places the phone number might not be present and even the website also might not be present. So that's the reason we're just passing the type, that is string. And apart from that we have the opening hours of that particular place. So this is going to be in the form of a string that is within an array. Apart from that, we're going to have the photos of that particular place. So I'm going to say photos. Again, this is going to be an array of strings. Apart from photos, we're going to have the reviews. So we're going to fetch all of the latest reviews for that particular place from the Google Maps itself. So this is going to be a type of array of object. It's going to contain your author name basically. I'm going to say author name is going to be string. So author name is going to be string, and apart from that we're going to have the rating. So rating is going to be number, and apart from that we're going to have the text, that is the rating itself. So it's going to be of type string. So the next one after your reviews is going to be types. So types is going to be an array of strings. So this is basically going to describe the type of place it is. Okay, so it's going to be a set of strings that we get from the API. So yeah, that's it about the types. Apart from that we have the formatted address. So I'm going to say formatted address, it's going to be type of string, and here we're going to say required is going to be true. So format once, and after the formatted address we're going to have the brief description about that particular place. So I'm going to say brief description. So this is going to be of type string. All right, So now apart from the brief description, I'm going to paste in the next one, that is for the geometry. So geometry is going to contain basically the location, the viewports, and within the viewports we're going to have the northeast as well as the southeast, that is basically your latitude and the longitude values. So feel free to pause at this time and then you can copy down the model for your geometry attribute. So this is required to design the map, that is once you have selected a particular place. So that's it. So this is your model for your place schema. So let's save the file and then let's come down. So after your places to visit, we're gonna have the itinerary, that is over here. So this is gonna be for that particular schema. So let's initialize that. So we're gonna go top over here and we're gonna start initializing basically your schema. So here I'm gonna say const itinerary schema equals to, I'm gonna say new mongoose dot schema. So this in turn is basically gonna have your date. So here we're gonna say type is gonna be string and required is gonna be true. And apart from date, we're gonna have the activities for that particular date. So I'm gonna say activities. This is gonna contain your activity schema. So now let's say if a particular user creates a trip for let's say 3 days, that is from 18th, 19th and then 20. So in the backend it would be stored something like this, that is in the form of an array, and it should be like 18th, and then it should have your activities. Okay, so similarly after this we're gonna have the next one, that is the date 19th, and similarly you're gonna have the activities for that particular day. Okay, similarly after that for the third day we're gonna say let's say 20, and again activities for the third day. So we're going to store it something like this, and once and when the user adds different kinds of activities or different kinds of places, we're going to just start pushing those activities into this particular activities array based on whatever date the user has chosen. So this is how you're going to store the itinerary, that is once the user selects the date and then confirms the trip. So now let's define the final one, that is your activity schema. So here I'm going to say const activity schema equals to new mongoose dot, I'm going to say schema over here. So this is basically going to have the date, so it's going to be type of string, and we're going to say required is going to be of true. So apart from date we're going to have the name of the place. So we're going to say type is going to be of string, and then required is going to be of true. So pretty much this schema is going to have all of the required details that we've already given for the place schema, right? So we're just going to copy down the exact same thing. So we're going to initialize the phone number, the website, the opening hours, the photos, the reviews is going to be similar, and the brief description as well as the geometry. So let's initialize from the phone number because we've already added the name. It's going to be tell your geometry. So let's paste it over here. Okay, so it's going to be pretty similar itself. So let's save the file. So basically this is your entire model for your trip schema. So now let's export the required details over here. So here I'm going to say const trip equals to mongoose dot model. It's going to be trip, that's the name, and then we need to pass in the trip schema to this. And here I'm going to say module dot exports equals to your trip. So that's pretty much it. So let's also initialize the schema for user now itself. That's pretty simple and easy itself. So let's come over here And first of all, let's initialize our mongoose. I'm going to say const mongoose equals to require of mongoose. Okay, and here let's initialize a user schema. I'm going to say const user schema equals to, I'm going to say new mongoose dot schema, and here we're going to have all of the required details. The first one is going to be the Google ID, so this is going to be a type of string, and required is going to be true, and even unique is also going to be true. So this is the first one, that is Google ID. So apart from Google ID, we are going to have the name. So I'm going to say type is going to be string, and even required is going to be of true. Apart from name, you're going to have the email of the user. So this is going to come directly from the email ID, that is from the Google login itself. So I'm going to say type of string, and then required is going to be true. Okay, so apart from email, we're going to have the photo. So here we're going to say type is going to be of string, and we're going to say token. This also type is going to be of string. And apart from that, we're just going to pass in timestamps as true. That's going to be over here. So here I'm going to say timestamps is going to be true. So yeah, that's it about your user model. Let's export the required values. I'm going to say module dot exports equals to mongoose dot model is going to be user, and we're going to pass in the user schema. So yeah, that's it. We have defined all of the required schemas required for this particular project. You can feel free to note it down. So now let's move to the index.js file, and then let's start writing our first endpoint to create a particular trip in the backend part. So here I'm going to say app.post method, and this is going to be the endpoint, that is /trip. Okay, and this is going to have, of course, the async method with your request and the response in the callback. So here we're going to get a bunch of information from your request.body, and before that, let's initialize our try catch block. So try and then catch of error. So here we're going to say result.status 500.json with a message being error creating a trip. And here in the try block, let's access a bunch of information, that is starting from your trip name and the start date, the end date, the start day, the end day, the background, as well as your host. So you're going to add the host at the last part, that is once when we implement the Google sign-in. So I'm going to leave it as default for now. So is equals to is going to come from the request.body. So here I'm going to say const start equals to moment. So let's see if at all we have already installed moment in the API folder. Yeah, moment is already there. We just need to import it. So we're going to say const moment equals to require of moment over here. Yeah, we've already imported that, which is good. So here we're going to say const start equals to moment of your start date. So here basically we are trying to create that particular array, that is your itinerary array, that is this one. So let's say if the user selects 3 days for the trip, that is 18, 19 and 20. So here we are trying to populate that array, that is we're going to have the array of objects, each containing 18th, 19th and 20th, along with your activities array, which would be currently empty. Okay, so let's implement that. So we're going to say const start equals to moment of start date, and we're going to say const end equals to moment of your end date. So here initially our array is going to be empty. So once when the user selects the start date and the end date, we're going to populate the array with the start date, end date, as well as your activities array, which would be empty by default. So for that, I'm going to make use of the while loop. I'm going to say while my current date. Okay, so let's first of all initialize a current date. So basically your current date is going to be equals to your start date itself. I'm going to say start dot clone. So here we're going to say while current date is same or before of your end. So until then we're going to say itinerary dot, we're going to push the date. So this is going to be the date, that is going to be current date dot, we're going to format it into this value, and we're also going to initialize our activities as well. So I'm going to say activities is going to be empty by default, and after that we're going to say current date dot add of 1 comma days, because this would only do for the start day. So once this is completed, how many ever days the user is selected for the trip, we're going to add that. So for that reason we're going to say current date dot add of 1 and then days. So that's pretty much it. So this would basically create an array for us. Okay, so after that I'm going to initialize my trip. I'm going to say const trip equals to new trip. Let's first of all initialize our trip, that is imported over here. I'm going to say const trip equals to require, go into the models folder, access the trip. So here we're going to say const trip equals to new trip. We're going to pass in all of the required details, that is trip name and then the start date, which is going to be equals to your moment of start date dot format into this particular value. Similarly for your end date, we're going to say moment of your end date dot format into the same value. So apart from this, we're going to have the start day, that's going to come from the front end part itself, and even the end day itself. Apart from that, the array that we just initialized. Okay, so add that as well, and we're going to have the background. So I'm going to say background, and then the host. Yeah, host will come once when we initialize the login part. Okay, so that's it. So these are the required things for your trip part. Okay, that is for creating a trip in the backend. So let's save, and after doing that we're just going to say await trip dot save. So that's it, and we're going to say result dot status of 200 dot json of that particular trip. So yep, that's it. So this is your endpoint for creating a trip and then storing it in the backend part. So now let's go into the front end part and then create a onPress function on the create button, and once when we press on the create button we should be able to create the trip. So let's go to the create trip.js, and where we have the button over here, I'm going to say onPress. It's going to take in a function, and we're just going to say, or we can directly initialize a function here, that is handle create trip. Okay, so let's define the function, that is handle create trip. So here we're going to say const handle create trip equals to a async function. So here first of all we're going to check if at all there is no trip name, or I hope we have already set up the state for the trip name, that is to the text input. Yeah, we have set that up. So we can write the condition. We're going to say if at all there is no trip name, or if at all there is no start date, or if at all there is no end date. Here we're going to say alert, or we can just give a console message or alert message. It says please fill all the blanks. So we're going to say alert.alert. Let's make sure we import alert from React Native. Okay, so if at all we have the correct required values, we're just going to initialize first of all our trip data. So I'm going to say trip data equals to, it's going to be trip name that is stored inside of state, and we're going to say start date, it's going to be start date, end date is going to be end date, and we're going to have the start day and the end day. All of this is already calculated with the help of state. We've done that previously. Background is going to be the background itself. This also has been set up. That is, once you go to the next screen and then select any kind of particular image, that also is stored inside of state. And host, yeah, we could add it later. That is once we have the Google login set up, right? So yeah, after doing this, let's first of all check if we've installed Axios in the front end part. So yeah, Axios is not yet installed. So let's come over here, and then here I'm just going to say yarn add Axios and then enter. Alright, so Axios has been installed. So after initializing our trip data, let's initialize our try and then catch block. So catch of error, I'm just going to say console.log with a error message with that particular error. Inside the try block, let's initialize our response value. So I'm going to say const response equals to await Axios. So let's import Axios from Axios. And here we're going to say Axios dot, we're going to make use of the post method. So it's going to be Axios dot post, and this is going to be the URL, that's http localhost, and then in our case it's going to be 8000. So we're going to say 8000, and we're going to pass in the trip data. Not date, trip data. And after doing that, you can just give a console message with the response.data saying that trip created successfully. So here we're going to say response.data. So format once and then save the file. And if there's any kind of error, we could see it over here in the catch block. So let's give this a try. Okay, so first of all, let's give a trip name. So let's say I'm going to say Mysore over here, and I'm going to choose the dates. Let's say 24th to 26th of October. And then yeah, pretty much that's it. Image is already selected because we are able to see the background. And apart from that, your start date, end date, start day, end day would have already been set. So let's press on create over here. Okay, so we do have an error. Okay, console doesn't exist, so wrong spelling of that. I think it should have created. So let's actually check in the backend if all the trip has been created, because the error was not related to this one. So let's go back to our Mongo DB, and I'm gonna go to the cluster. So let's check out the trips. Okay, so we're not able to see the trip being created, so let's check it out. Let's try to again initialize it. Again, I'm gonna press on the create button. Okay, so now we get an error, that is Axios error request failed with status code 404. So let's check that out. First of all, let's check the correct port whatever we are using. Yeah, so the port is correct, that is 8000. So it's going to be /trip. So here, yeah, I forgot to add /trip. That's the reason it's not working. So trip, and save the file. And now let's give it a try. Again, I'm going to press on my create button. Okay, so now we are getting error request failed with status code 500. So let's go check out our schema once, that is for the trip. So we are passing all of the required things, that is trip name, start date, end date, and then start day, end day, and then the background, the host, and the travelers, the budget, and pretty much all of these values. Okay, so let's actually go into the index.js file, and then let's first of all, okay, I think I got another issue. It's the wrong spelling of body, so that's the reason it didn't work. So let's make the change correctly. It should be request.body, correct the spelling, and then I'm going to give it one more try. I'm going to press on the create button. So as you can see, trip created successfully. So you could actually give a different kind of alert message to the user saying that the trip is created, and you can actually clear all of the fields over here. So now if I would check out my backend, you should be able to see the trip being added over here. So there you go. As you can see, the trip name is this one. That is whatever we have given. The start date 24th October, end date 26th October. So totally the trip is for 3 days, 24, 25, 26. And as you can see in the itinerary, three objects are created. And for each object, we're going to have the date, and we're going to have the activities for that particular object that the user is interested in. Similarly, for the second object, we're going to have the second date, 25th of October, and this is going to be 26th of October. By default, places to visit is empty, expenses array is empty, and we have pretty much all of the required details. The start day, end day, this is the background, and the travelers are by default empty. So once when we create the login part, that is with Google, we're going to by default add the host into the travelers array, right? So yeah, this part is done. It's working absolutely fine. So now the next step that we'll be looking into is we're going to show all of the trips in the front end part, that is this one, as you saw in the initial demo part of the video. So for now, we're going to show all of the trips, and once when we initialize the login part, that is login with Google, we're only going to show those trips that the current user is a part of. Okay, so let's start defining the endpoint to fetch all of the trips from the backend part. So here I'm going to say app dot, it's going to be the get method, and it's going to be /trips. So it's going to be the async method, that is with the request and the response in the callback. Alright, so here first of all, let's initialize our try and then catch block. So I'm going to say try catch of error, and here first of all we're going to say result.status of 500 dot JSON with a message being error getting the trips, or error in getting the trips. Alright, so now instead of the try block, first of all I'm just going to say const trips equals to await access the trip model. I'm just going to say dot find, and we're just going to pass in an empty object. So this would basically get in all of the trips that are there in the backend part. So once when we get the user ID, we're going to get only those trips that the current user is a part of. So after that, I'm just going to say result.status of 200 dot JSON with the data, that is your trips. Okay, so that's it. So this is your endpoint to get all of the trips in the backend part. So now let's make use of a use effect, and then let's fetch all of the required trips. So let's come down to the home screen. Here let's say const fetch trips equals to async function. So here let's say I'm going to initialize my try and then catch block. So catch of error, here I'm just going to say console.log with error message, and now inside of the try block I'm going to initialize my response. I'm going to say const response equals to await Axios. So import Axios from Axios. and it's going to be the get method, and this is going to be the URL, that is http localhost 8000 / trips. Okay, and after that, first of all, let's initialize the state to hold the trips. I'm going to say const trips comma set trips equals to use state, initially an empty array. So here we're going to say set the trips to be response.data. So now let's initialize the use effect and then call the function, that is fetch trips. I'm going to say use effect. So here I'm going to say fetch trips, just like this. So on the initial render, it's going to get called. So format, let's also give a console message. I think, yeah, this is written wrong. All right, so let's give a console message over here showing all of the trips data. After all, we have got the required data correctly from the backend part. So let's say save the file. Use state doesn't exist, even use effect also doesn't exist, I guess. Yeah, so let's import both of them, use state as well as use effect. And then save. So as you can see, there you go, we are able to see the trips data being shown onto the console. So we have all of the required information that's coming directly from the backend part. So this part is working absolutely fine. So now with the help of this particular information, we're going to start and design the home screen. It's going to look something like this. That is, each trip is going to look something like this. Okay, so we're going to start designing this part, that is your trips component part. So how many of our trips are there in the backend? We're going to show all of them over here as of now. So let's get started with the design of the trips part. So the trips part is going to come right below the current year, that is after this particular design. So for that reason, I'm going to initialize my view over here, and here I'm going to say access the trips, and we're going to apply the map function. I'm going to say dot map. So for every item and then index, here we're going to return a pressable. So yeah, make sure to import pressable from React Native. So this pressable in turn is going to have your image background, so image background is going to come from your React Native itself, and this image background in turn is going to take in your source as well as the URI. So here I'm going to say source URI, it's going to be item.background. That's how you access the image link. So let's provide the style to the image so that we could see it on the screen. So I'm going to say style, it's going to have a width of, let's say, 100%. So 100%, and we're going to provide it a height of, let's say, 220. So let's format once and then let's save the file. So as you can see, there you go. This was the image, if you would remember, that we had given while creating a trip. So that part is working absolutely fine. It's coming correctly. So okay, it's going to be index. So for your pressable, let's give it some internal spacing, that is a padding of 15, and then save. Okay, so now for the image background, let's give it an image style. So I'm going to say image style. We're going to pass it, we're going to give it a border radius of, let's say, 10, and save. Okay, so as you can see, that design is looking good. So now within the image background, we're going to have basically the name of the trip and then the duration of the trip, that is basically your dates. So now within the image background, I'm going to initialize my view. This in turn is going to have two texts. So I'm going to say text over here. So basically this is going to have item dot start date, and 2 is going to be your item dot end date. Okay, so below that we're going to have another text. So here it's going to be moment. I guess moment is already imported, so I'm going to say moment of item dot created at, I think let's first of all check if we have that information. Okay, so we do not have that. I think we could skip this part, it's not required as of now. So yeah, let's just cancel this, save. So as you can see, we're able to see the duration of the trip being shown onto the image. That's good. So let's target the style over here for the text. So we're going to give it a font size of, let's say, 17, and we're going to give it a color of white. Okay, and we're going to give it a font weight of bold. So save the file. So as you can see, that is looking good. Let's provide some spacing towards to your view so that it is currently spaced out inside the container. Now it's not, so let's give it a padding of 15, and yeah, pretty much that's it. Save. Yeah, so that's looking good. If you want to increase the font weight, I mean the font size, you could increase it to, let's say, 18. Yeah, that's looking good. So let's save. So now below this, we're going to have another piece of text that is going to show your trip name. All right, so you're going to say item dot trip name. That's how you access it. Save the file. So as you can see, we're able to see that being shown onto the screen. So give style over here margin top of 10, and it's going to have a font size of 19, font weight of bold, and color of white. So let's format once, and we're gonna save the file. Yeah, so as you can see, that is looking good. So this is your entire design of your trip part. So once you press on this, we're gonna go into your trip plan screen where you have the places to visit. That is basically your overview of the trip, and you're gonna have the itinerary of the trip, the expenses, and the explore tab as well. So first of all, let's create the screen. That is your trip plan screen. I'm gonna press on screens and then new file. So this is gonna be trip plan screen .js. So rnfes to get the Sujan code snippet, and we're gonna save the file. So let's make sure we include the screen into our main stack. So here we're gonna say new screen. Let's give it a trip over here, and we're gonna make the change for the component. It's gonna be trip plan screen, and also make sure to import the trip plan screen from your screens folder. That is just like this, and then save. So now let's come back to our home screen, and where we have the pressable over here, we're going to create an onPress event. So let's make sure we have already initialized navigation. Oh nope, it's not initialized. So here I'm going to say const navigation equals to use navigation. So let's make sure we import use navigation correctly. Okay, my bad, it's already initialized. Let's remove that, and yeah, let's initialize onPress over here. So onPress, this in turn is going to take in a function. So here we're going to say navigation dot navigate. So navigation dot navigate to the name of the screen, that is, let's say, the trip, because that's what the name we have given in our stack navigator for that particular screen. So along with this, we're going to pass in a bunch of information that is basically your item itself. That is all of the information regarding that particular trip, and user is going to be user. So this would be done once when we initialize the login part. So let's format once, and then let's save the file. So now let's give this a try. I'm going to press on the trip over here. So as you can see, we're coming correctly to the trip plan screen. So our trip plan screen is going to look something like this. It's going to have a background image, and at the center part, we're going to have the trip details. That is basically your trip name. So apart from your trip name, also you're going to have your dates of the trip. That is, let's say, 22nd October to 24th October, and then the days of the trip as well. And here we're going to show the user who has created the trip. And pretty much you're going to have 4 tabs. That is overview, itinerary, explore, and then the expenses tab. So this is going to be your trip screen or the trip plan screen. So let's get started with the design of the trip plan screen. So starting off, let's first of all, start off by initializing our safe area view. and let's use it over here. So for Android part, you could actually check if at all the platform.os equals to Android, and then give it a extra margin top, because for some reason in Android the safe area view doesn't work. It is going to show from the top of the screen itself. So you can just check the condition saying that if at all the platform.os equals to Android, then give it a margin top, else just keep the margin top to be 0, because in iOS it works properly fine, as you can see. Okay, so after the safe area view, I'm just gonna have my scroll view initialized. So let's say import scroll view from React Native, and within the scroll view, as you can see, the first thing we have is this particular background image. So we need to get that. So I'm just going to initialize my view, and then I'm going to get the link for the image. So I've just pasted the image link over here with the image component. So make sure to import image from React Native. I'll be sending all of the image links in the description. You can check it out and then you can use it. So yeah, import image and then save the file. So as you can see, we're able to see the image being shown onto the screen. So the width is 100% and height is 200 and resize mode is cover. So this was the design for the background image. So now after your image, we're going to have the next piece of view being initialized. So this view in turn is going to have another view. Within this, we're going to have a pressable. Make sure to import pressable from React Native. This pressable is going to have basically a text which says trip to your particular trip name. So as you can see over here, it says trip to Mysore. So here we're going to say trip to. First of all, let's initialize a route to access all of the information. So here I'm going to say const route equals to use route, and let's make sure we import use route from our React navigation. And here we're going to say trip to route dot params, and we need to access the item object. Inside the item object, we would be able to access the trip name. So I'm going to say trip name, just like this, and then save. So as you can see, we're able to access the correct information, that is trip to Mysore, which is good. So below that, we're going to have another view being initialized, that is over here. So I'm going to say view. This view in turn is going to have another view, which in turn is going to have text. This text is going to have your start date as well as your end date. So it's going to be route dot params dot again access your item object, and within this we're going to get the information, that is your start date, and I'm going to say 2. So this is going to be route dot params dot item dot end date. All right, so let's format once and then let's save. So as you can see, we're able to access that correctly. Again, let's just initialize this text over here. So this is going to be root.params.item dot start day. This is for the week, that is the day of the week, and this is going to be end day. So save. So as you can see, that is looking good. So now let's first of all give the background color, that is let's design this particular structure so it comes to the center part of the image. So for that, we're going to target the outermost pressable, which contains all of these details. So I'm going to say style over here. First of all, some internal spacing, padding of 20, then background color of white, let's say a specific width of, let's say 300, and then margin left of auto. So I'm going to say margin left auto, margin right also is going to be auto over here. So yes, apart from that, we're going to give it a border radius. So border radius of, let's say 10, and we're going to give it a position of absolute, and we're going to say top is going to be -100. So this comes onto the image. Okay, and we're going to give it left of 50%, and we're also going to use the transform. So I'm going to say transform is going to be translate x, it's going to be -150. So it comes to the center part of the image. So apart from this, we're also going to give it some shadow as well. So I'm going to say shadow color is going to be this one, that is 000, and we're going to say shadow offset. This is going to be in the form of an object, that is we're going to say width is going to be 0, and then height is going to be of 2, height of 2. And apart from that, we're going to have the shadow opacity as well. So I'm going to say shadow opacity, it's going to be 0.25, and apart from that, we're going to have the shadow radius, that's going to be, let's say, 3.84, and we're also going to provide the elevation for this, that is going to be 5. So let's say save. I think there is some kind of issue over here. Yeah, so we need to remove the braces, that's not required. Yeah, they should be in colon. Okay, so now I think we could save the file. So as you can see, there you go, we're able to see the correct design being shown onto the screen. So now let's style it according to our design. So let's give the style over here, that is for the first text. So here we're going to say text align is going to be left, and we're going to say font size of 22. So font size 22, and then font weight is going to be bold. So save. All right, so that's looking good. So now for this as well, we're going to give number of lines, that is for the text, it's going to be only 1. So let's say over here, if the trip name is, let's say, more than 1 line, let's say 2 or 3 lines, then we're just gonna provide this property saying that number of lines is gonna be 1, because we do not want the trip name or trip string to be exceeding more than 1 line. So yeah, that's it. And for this view, let's provide the margin top. I'm gonna say style, it's gonna have a margin top of 10. So save. Okay, and let's provide the style to each of the text over here. So I'm going to say style over here, it's going to have basically a font weight of 500. Save. And this is going to have a slight margin top. I'm going to say margin top of, let's say, 4, and then color is going to be gray. So as you can see, that's looking good. So yeah, let's try to decrease it to be 8. Yeah, I think 8 looks good. So let's format once and then save. So now the next step we have is basically your image as well as the share button. So now, yeah, after basically your view, that is this view, we're going to have another view being initialized, that is this one. This view in turn is going to have another view with an image. So for now, I'm just going to use my own image. So I'm just going to say source over here, which in turn is going to have the URI. So I'm just going to get in my Google image itself. So right click, copy the image address, and here let's paste it. Let's provide the style. So this in turn is going to have a width of, let's say, 34, and a height of 34 as well, and a border radius of 17 to make it look circular. So format, and this view is going to have a margin top. So margin top of 8. So I'm also going to initialize my design for the pressable. So it's going to look something like this. It's going to have basically a style of, let's say, padding horizontal of 10, padding vertical of 8, border radius of 25, align self of flex start, background color is going to be black, and these are the stylings for your text part of the share button. So let's target the style over here, because we want it to be in a row fashion. It contains the image as well as the pressable. So here we're going to say flex of row. So I'm going to say flex direction of row, align items of center, and we're going to give it a gap of 10. So let's save the file. Alright, so not sure why we're not able to see the image, so let's look into that once. Okay, so I think I forgot to add one more view. That's the reason we're not able to see the share button as well as your image. Okay, so that's going to come over here. We're just going to add an empty view, that is a self-enclosing view with a background color of white and a specific height, and we're going to give it a Z index of -100. So by doing this, we would be able to access both the values, that is this image as well as the share button. But not sure why we're not able to see it in a row fashion, that is your image as well as your button, because we have given the style to this, which contains 2 children, that is your image and the pressable, because this is your entire view. Oh, okay, I think my bad. Yeah, they should come within the view, that is right after the image. Save. Yeah, so now as you can see, that is looking good. So let's save the file. So yeah, now it's looking fine because I'd made the mistake of putting the pressable outside the view. So now since it is in a row fashion, we're able to see the view correctly and the design is looking good as well. So yes, that's it about this particular design. So now the next step that we'll be looking into is we're going to focus on designing all of these 4 tabs, that is overview tab, the itinerary, the explore, as well as your expenses tab. So once when the user presses on each of the tab, we're going to show different design just like this one. So let's get started with the design of your tabs in your trip plan screen. So now below this particular view, I'm gonna initialize the design for the tabs. So this view in turn is gonna have the pressable. So inside the pressable, we're gonna have a text. This is for the first tab, that is your overview. And yeah, I'm gonna just copy down the pressable a couple of times. That is this one, and I'm gonna change the name for the tab. So the third one is gonna be for your explore. So I'm gonna say explore. This is gonna be for your dollar. So save the file. So as you can see, we're able to see all of the 4 tabs being shown onto the screen. So now let's start giving the style for the view over here. I'm gonna say style. So this in turn is gonna take in a flex of row because we want it in a row fashion, and then align items of center. We're gonna say give it a gap of 25, and we're gonna say justify of center, not center, space around, and we're gonna give it a background color of white and a slight padding of 12. That is some internal spacing. So let's format once and then save. So as you can see, just like that, the design is looking really good. So now let's first of all initialize the state to check which particular tab is selected. So here at the top, I'm going to say const option comma set option equals to use state. So make sure to import use state from React. Initially I would be pointing it to, let's say, overview. By default that is selected. So let's scroll down, and then over here we're going to write the condition. That is, first of all, let's give the on press for each of the pressable. I'm going to say on press, take in a function. So once if you press on any tab, we're going to mark that tab is selected, right? So here we're going to say set option to be of your overview. So similarly, I'm just going to copy down all of these on presses for all of the pressables over here. So this is going to be for itinerary, and this is going to be for your explore, and this is going to be for your dollar, and then save. So now we're going to make the change for the style. That is for the text over here, I'm going to say style. It's going to have a font size of 16 and a font weight of 500, and we're going to say color. We're going to check if at all our option value, that is in the state, equals to overview. Then in that case, we're going to have this color code, that is ED6509, else it's going to be gray. So I'm just going to do the same thing for all of the other text that are present, that is for the other tabs. So paste in over here, as well as over here, and just change the name for the condition. So it's going to be this one over here, and for the third one also let's do the same change, and this is for the dollar part. So that's pretty much it. Let's format once and then save. So as you can see, as soon as I saved the file, you were able to see the change being shown on the screen. So since by default in the state, option is mapping to overview, that means option equals overview. So this condition got triggered off in the style, that is over here. Since option equals overview, this color is going to be shown, that is your orange shade. So that's the reason we have selected this one. I mean, by default this is selected. If I press on itinerary, again we have on press. We're going to set the option from overview to this one, So since this condition is true, again we're going to show this shade of color for the second tab. So as you can see, we're able to switch between all of the 4 tabs that is present. So now based on whatever tab is currently selected, we're going to show the design for that particular tab. So let's say for the first one, overview, we have this design, that is the nodes, the places to visit, and other designs as well. So let's start designing this part. So now right below this particular view, I'm going to initialize my view, and I'm going to write my condition saying that if at all my option equals to overview, which is true in the first case, I'm going to say and so here I'm going to initialize my scroll view. So here first of all, let's initialize our view within the scroll view. So this view in turn is going to have another view, and this view furthermore is going to have another view, and within this view we're going to have this design, that is the nodes design. So first of all, let's initialize the icon, that is the drop down icon. So we need access to the material icon. So let's get any one of the icons from the previous screen as such, and I'm going to paste it over here. So this is going to be your material icons. So let's import it over here as well. Let's make the change. So let's scroll down, and within the view we're going to paste it, that is within this particular view. So this is going to be material icons, and the name is going to be keyboard arrow down. Alright, so for the size I'm going to keep it as 25, and the color is going to be black. So format once and then save. Okay, not sure why we're not able to see the icon. Alright, so there were some issues with the icons. Actually, when I just reloaded the app, none of the icons were working. So I just uninstalled the package, that is your React Native Vector icons. This one, again reinstalled it, and again did a pod install in the iOS folder. So now as you can see, we're able to see the correct icon on the screen. So we just need to change the name. So it's going to be keyboard arrow down. So I'm just going to make the change for that. So I'm going to say keyboard arrow down, save. So as you can see, we're able to see that being shown correctly onto the screen. So next after that, we're going to have a text which says notes, save. So for the style, let's give it over here. I'm going to say font size of 15, and we're going to say font weight of bold. Alright, so let's give the style for the view, because we want it in a row fashion. Here I'm going to give it a flex of row. So flex direction row, align items of center, and we're going to give it, let's say, gap of 5. Okay, so as you can see, that's looking fine. So now the next part is we're going to have this material community icons towards the rightmost part. So let's initialize the design for that. So first of all, let's import the icon, that is material community icons, and I'm just going to copy this down and then make the change. So this is going to be dots horizontal, save. Yeah, we need to make the change over here as well. So material community icons. So as you can see, we're able to see that being shown onto the screen. So the color is going to be gray, and this icon should be pushed towards the rightmost part, that is over here. So let's start giving the style for this view that contains the view as well as your icon. So I'm going to say style, give it a flex of row, and then align items of center, and we're going to give it a justify of space between. So as you can see, it's looking good. So let's give the style for the outermost view some background color and some padding. I'm going to say background color of white and a padding of 12. So as you can see, just like that, it is looking fine. And for the scroll view, I'm going to give the style now. I'm going to say style. So it's going to have a margin top of, let's say, 15 and a border radius of 10. Save. Yeah, So as you can see, that is looking good. So now below that we're gonna have a text which says write or paste general notes here, example how to get. So that's gonna come right below the view, that is over here. Initialize the view over here. So this is gonna say write or paste general notes here, example how to get. So save the file and let's give the style for the view just a margin top because it's almost touching the top container. Okay, so as you can see, that's looking fine. So let's target the style over here for the text. Give it a font weight of let's say 500, and I'm going to give it a font style, not font size, font style of italic, and color is going to be gray. So as you can see, that is looking good. So this part is completed. So now the next step is we're going to initialize the design for your places to visit. So let's initialize another view over here. So this view in turn is going to have again another view, and within this we're going to have pretty much the same thing, that is the material icons and another text. So this time it's going to be places to visit. Save. First of all, let's give it some background color for the outermost view, some padding again of 12, background color of white, and a margin vertical of 15. So let's format and then save. So let's give the style for the inner view, that is this one. So this in turn is going to have a flex direction of a row, align items of center, and a gap of 5. Okay, we're going to have one more view within this because it is again similar itself. We're going to have again the dots icon coming towards the rightmost part. So I'm just going to paste in this view within this view that I just created, and I'm going to include my material community icons just below this view. So it's going to be the same icon. So copy that down and then paste it over here, and let's give the style for this. I'm going to say style. It's going to have basically the same styling itself, flex of row, align items of center, and we're going to say justify of space between. So as you can see, just like that, the design is looking nice. So save the file. So now we're going to design this design, that is we're going to initialize a text input for adding a place. So let's give the design for that. So right after over here, I'm going to initialize my view. So this view in turn is going to have a pressable, and this pressable is going to contain the material icons as well as your text input. I'm just going to copy the material icons over here. So the name is going to be location pin over here. I'm going to say location pin. Save the file. So as you can see, we're able to see that being shown onto the screen. The color is going to be gray, and apart from that, we're going to have the text input. So import text input from React Native. The placeholder is going to be add a place. So format, save. Yes, so you're able to see that onto the screen. Let's first of all target the pressable and then provide the style to it. Some padding of 10 and border radius of 10, background color of F0, 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 and then we're going to give it a flex of row. So flex direction row, and then align items of center, and we're going to give it a gap of 5 as well as a flex of 1. So let's remove the flex of 1 as of now, and once when we have the other icons being initialized, we're going to provide that. So let's save the file. So as you can see, we're able to see the text input being shown onto the screen, which is looking good. So let's target the style over here. So this in turn is going to have a margin top of 10 because it's almost touching the top text. So save. So now apart from the pressable, we're going to have again a view which is going to contain the two icons as you can see over here, it's going to contain the attachment icon and another icon. So here the first one is going to be material icons. Let's copy this down. So the name is going to be attach file. I'm going to say attach file. Color is going to be black. We're going to give the style for the view now. So I'm going to say style. It's going to have a width of 44, a height of 44, and a border radius of 27. I mean, not 27, 22, to make it look exactly circular, and justify of center and align items of center as well. Save the file. So I think I forgot to give the background color. So background color is going to be F0, F0, F0. So as you can see, that design is looking good. So I'm just going to copy down this view another time, and then I'm just going to make the change for the icon. So copy this down, paste it over here. This time it's going to be material community icons, and the name of the icon is going to be map check outline. So I'm going to say map check outline, save. So as you can see, that's looking good. So now let's target the outermost view, which contains the pressable, these two views that is containing the icon. So let's go over here, and apart from margin top of 10, we're going to say give it a flex of row because we want it in a row fashion. So flex of row, and then align items of center, and provide it a gap of 10. So now let's give it a flex of 1 for the pressable over here. Save. So as you can see, just like that, the design is looking really good. So format once and then save. So now below this, we're going to show basically your recommended places. So for now, I'm just going to hard code the text, and once when we implement the real data that's going to come from the Google API, then we're going to make it look dynamic, right? So now basically after your view, I'm going to initialize the text that is over here, which says recommended places. And then let's save the file. So as you can see, we're able to see that text being shown onto the screen. So give the style over here. It's going to have a font size of 15, and it's going to have a font weight. I'm going to say font weight of 500, and I'm going to give it a margin left. So margin left of 10, and I'm going to give it a margin top as well, margin top of 15. So save. So as you can see, that's looking good. So as I said, once when we get the real data from the Google API, we're going to show it over here. That is the recommended places. So that's pretty much it. So now the final thing we're going to initialize is just another view which says add a title instead of places to visit. It's going to be super similar to this one itself. So let's initialize that. That is this particular view. And I'm just going to paste it just below this view. And this is not going to have the text which says recommended places. Let's remove that. And we're just going to make one change, that is instead of places to visit, we're going to say add a place or add a title, something like that. And over here, I'm going to make the change for the placeholder which says add a title. Save the file. So as you can see, the design is looking good. We could actually decrease or remove the margin vertical. Yeah, so now the design is looking fine. So this is your entire design for your overview, that is your overview tab. So yeah, that's it. So now let's look into the next part, that is if at all we press on the next tab, that is the itinerary tab. So let's start designing your itinerary tab. So first of all, let's minimize the previous one, that is over here, and here I'm going to write again my second view. Here similarly, let's write the condition, that is if at all my option equals to itinerary, and I'm going to initialize my scroll view. So let's say itinerary over here. So let's get started with the design of this one. So here basically we're going to have the dates for which the trip is being chosen, and again we're going to have all of the required places for that particular dates. So in the scroll view, I'm going to initialize my view first of all. So within this view, first of all, let's see if all our root params is initialized. Yeah, it is initialized. So we're going to basically map over the dates and then show that particular date. So I'm going to say root dot params dot access the item and go into the itinerary. This is basically your array, and I'm going to map over it. I'm going to say dot map access the item and then the index, and here I'm going to initialize my view. Okay, so this view in turn is going to have a text which is going to have a function basically, that is the format date function. I'm going to say format date of this particular value, that is your item dot date. This is how we have stored the date in the backend, so that's the reason we're going to access it this particular way. So let's just define the function, that is format date. Let's see over here. I'm going to say const format date equals to, this in turn is going to take in the date, and over here we're just going to say return initialize moment, import moment from moment, access the date, and we're going to format it into this particular value, that is day and then month. So let's save the file. So as you can see, we're able to see all of the required details being shown onto the screen. There is 24th October, 25th, and then 26th. So we're going to style this particular dates into basically this particular orangish background. So let's do that. So here, let's come down where we have the condition. Yeah, so where we are mapping, let's first of all give the style for the view. I'm going to say style over here. So give it a padding of, let's say, 10, and we're going to give it a border radius of 8, and then we're going to give it a margin bottom of 7. A background color is going to be white, and we're going to say some margin vertical of 10 and a padding of 15. So let's save the file. So as you can see, that's looking good. So now let's save the file. Okay, my bad, I think we have to change the background color. Instead of white, it should be orange. So save. For the text, let's provide the styles over here. We're going to say font size is going to be 15 and font weight is going to be 500. So text align is going to be center and color is going to be white. So format once and then save. So as you can see, that's looking good. So now let's basically give the style for the view because we want it in a row fashion. So let's target this particular view. I'm going to say give it a flex of row. So flex direction row, align items of center, and we're going to give it a gap of 10. So I'm going to say gap 10. So as you can see, just like that, the design is looking good. So let's target the scroll view. So I'm going to say style over here, again some margin top of 15, and we're going to give it a padding of 10. Or let's remove the padding, or you could actually give it a margin horizontal as well of, let's say, 6, or margin horizontal of 10 also is good. Let's format once and then save the file. So here I'm just going to remove this padding of 15 because I think 10 is enough, and we've already given 10 as well. So let's remove the padding 15 and then save. So as you can see, that is looking good. And over here, let me just give some margin left as well. And this is not actually required, that is margin vertical. So I'm going to say margin left of 10. Okay, so as you can see, that is looking good. So this is your design for the dates part. So now after this, we're going to show basically the itinerary items for all of the days that the trip has been chosen. So after this particular view, I'm going to initialize my another view. So here basically I'm going to map over my itinerary again. I'm going to say root dot params dot item dot the itinerary dot map. So for every item and then the index, I'm just going to return a view over here, and this view in turn is going to have another view, and within this view we're going to have the text, and again it's going to be the same thing, that is your format date of item.date. So this is for all of the 3 days, right? So now let's target this particular view. So I'm going to give it a padding of 10. So I'm going to say padding is going to be 10, slide border radius of let's say 8, and then margin bottom of 8 or 7. I'm going to give it a background color of white, and we're going to say margin vertical of 10, and yeah, pretty much that's it. Let's format once and then let's save. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking good. Let's give padding of 15 and let's see how exactly it's looking. Alright, let's just comment out this, save. So let's give a style for this, that is for the text. So it's going to have a larger font size, so font size of 27, and font weight is going to be bold. So as you can see, this is for 24th October, 25th October, and then 26th October. Let's format over here and then save. So below this, we're going to have something known as add a subheading, not below, actually towards the rightmost part. So here I'm going to say text, and we're going to say add subheading, and let's target the style over here for the view. So we want it in row fashion, so give it a flex of row, so flex direction row, and then align items of center. I'm gonna give a gap of 8 as well, save. So yeah, that's looking good. Actually you can give it a color of gray as well. Let's try that out. So I'm gonna give it a color of gray and save. I mean, not for the view, for this text you can actually give the color of gray. So target the style, and font size is going to be 14. The color is going to be gray, and the font weight is going to be 500. So as you can see, that is looking good. So now the next thing is we're just going to show the text input, that is going to look like this. Okay, and if at all there is any kind of places that the user is added to the list for that particular day, we're going to show the places. So as of now there are no places being added because the backend is currently empty. So for that reason, we're just going to focus on designing this part, that is this particular design, the text input. So I'm just going to copy my other design, that is where we had the text input, that is this one, this entire view, because it's going to be the exact same thing itself. And I'm going to paste it just below this particular view. So as you can see, just like that, we have finished designing the itinerary tab. All right. So now if the user presses on this text input, we're going to show a model, and inside the model, if at all the user has added any kind of places from this list, then we're going to show that list over here. And as and when the user presses on any kind of place, based on whatever date they have pressed on, it should be added into that particular date, just like this. Okay, so we're going to implement that later, that is once when we get the data from the API. So currently just focusing on designing the tabs. So now let's move on to the next one, that is your explore tab. That's pretty simple itself. It's basically going to contain your design, that is your categories, your search bar, as well as your video guides. So let's get started with the design of your explore tab. So just initialize a view over here, and within the view I'm going to write the condition saying that if at all my option equals to explore, here I'm going to say and initialize your scroll view. So I'm going to say scroll view, and within the scroll view I'm going to initialize my another view. So this view in turn is going to have your material icons, so let's get that. So this is going to be search. So save the file. Let's press on the explore button. So as you can see, we're able to see the search bar being shown onto the screen, and the color is going to be gray. So apart from this, we're going to have a text which says your trip name. So here I'm going to say root dot params dot item. To access the trip name, it's going to be dot trip name. So as you can see, we're able to see that onto the screen. Let's target the view over here and then give the style. So a padding of 10 and a background color of this color code, that is E0, 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 a flex of row, align items of center, and we're going to give it a gap of 5. So save. So as you can see, that's looking good. Let's target the scroll view and then provide some external spacing. So I'm going to say style over here. So for this, I'm just going to give it some margin top of 15 and border radius of 10. And I'm just going to give it a margin horizontal as well of 12. Save. So yeah, so that part is looking good. So now let's move on to the next part where we're going to show the categories list. So after the view, that is this one, I'm going to initialize my second view. So here I'm going to have one more view inside of this, which in turn is going to contain the text which says categories. So below this, we're going to have one more text which says see all. Okay, so now let's target the view over here. We want it in a row fashion, so I'm going to say flex direction of row, align items of center, and we're going to say justify of space between. Okay, so for this view, I'm just going to give it a margin top value because it's almost touching the top text. I'm going to say margin top of 12 and then save. So let's format once over here, and then let's give the styles for both of the text over here. Font size of, let's say, 15, and then a font weight of bold. As you can see, that's looking good. Just copy this down and paste it over here as well. So save. So for the next part, I'm just going to paste in the code over here. It's going to be super simple. So as you can check out the design, so we're going to have 2 views, and each view is going to have 2 children, that is restaurants, cafes. In the second view, we're going to have cheap race and then travel. And each of the views is going to have an icon, or basically that's an emoji, and the text. And we've given just a basic background color and a short kind of border radius. That's pretty much the design for the view. So I'm just going to paste in the code over here. So yeah, this is the first view, that is this one. So this contains 2 views, that is for the first one, restaurants, and your second view, that is for the cafes. You would get the emojis from your basic keyboard itself. Okay, and we have given a flex of row, align items of center, gap of 10, and then a margin top of 15 for the first view. Similarly, the same style for the second parent view, and again we're going to have 2 views, that is the 2 inner views, and we're going to have a text within the view. For the second view, we have cheap rates and then the travel. So I'm just going to save the file. So as you can see, just like that, we are able to show the design onto the screen. So after that, we're just going to show the next part, that is your video guides part. So let's initialize the view over here. So I'm going to say view, initialize a text. It's going to be video guides. Save. Let's give it some margin top over here. So I'm going to say style and then margin top of 10. So target the style over here. It's going to have a font size of, let's say, 15, and then a font weight of bold. So that's looking good. Let's format and then save the file. So yes, below this particular text, we're going to have the view. So this view in turn is going to have 2 more views. It's going to have basically the image. I'm just going to copy down this view one more time. So let me just get the image links for both of the image stacks. So I'm just going to paste in the code over here. So this is the image link. I'll be sending the image links in the description. You can check it out. And there's the style for both of the images, width of 160, height of 110, and then a resize mode of cover. and I've just given a flex of 1 for both of the images so that they take up equal space in that particular view container. And I'm going to target my outermost view because we want it in a row fashion. So I'm going to say flex of row, align items of center, and we're going to give it a gap of 10. So save. So as you can see, just like that, we are able to see the video guides being implemented. That is basically, which is going to contain 2 images in a row fashion. So yes, this part is done. So this part basically contained your UI elements itself, that is basically related to the design part. Okay, so now the next step is we could actually move to the budget part as well, but we could do it in the later part of the video. So now next, let's actually try to implement the functionality for adding a place to a particular list that is over here. So once the user presses on this particular text input, a model should open up and we should have a search bar in the model. That is something similar to this one. Yeah, this one. So we should have that search bar. So once the user searches for a place, we should implement the Google Places autocomplete. And once the user presses on any kind of place, that place should be added over here, and automatically the model should close, and that particular place should be added into the places list of that particular trip. That's how you're going to implement this. So now let's get started with the implementation of adding a place to the places list, and we should also be able to store the place in the backend part as well. So let's first of all look into the design of the model. That's going to look something like this. That is, if you press on this particular text input, right? So for that, I'm going to install a dependency that is React Native Models. So I'm going to go over here and then I'm going to write yarn add React Native Models and then enter. So let's wait for this to install. Okay, so this is finished installing. So for now, the React Native models to work, we need to initialize the model portal at the entry point over here. So let's initialize that. So just below our stack navigator, I'm going to say model portal and import it from React Native models. So it's going to look something like this, and it's going to be a self-enclosing tag. So format. Okay, I think over here we are missing a bracket. Yeah, now it's looking better. So format once and then save. So now let's head back to our screen, that is trip plan screen. Here first of all, let's initialize the state to open the model. So here I'm going to say const model visible comma set model visible equals to use state, and initially it would be an empty string. I mean, not an empty string, it should be false initially. Okay, so now let's first of all initialize the onPress event on this particular text input, that is wherever it's present. So in the overview part, yeah, here, yeah, this one. So here I'm going to initialize the onPress event. So I'm going to say onPress, taking a function, and here we're going to say set the model visible to be the opposite of model visible. If it's false, make it true. If it's true, make it false. So now let's initialize the style for the bottom model. So I'm just going to scroll down over here, and then yeah, first of all, let's make use of a fragment. I'm going to paste it over here. That's the closing tag. And after the safe area view, I'm going to initialize my bottom model. So make sure to import it from the React Native models. So this in turn is going to have a bunch of options. So let's provide one by one. So the first one is going to be on backdrop press or on hardware back press. It's going to take in a function, and here we're going to say set the model visible to be the opposite of model visible. So apart from your on hardware back press, we're going to say swipe directions. So it's going to be an array of directions, that is up to down. So format once, Yeah, so apart from swipe directions, we're gonna have your swipe threshold. I'm gonna set it to be 200, and we're gonna have your model animation. That's gonna be equals to new slide animation imported from React Native models, and we're gonna pass in the prop that is slide from bottom. Okay, so format, and we're gonna say visible is gonna be equals to model visible. That is, if this particular state is true, then we are going to see the model onto the screen. If it is false, we are not going to see the model. And I'm going to say on touch outside, taking a function, and then just set the model visible to be the opposite of model visible. So format and then save. So inside the bottom model, we're going to initialize our model content. I'm going to say model content. So within this, we're going to have the text, which is going to say add a place. So for now, let's just try opening the model. If at all we have done everything correctly, let's check it out. I'm going to press on this. So as you can see, we're able to see the model being opened. So now let's provide some style, that is some width and height to the model content over here. I'm going to say style. It's going to have let's say a width of 100% and let's say a height of 600, and I'm going to say background color of this color code F8 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 and save. So as you can see, that's looking good. So format once, save the file. Let's provide the style over here for the text. So here we're going to say text align of center, and here we're going to give it a font weight of bold. So let's format once and then let's save the file. Yeah, so as you can see, we're able to see that text being shown onto the screen. So now below this, we're going to make use of a dependency, that is Google Places autocomplete. So for that, we need to first of all, initialize the dependency. So I'm just going to go to my terminal and I'm going to say yarn add React Native Google Places autocomplete. You can just note down the dependency and then you can install it into your terminal. So this is the dependency that we'll be using to get all of the places. So let's say enter. So all right, this has been installed. I'm just going to save the file and I'm going to do a pod install over here into my iOS directory and then enter. All right, so this part is done. So now just below the text, I'm going to initialize my view. So within the view, I'm going to have my Google Places autocomplete. So this is going to be a self-enclosing tag. So make sure you import Google Places autocomplete just like this. Okay, so let's come back over here. That is where we had the text import. Yeah, over here. So we're going to have a bunch of options to this. So starting off from the styles, let's provide the styles over here. So I'm going to say styles. So first of all, I'm going to target the container. So this in turn is going to have a flex of 0, and we're going to provide it a margin top. I'm going to say margin top of, let's say 10, and the width is going to be of 90%. So I'm going to say 90%. And apart from that, we're going to have the border radius of 20. The border color is going to be this color code, that is D0 D0 D0. And apart from that, we're going to have the border width of 1, and we're going to have the margin top of 20. So this is the style for your container part. Apart from that, I'm going to target my text input. So for this, I wanted to have a height of 38, and I'm going to give it a color, that is this color code, that is 5D 5D 5D. So I'm going to say 5D 5D and then 5D. Apart from that, a font size of 16. So font size 16 and then a border radius of 24. So after this, I'm going to target my text input container. So this in turn is going to have a border radius of 25, not 25, 20. So now let's provide the placeholder. So here I'm going to say placeholder, it's going to say search, and I'm going to say fetch details is going to be true, and we're going to say on press. If you press on any one of the places, here I'm going to say on press equals to, it's going to get in two things, that is the data, the details equals to null by default. So here yeah, here we're going to actually take in a function, and here we need to pass in the query. So this query is basically going to contain your API key, so I'm going to say key over here. So you can actually initialize a .env file and then place your key over there, and then you can make use of the process.env your key, and then you can access it. So for now I'm just going to paste in my key. I'm going to say language is going to be English. Okay, so the process to get the key is you need to head over to Google console. So I'm just going to say head over to Google console and make sure you create a project over there. You're going to say scroll on over here and then just say new project and create your own project. So after creating a new project, go to your API and services and then make sure you enable 4 APIs or 5 APIs. I'll just show you the list of APIs to be enabled. That is this one, geocoding API, the Maps JavaScript API, Maps SDK, this is for the Android part. For the iOS users, you can enable Maps SDK for iOS, and Places API, as well as your Directions API. That's the final one. And also after enabling all of this, make sure you have a billing account. That is, you need to set up your bank account for this. It won't take any kind of amount, I guess, just a rupee or two, just for confirming your bank details. And apart from that, yeah, as I told, enable all of these 5 APIs for the Google Places autocomplete to work. And also the billing should be done as well. That is, your bank account should be added. Okay, so yeah, that was it about how to get the API key. So I'm just going to paste in my API key over here. So I've just pasted in my API key over here, and I've just saved the file. I've not yet saved the file because I'm just going to restart the app once, and then I'm going to reload it. So let's format once, and then I'm going to save the file. So make sure you add the API key and then enable all of those 5 APIs on your Google Cloud Console project, and then let's try to reload the app. I'm just going to press on I. So if all we have done everything correctly, we need to get the correct autocomplete suggestions once when we start typing any kind of place onto the text input. So let's wait for a couple of minutes for the app to load. Okay, so the app is being loaded, so I'm just going to press on this one and then the text input. Okay, so we do have an error, so let's look into that. It says crypto.get random values is not supported, so let's just remove the details part once. I think it should be data and then not date. Okay, I think over here it should be data. So let's just console.log the data for now. I'm just going to say console.log of data and then data. So save the file. Let's give it one more try. Okay. Alright, so I finally fixed that issue. I'm not sure why did it occur in the first case, because while I was developing it didn't occur. So just make sure you install this dependency, that is React Native get random values, and then you just need to import it at the top of your page, that is in that particular page wherever it was occurring. So I've just imported that into my trip plan screen.js, that is this one. So once you install, for the iOS part, just do a pod install into your iOS directory and then copy this line and then try to rebuild your app. So after rebuilding, let's press on it again. So as you can see, there are no errors, and you're able to see that text input being shown onto the screen. And as and when I type something onto the screen, we should be able to see the suggestions being shown. Okay, so as you can see, if I search for Mysore, all the suggestions are coming properly fine. So this part is done. So now if at all I press on any one of them, that place should come over here and the model should close, and automatically the place should be added over here. So for that, first of all, let's initialize the endpoint in the backend part. So I'm just going to head over to my index.js file of the API folder. Here we're going to initialize the endpoint to add a particular place into the places to visit array of that particular trip. Alright, so here it's going to be the post method. I'm going to say app.post. So it's going to be / trip and then / your trip ID. I'm going to say trip ID and it's going to be / add place. So of course it's going to be the async method with the request and response in the callback. Here first of all I'm going to initialize my try as well as my catch block. So I'm going to say catch of error and I'm just going to say console.log that particular error with the error message, and here let's just send the response. I'm going to say result.status of 500.json with a message being failed to add the place to the trip. Alright, so that is it about your catch block. In the try block we need access to two things. First of all, the trip ID, because we need to modify the places to add. So I'm going to say const trip ID is going to come from the request.params, and the place ID, I'm going to say const place ID is going to come from the request.body. So let's say if at all you press on any one of the place after searching in that particular data, so if at all I show you that in the trip plan screen, yeah, inside this data, whatever we are console.logging, inside that data your place ID would be present. Okay, so that's how we're going to access it from the request.body. So let's come back to the index file. So yeah, these two things are initialized, the trip ID and the place ID. Here I'm going to initialize my API key, or else it's better to create a .env file into your backend folder, and then first of all initialize a dependency that is .env, and then with the help of process.env you can access it over here. But for now I'm just gonna get in my key over here. Okay, so just pasted in my key over here. So below the key I'm just going to initialize my URL. So this is going to be the URL, that is https maps.googleapis.com /maps /API /place details JSON, and it's going to take in two things, place ID and then the API key. So once you initialize this, you're going to initialize your response. So you're going to say const response equals to await axios. So I'm going to say axios.get of the URL. So let's make sure we have installed axios. No, axios is not yet installed. So into the API folder we are going to initialize axios. So here I'm going to say yarn add axios. Alright, so we have installed that. So let's first of all import it over here. I'm going to say const axios equals to require of axios. Okay, so here we're going to say axios.get of the URL. So basically all of your details would be stored over here. So I'm going to say const details equals to response.data.result. Okay, so here if you want you can just console.log of your data, that is going to be your details. So here we need to extract the necessary details based upon our model, that is whatever details we want. Okay, so if you check out the model over here, for the places to visit we need the place schema. So we basically need all of the details over here in the place schema. So for that I'm just going to say const place data equals to an object. We need the name, it's going to be details.name. So you can just console.log this value and you would be able to access all of the things that I'm just writing now. Okay, so it's going to be details.name, and apart from that we need the phone number. So I'm going to say phone number is going to be details.formatted phone number. And apart from that the website, if all it's present, it's going to be details.website. And we have the opening hours. So I'm going to say opening hours is going to be equals to details dot opening underscore hours dot your weekday text And apart from that, we're going to have the photos. So I'm going to say photos. So here basically we're going to map over the details dot photos, and then we're going to get in the specific link for the each photo. So I'll be sending this particular link in the description. You can check it out and then you can use it. So this would basically accumulate and then provide in the particular photo link to be shown. And after this we're going to have the reviews part. So I'm going to say reviews. So again we're going to say details dot apply the reviews, go into the reviews, and then here I'm going to apply the map. So for each review that's present over here, so here we're just going to get in the author name. So your author name is going to be equals to review dot author underscore name, and apart from that we're going to have the rating. So rating is going to be equals to review dot rating, and after that we're going to have the text as well. So the text is going to be equals to the review dot text. So let's format once. So these are the details for your reviews part. So apart from that we're going to have the types as well. So I'm going to say comma types. So types is going to be equals to your details dot types. So I'm going to write it like that, and apart from that we're going to have the formatted address. I'm going to say formatted underscore address is going to be equals to your details dot formatted address. And apart from this we're going to have the brief description. I'm going to say brief description. So this can either be details dot your editorial summary. So editorial underscore summary dot your overview, or it's going to be details dot reviews of 0 dot the text. Else if at all both of them are not present, we're just going to say no description is available for that particular place. I'm going to say no description available. So that's it. Let's format once. And finally, apart from this, we're going to have the geometry being initialized over here. So I'm just going to paste in the code for the geometry part. You can just feel free to initialize it. This is going to come right after the brief description. So this is geometry. It's going to contain an object, and within the object it's going to contain two things. One is for the location data and one is for the viewport data. So to access the location data, it's going to contain again two things, the latitude as well as the longitude. So it's going to be details.geometry.location.latitude, and for the viewport it's going to have two things, northeast as well as southwest. So again for latitude it's going to be details.geometry.viewport.northeast.latitude, and similarly the longitude is going to be details.geometry.viewport.northeast.longitude. So similarly the same details are going to come for the southeast as well. So let's format once, not for the southeast, the southwest. So these are all of the details that we're going to try to store in the backend part. So after initializing your place data, let's update the trip document with the new place. So I'm going to say const update trip equals to, it's going to be await access the trip model. I'm going to say dot apply the find by id and update this method. This in turn is going to take in your trip id over here. Okay, so here we are basically trying to push. So I'm going to make use of my $push. So I'm going to say $push. We're going to push into this particular value, that is places to visit. This is a property in our model. So I'm going to say places to visit, and we're going to push in the place data. And apart from this, I'm just going to say new is going to be true. So let's format once and then. So after doing this, I'm just going to say result.status of 200 dot JSON with the updated trip. So that's it. So this is the endpoint to add a particular trip into the backend part. So now let's initialize this function in the front end part. Okay, so over here I think there is a spelling mistake. It's going to be update trip. or let's make this updated trip, or yeah, const updated trip. This also is going to be const updated trip. All right, so let's make use of this endpoint and then call to this particular endpoint in the front end part. So save the file and let's come back over here, trip plan screen, and here in the on press I'm going to also take in my details. Now I'm going to say details null, so this is going to be equals to, not a colon. So here basically we're going to say if at all we have the details from the place, I'm going to say if details, then here we're going to say fetch place details. It's going to be fetch place details of your place ID. So let's format once and let's also initialize our place ID. So your place ID is going to be this value, details dot underscore place ID. You can actually console log the details, you would be able to get the place ID. So I'm going to say details dot place underscore ID. So that's pretty much it. So now let's initialize our fetch place details function at the top over here. So here I'm going to say const fetch place details equals to async function. This in turn is going to take in your place ID. Okay, so here let's initialize our try and then catch block initially. So catch of error, I'm just going to give a console.log with the particular error message. Inside of the try block we're just going to initialize our response. I'm going to say const response equals to await initialize Axios. We need to import Axios from Axios. It's going to be the post method dot post, and this is going to be your URL http localhost. It's going to be /8000 /trip and then /trip ID. So I think trip ID should be obtained from your root params, and it's going to be /add place and place ID from the request.body. So let's format once. So here I'm going to say place ID is going to be place ID. Let's initialize a trip ID. I'm going to say const trip ID equals to root.params.item dot underscore ID. So I'm going to say root.params.item dot underscore ID. So this is going to be your trip ID. So if all you want to console log the response, you can do that. So here I'm going to say console.log updated trip. It's going to be response.data. Okay, and here we're going to say if my response dot status equals to 200, which means if at all we have done everything correctly, then I'm just going to say set the model visible to be false. We're just going to close the model and hopefully the data should be stored in the backend part. So let's say format and then save. So now let's give this a try and let's check it out if at all everything is working out correctly fine. So I'm just gonna again press on the model. I'm gonna search for any kind of place in my trip, that is Mysore. I'm gonna choose Mysore Palace. So I'm gonna say Mysore Palace, the first one. Okay, so nothing seems to happen. So we do have the selected place over here, but not sure if this function got triggered off. Let's check that once. So I'm just going to give a console message saying that this function is getting triggered off. I'm going to say this runs, and the same thing over here as well, fetch place details. I'm going to say console.log, okay, and then save. Let's give this one more try. Okay, let's remove that, save. So here I'm just going to start typing the value Mysore Palace, and then save. Okay, so the data is coming, but we are not able to call the function that is fetch place details. So let's look into that once. Okay, so I've just tried to reload the app, and then again I've opened it up because previously for some reason the details were not being shown correctly. So now we're going to again check the condition, same condition, that is if at all the details are present, then access the place ID and then fetch place details of the particular place ID. So let's give this one more try. So I'm going to open up the model and then enter the place over here. Let's say Mysore Palace, the first one. Yeah, so now it is working fine. So let's remove that is not required. Save the file. Let's give this one more try. I'm going to search for the place, so Mysore Palace. So as you can see, there you go, everything worked absolutely fine. You were able to select the place and then store the place in the backend part. So this is basically your updated trip, and it is stored in the backend part, which is good. So let's come back over here. Let's search for our clusters, and then I'm going to go into my browse collections, and my trip should be present over here in the places to visit. So this is our trip, and there you go. As you can see, places to visit, our first place has been added. So as you can see, name is Mysore Palace, phone number, the website is present. This is the opening hours, even this we have, that is from Monday to Sunday. The photos, so as you can see, we have converted into this format. So if all you open any of the photo link in a Google tab, it should give the correct photo. So basically the next one is the reviews. So these are basically all of the actual reviews that are coming directly from the Google Maps. You can actually confirm it as well. So this is the first review, author name, this is the rating given, and this is the text that is provided by the author. You can actually just check it out. Let's say Google Maps once. Let's see if we can open up the place. I'm going to search for Mysore Palace, then enter. So if I would go to the reviews, you should be able to see this particular person in the latest reviews list. So I'm going to say reviews. So as you can see, there you go, the same person is commented over here, and the same information is there. A majestic glimpse into India's richest heritage, and the same thing is there over here, and it's provided 5 stars, and even over here in our backend part we have the 5-star rating. So basically we're trying to fetch exactly the same reviews from the Google Maps. So pretty much we have all of the 5 ratings, and you can use it. So these are basically the types of the place, that is it is based on tourist attraction, point of interest, and then the establishment. And this is your brief description, and these are your geometry attributes, which are going to contain your location as well as the viewport. So yes, we have successfully implemented this part, that is adding a place into this particular array, that is the places to visit. So if at all for some reason the details is not valid, or some reason data is not valid, try to uninstall this Google Play Store to complete, again install it, and then again try to reload the app. It should work. And also make sure you have a valid API key, then it would work properly fine without having any issues. So now the next step is, if at all I press on the model, since we have a place, we need to show that particular place over here, and as and when I select a place and enter it, that place should be shown over here as well. Okay, so we're gonna look into that part. That's the next step. So let's focus on designing this part, that is after we get the place. And also if at all I enter something, let's say some other place, and if at all I press on this place, automatically the model should close, and then that place detail should be shown over here. So let's start implementing that. So now let's get started with the design of this part, that is we need to show the places that are being added in the backend part. So for that step, we need to first of all initialize the endpoint to get all of the trips that are stored, to get all of the places that are stored in the places to visit array for that particular trip. So let's head over to our index.js file. So here I'm just going to start writing my endpoint. So it's going to be app.get / trip, and then it's going to be / the trip ID, that's going to be dynamic, and it's going to be / places to visit. So this is going to be is going to have async method with the request and the response in the callback. And over here, first of all, I'm going to initialize my try and then catch block. So I'm going to say catch of error. So here, first of all, let's give a console.log error message. I'm going to say error with that particular error getting the places. And here let's say result.status of 500 dot JSON with a message being failed to fetch the places. Alright, so now inside of the try block, first of all, we need access to your trip ID. So for that, I'm going to say const trip ID equals to, it's going to come from the request dot params. And the next step is we need to find the trip by ID, and then we need to return only the places to visit array. So here I'm going to initialize my trip. So I'm going to say const trip equals to, I'm going to say await trip dot find by ID. Apply this method. This is going to take in the trip ID. So trip ID dot select. So from here we just need access to places to visit. So just pass in the same value with the correct spelling. Okay, after this we're going to check if at all there is no trip. If at all there is no trip, let's try that correctly. So if at all no trip, here we're going to say return result.status of 404 dot JSON of error saying that the trip is not found. And if at all the trip is found, we're just going to send it to the front end part. Here I'm going to say result.status of 200 dot JSON of trip dot, it's going to be places to visit. So that's it. So this is your endpoint to get all of the places to visit that are added in the backend part. So let's format once, then save the file. So now the next step is let's come back to our trip plan screen. So here we're going to initialize our use effect or any kind of function to get the places to visit. So here first of all I'm going to define the function that is const fetch places to visit. So this is going to be a async function. So I'm going to say async. And here first of all let's initialize our try as well as the catch block. So catch of error. Here I'm just going to give a console.log error message with that particular error. So now inside the try block, let's initialize our response. I'm going to say const response equals to await initialize axios. It's going to be the get method, and this is going to be your URL. That is http localhost 8000 in our case /trip / your trip ID. This is your dynamic value. Trip ID is already been initialized with the help of root params, and it's going to be / places to visit. So yeah, that's it. So this is your response value. So we need to handle the response and then display the places to visit. That's the next step. So here I'm going to say const places to visit equals to, it's going to be equal to response.data, and here you can just give a console message showing the required data. So I'm going to say places and then or places to visit, and then here we're going to say places to visit. Alright, so after that, first of all let's initialize the state to hold the places. I'm going to say const places comma set places equals to use state, initially an empty array because we can have n amount of places or n number of places. Make sure to import use state. Let's also import use effect now. We're going to use that. So I'm going to say use effect. Yeah, so I think there is a spelling mistake over here. Places to visit. Yeah, after doing that, I'm just going to say set places to be of your places to visit. So that's it. Let's format once and then let's save the file. So now within the use effect, I'm just going to initialize this. I'm going to say use effect. It's going to run on the initial render. So I'm just going to call the function that is fetch places to visit. All right. So yeah, apart from that, once when we open the model, enter a place and select the place from the Google Places autocomplete and then close it, then automatically as well we need to show the places being modified over here. So for that, I'm going to make use of the use focus effect. That is, once when this screen comes to focus, we're going to call the function again. So I'm going to say use focus effect. So import it from React navigation, and here I'm just going to use my use callback. So I'm going to say use callback, import it from React as such, and here it is going to be dependent on model visible. That is, once when the model is true or false, this is going to run, because once when we close the model, the state of the model is going to change from true to false. So since it is changed, we are going to call the function that is fetch places to visit. Not this one, places to visit. Yeah, this is the one, and then save. So now over here, I'm just going to give a console message for the places. I'm going to say console.log places is going to be places. So let's format once and then save the file. Alright, so hopefully we do not have any error. So let's check out the terminal. So there you go, we are getting the correct places. So as you can see, places is populated and we have all of the required details. So with the help of this details, we're going to start designing this part, that is the places to visit. So now let's scroll down to this point, that is where we have the material community icons. Alright, so that is this one. So just below this view, so basically we're going to display the places just below the dots icon. So something similar to this one. As you can see, just below the dots, all of the places are going to be displayed. So for that, I'm just going to initialize my view. So let's say view over here, and here I'm going to check the condition, that is if at all my places is present, and here I'm going to say places dot map. So for every item and then index, so here I'm just going to return a component. So first of all, let's create a component. So components folder is already there. Yeah, here I'm just going to create a place component. I'm going to say place.js. So rnfes to get the Sujan code snippet. Then save the file. So here let's come back and then let's import the place component. Okay, so import it from the place component, that is from the components folder as such. And to this I'm going to send a bunch of information, that is index is going to be index, and here we're going to say item is going to be equals to item, and items is going to be equals to items, and your set items is going to be equals to set items. So here currently these two are not valid, that is items and then set items. So we need to include this. That is, we need to first of all initialize the state. So the reason we are taking this state is, let's first of all initialize this. So const items comma set items equals to use state. Initially it's going to be empty. So basically the reason we are using items and set items is, so by default, as you can see in the places to visit design, we're only going to show the place name, the brief description, as well as the image. So if at all the user presses on any kind of place, we need to show a larger kind of information, that is, let's say the phone number, the opening hours, maybe the reviews, and maybe let's say some of the photos as well, so something like that. So if at all the user presses on this or any kind of place, we're just going to show some more information. So for that we need to handle the state, just to check which place is currently selected. So that's pretty much it. That's the reason we are going to initialize our items as well as your set items. Okay, so let's format once and then save. So as you can see, as soon as I saved the file, we were able to see the place being shown onto the screen because we currently have one place in the backend and currently the place component is being rendered. So now let's go into the place component, and over here let's first of all destructure the props. I'm going to say item, items, set items, and then index. So here we're going to start designing this. Let's first of all initialize a pressable, and let's import pressable from React Native as such. So within the pressable we're going to have the first view being initialized. I'm going to say view, and within the view we're going to have another view. Within this view we're going to have another view, and finally we're going to have the final inner view, which is going to contain your text. So first of all, as you can see, we have the blue color background, that is basically your index. So to access that, it's going to be index plus 1 because indexing starts from 0. So I'm going to say index plus 1. So for this I'm going to give the style. So target the view over here. So this view in turn is going to have a width of 30 and a height of 30, and we're going to give it a border radius of 15, and we're going to say background color of this color code, that is 0066B2, and we're going to say justify of center, and then align items of center as well. So align items center. So let's format once. So as you can see, the design is looking good and we're able to see the icon being shown onto the screen, or basically the background being shown onto the screen. So let's initialize the style for the text. Color is going to be white, and then font weight is going to be of 500. So let's save the file. Let's format over here and then save. So yeah, apart from this, we're going to have the next part, that is your name. So this is going to come right after the view, that is over here. I'm going to say text. So to access the name, it's just going to be item. So all of the information is going to be stored inside of this particular value. So we're going to say item dot name. So save the file. As you can see, my Sour Palace, that is being shown correctly fine. So here let's provide a property to the text, that is number of lines. I do not want it to exceed after 2, so I'm just going to say number of lines is going to be 2. And apart from that, I'm going to say style over here. It's going to have a font size of, let's say, 16, and then a font weight of 500, and we're going to give a width of 82%. So I'm going to say width is going to be 82. So save. So yeah, that's looking good. Let's format once and then save the file. So now after this, basically after this particular view, we're going to have your brief description being shown. So here I'm going to say, to access it, it's going to be item dot brief description. Save the file. So as you can see, we're able to see that being shown onto the screen. So over here for this one, I'm going to say number of lines is going to be 3, and let's provide the style for this. So style, so it's going to have a color of gray, so color gray, and we're going to say margin top of 7, and we're going to provide it a width. So I'm going to say width of 80%. Format once and then let's save the file. So now first of all, let's give the style to this particular view that contains your text as well as the background. So here I'm going to say style. So this in turn is going to have a flex direction of row, align items of center. So justify is going to be I mean not justify, it's going to have a gap of 7. So save. So as you can see, that's looking good. Let's format once. So now after the brief description view that is over here, we're going to show your image. I'm going to say view over here, and then we're going to pass in the image. So the design is going to look something like this. It's going to have this outermost view. Within that, we're going to have the first view, which is going to contain two things. That is your view with the index as well as the text, which are in a row fashion. And below that, we're going to have the text. And below this view, we're going to have the brief description. And below this entire outer view, we're going to have the image, because we want the image to come towards the rightmost part. So that's the reason we have initialized these many views. So for the image, we're going to provide the source, which in turn is going to take in the URI, and it's going to be item.photos of 0. I'm just going to access the first photo from the photos array. Let's provide in the style. It's going to be a width of 100 and a height of 100 as well, and it's going to have a border radius of 10. So let's format once, save the file. So as you can see, there you go, we are able to see the image being shown onto the screen, which is good. And resize mode is going to be of cover. So now let's give the style to the outermost view, that is this particular view, which contains the left side as well as the right side towards the image. So flex direction of row, align items of center, and we're going to say justify of space between, save, and we're going to give it a padding of 10. Okay, so we have messed up the text, so let's make that proper. So let's save once. Oh, I think my bad. So this style should have been given to the outermost view, not this one. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking good. And for this, I'm going to give it a flex of 1. So I'm going to say style, give it a flex of 1. So as you can see, just like that, we're able to see the proper design being shown onto the screen. Format, save. Okay, so this part is done. So now the next step is, if at all the user presses on this particular entire pressable, we need to show some more information regarding that particular place. So for that, I'm going to initialize a onPress event over here. I'm going to say onPress, taking a function. We're going to create a function that is choose items. I'm going to say choose items. It's going to be of the item.name. We're just taking one property and we're going to add it into the array, and then we're going to remove it into the array if at all it is pressed or unpressed. So format. So here, let's define the function. I'm going to say const choose items, or choose places. This should be choose places. So I'm going to say const choose places equals to, it's going to take in the name, and here we're going to say if my first of all, let's access the set items. So I'm going to say set items. That's going to come from your props, and currently it is empty. So we're going to say access the previous items. Here, taking the condition, that is if at all my previous items dot apply the includes method in JavaScript. I'm going to say if at all this includes my name, then that means we have already pressed on that particular place. So in this case, we need to filter it out. So for that, I'm just going to say return previous items dot apply the filter method. So for every item, this should be the condition, that is item should not be equals to the name. So that's it. Else we're just going to say return whatever is there inside of the previous items previously, and then add this particular name as well into the array. That's the only thing. So format and then save. So that's pretty much it. So now if at all you want to console log the items, you can do that over here, or you can do it over here as well. So let's instead of places, I just want to say console log of items. Save. So as you can see, by default places are empty over here in the log. Let's say I'm going to press on the first place. So there you go. So as soon as I press on this particular place was added into the list. So since this is added into the list, we need to show some more information below this point. Okay. So for that, let's come back again to the places.js, I mean the place.js component, and just below the view, we're going to start writing the code for that. So here initialize another view. Here we're going to say if at all my items dot includes of your item dot name. Okay, so in this case, and so first of all, I'm going to initialize my fragment over here. So here I'm going to check if at all my item dot phone number is present. So I'm going to say item dot phone number, because for some places this value might not be present. So I'm going to say if my item dot phone number and here initialize a view. So within the view we're going to have the and design icon. So let's get that first. So let's get any one of the icon over here, and then let's make the change. Yeah, so if at all my item dot phone number is present, first of all render the and design icon. So the name of the icon is going to be phone over here. Let's format once, and yeah, after the icon I'm going to say text, and I'm going to show the item dot phone number. Save the file. So as you can see, there you go. Since this place was already pressed, we are able to show the icon as well as the phone number. So let's target the view over here, providing the style. I'm going to say margin horizontal of 8, margin bottom of 6. Give it a flex of row because we want it in a row fashion. So flex direction row, align items of center, and then a gap of 10. Save. So as you can see, it's looking properly fine. So the color is going to be different over here. Instead of black, it's going to be this color code, that is 2A 52 and then BE. Save. It's going to be this shade of color. So let's target the style over here. For the text, it's going to have a font size of, let's say, 14, and we're going to provide it a font weight of 500, and the color is going to be this color code, that is 4B 61 and then D1. Save the file. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking good. Let's format once. So this was it about your phone number part. So now after that, we're going to show the next part, that is your opening hours. So after this, I'm going to initialize my view. So here we're going to say initialize your icon. So this time it's going to be the iron icons. So I'm going to say iron icons. Let's import it over here. Here I'm going to say iron icons, and the same thing over here as well. So this time the name is going to be different. So here the name is going to be time outline. So I'm going to say time outline. Format once. So below this we're going to show the text. So we're going to say open, and we're going to access the item. Go into the opening hours. I'm going to say opening hours. Just access the first one because this data is going to give from Monday to Sunday. I'm going to say dot split with the colon and access the first value. Save. So as you can see, open 10 a.m. to 5:30 p.m., which is looking good. So now access the view over here. Target the view, provide a style for it, margin horizontal of 8, and then give it a flex direction of row, and then align items of center, and we're gonna provide it a gap of 10. So format once and then save the file. So as you can see, that's looking good. So it's gonna have the same icon. So the color is gonna be same, that is for the icon, and for the text, let's make the change. It's gonna have font size, pretty much the same style. I'm just gonna copy it down. And save the file. Let's provide a slight margin top value of 6. Okay, just to space it out a bit. So yeah, that part is done. So now the next step is we're gonna apply the condition for the website. So just copy this down and just below this particular view, initialize the code. And here we're gonna check the condition saying that if at all my item dot website is present and initialize the same view. Now the icon is gonna be different. It's gonna be icons. The name is gonna be earth. Okay, and yeah, the color is going to be same, and this is going to be item dot website. So as you can see, as soon as I save the file, we were able to see the website being shown because this particular place has its own website. So let's format over here, and you can actually provide it a margin top of 6, and then save. Let's give it 8. Yeah, 8 is looking good. And over here, let's provide it 8, or let's give it 6 over here. Yeah, I think that's looking good. So now after the website part, we have the next one, that is the item dot formatted address. So let's again initialize this piece of code. So here let's check the condition. Here we're going to say if my item dot formatted address is present, then we're going to show that over here. It's going to be the end typo icon now, and let's import it over here first of all. So I'm going to say end typo over here also, and typo. All right, so here the name of the icon is going to be location. Okay, so here instead of website, it's going to be the formatted address. Save. Okay, so this place doesn't have formatted address, I guess. Let's check out the spelling once. Formatted address. Yeah, so this location doesn't have the formatted address, probably. Format, save. All right, so let's move on to the next one. Not sure why this value is not present. So let's actually search for the formatted address if at all we are getting the correct value in the console. I'm going to search over here. Oh no, for this place it's not present. Okay. Alright, so let's skip that part. So after that we have the final one, that is your types. That is basically related to the type of place this particular place is. So I'm going to say item dot types and initialize a view over here. So within this view, I'm just going to map over the types because this is an array of strings. I'm going to say item dot types dot map for every item and then the index. Here I'm going to initialize my view. So within the view, I'm going to just show my text and I'm going to show my item over here. So let's provide the style for the view. I'm going to say style over here, some padding horizontal of 10, and we're going to say padding vertical, so padding vertical of 7, and I'm going to say border radius of 23, and we're going to give it a background color. So I'm going to say a background color of this color code, that is 4B61 and then D1. Let's format, save the file. So as you can see, we had the types for this place and we were able to show it onto the screen. So let's provide in the key over here. It's going to be index, and for the text, let's pass in the style. So it's going to have, let's say, a text align of center. All right. Apart from that, color of white, and we're gonna have a font size of 13 and a font weight of 500, and then save. So as you can see, it's looking good. So now after this, we want it in a row fashion, that is all of these three types. So for that, target the outermost view, and we're gonna give the style for this. So this in turn is gonna have a margin horizontal of 8, and we're gonna have a margin bottom of, let's say, 6, and provide it a margin top of 14, and give it a flex of row. So flex direction row, align items of center. So align items center, and we're gonna provide it a gap of 10. So gap 10, and then flex wrap of wrap, because once when the space finishes up in the same row, it's gonna go into the next row and then take up the remaining space. So I'm gonna say flex wrap of wrap. So that's pretty much it. Format once and then save. So as you can see, just like that, we were able to show the design for the types. And also, as you can see over here, since this particular space is not sufficient to show this type, it went on to the next row and then took up the remaining space. So now let's say I'm again going to press on this place. So since it is already selected over here in the console, as you can see, we are going to deselect it and we are not going to show any of this information. So let's press on this. So as you can see, just like that, we went back to the previous state, which is good. Okay, so that's pretty much it. So we have completed this step, that is adding the places to the places array and then also showing it over here as well. So now let's say I'm going to add another place over here. So press on the model. So here we're going to say the zoo. So I'm going to say so this is the zoo that is there in Mysore. So I'm going to press on this. So once we press, the model should close and automatically the place also should be populated over here in the UI part. So let's press that. So as you can see, just like that, this place also was added into the list because of this condition that we had provided, not condition, the use focus effect, because the screen was come into focus and this function was executed. So as you can see, just like that, we are able to show the second place as well onto the list. So now if at all I press on the second place, we are able to show the details of that particular place. So let's come back to the previous state. So yeah, this part is done. So now the next step that we'll be focusing on is to get the recommended places for that particular list. So as you can see, for Mysore, we have all of these recommended places. So the next step is we're going to show all of these details into the UI part. So first of all, let's create a function to fetch all of the recommended places, right? So before that, I'm going to initialize my state to hold the recommended places. So let's say over here, I'm going to say const recommended places, comma, set recommended places equals to use state, and initially it's going to be an empty array. So let's come down over here. After this point, I'm going to initialize my use effect. So here within the use effect, first of all, I'm going to initialize my another function, that is const fetch recommended places. So it's going to be a async function. So here first of all, let's initialize our try and then our catch block. So catch of error. Here I'm just going to give a console message. So console.log with error message, that is error. Fetching the places, something like this, with the error over here. So now inside of the try block, I'm going to initialize my response. So this also is going to be with respect to the Google API itself. So const response equals to wait axios.get method. This is going to be the URL, that is I'm just going to paste in the URL over here. So I've just pasted in my complete URL, right? So this is your URL, that is https maps.googleapis.com/maps/API/places and then /. nearby search. It's going to give it in the JSON format, and it's going to take in a bunch of parameters, that is your location. So for now, I've just hard coded the location. So one task for you guys is to make it look dynamic for each place that you're currently in, that is for each trip that you have selected. So let's say there is another kind of trip with a different name. So automatically over here, based on that particular string, that is a trip name, you need to make this look dynamic, containing two values, that is your latitude as well as the longitude. And apart from that, this is the radius I've chosen, that is 5 km radius. Within that, we're going to show the nearby places. The type is going to be of tourist attraction. You can add more types over here, and this is your key. You can actually initialize the env file and then access your key with the help of the process.env.your particular key. So this is your entire response. After this, I'm just going to set it into state. I'm going to say response dot, not response, it's going to be set recommended places. It's going to be response dot data dot results. Here I'm going to apply the slice method because this is going to give us a lot of places. Here I just want the first 10 places. So that's pretty much it. Let's call the function over here. That is, after initializing it, I'm going to say fetch recommended places. So after this, let's give a console.log message for the recommended places. Let's save the file. So let's reload the app once, and then let's exactly check out the console, what exactly it's giving. Okay, so let's check out over here. Let's actually give it a different name. That is, for this one, I'm going to say recommended places. Save, and then let's search for this particular string. Yeah, so there you go. This is the one. So these are all the recommended places, and from this we're gonna have, let's say, the place ID, that is this one. So this only contains a bunch of information, not all of the information that we want. So with the help of this place ID, we're gonna initialize another function, and for each place that is coming inside of this particular data or information, we're gonna get the more information as well. So with the help of the place ID, we're gonna get the more information. So for that, I'm gonna initialize again another use effect. Let's say over here, so here first of all, I'm gonna check if at all my recommended places dot length is greater than 0. That means if at all we have any kind of places, then in that case I'm gonna say fetch all places details. Alright, so now the next step is, let's define the function, that is fetch all place details over here. Equals to a async function. So first of all, I'm going to initialize my details promises. So here I'm going to say const details promises equals to access the recommended places. So I'm going to say recommended places dot slice method, the first 10 values, and here map over it. So for each place, we're going to define a function, that is fetch details of the place dot place underscore id. So with the help of the place id, we would be able to fetch more details for that particular place. So yeah, after initializing this, we're going to say const fetch details equals to, I'm going to say await. I'm going to use the promise.all method, and I'm going to pass in my details promises. Okay, so yeah, apart from this, we're going to filter out any places that failed to fetch the details. So I'm going to initialize my valid details variable. I'm going to say const valid details equals to, from the fetch details, we're going to filter out only those which have the information, and which do not have the information, we're going to remove it from the array. So I'm going to say fetch details dot apply the filter method, and for the details I'm gonna apply the condition that is details should not be equals to null. So that's pretty much it. So after that we're just gonna set into state. So let's first of all initialize the state. So let's do that at the top part. This is going to be fetch details. Let's try that correctly. Yeah, so it's going to be place details. In this case I'm going to say const place details comma set place details equals to use state. Again here also initially an empty array itself. Okay, so let's scroll down over here, and after this, that is after the valid details, I'm just going to say set it into state. So set the place details as the valid details. So yeah, that's pretty much it about this function. So now the next one is define the final function, that is your fetch details. So here I'm going to say const fetch details equals to a async function. It's going to take in the place ID basically. So place ID. So here I'm just going to initialize my API key, my URL, and my response as well as the details part. So this is pasted in the code for my API key. This is the URL. I'll be sending all of the URLs that I use in each of the functions in the description. You can check it out. And after initializing that, I'm going to say const response equals to await axios.apply the get method of your URL. That is this one. It's going to take in the place ID as well as the API key. And we're going to say const details equals to response.data.result. And if at all you want to console.log it, you can do that over here. And we're going to return the details. So since this function is returning something, all of that would be stored inside of this particular value, that is your detailed promises, right? And yeah, pretty much that's it. And once if at all of the details are valid and if some information is present, then only those information are being added into the array, that is your set place details. There is all of the information will be stored inside of this particular value. So let's save the file. Yeah, hopefully we should have the details now. I'm just going to give a console.log for place details and then save. Here also let's make the change for this. I'm going to say place details, save. So let's scroll down fully. So as you can see, this is all of our place details. Now we have much more information that is basically the same information that is there over here. That is your name, your brief description, your reviews, opening hours, closing hours, and then the images, the reviews, and all of those are the details. Let us just search for this one so that we could see it on the terminal. I'm going to search for place details. So let's search that. So there you go. We have all of the details for all of the 10 places that are currently recommended. So as you can see, so now with the help of this information, we're gonna start styling out over here, that is this one. So let's come down to the point where we have this one, that is below your recommended places text. That is gonna happen over here. So here just below the text, I'm gonna initialize my view. So here within the view, I'm just gonna first of all check the condition saying that if at all my place details is present, and here I'm going to initialize my scroll view. I'm going to say scroll view. So import scroll view from React Native. Okay, so here we're going to map over the scroll view. I'm going to say place details. So place details dot apply the map method. So for every item and then the index over here. So first of all over here we're going to check for the photo because that's the most important thing. We're going to check the first photo. I'm going to say const first photo. We're going to initialize the variable for this. We're going to initialize the link for the image. So it's going to be equals to item dot photos of the first one, that is this one. And after initializing the photo, I'm just going to initialize my URL over here, that is the image URL. So it's going to be equals to the first photo, else it's going to be equals to this one. It might be in some cases that this might not be valid. If that is not valid, we're going to make use of this link providing the first photo or the photo reference, okay, and the API key as well. And if all both are not valid, we're just going to show null in this case. So yeah, after that, let's give a format once. I'll be sending this particular link in the description. You can check it out. So after this, we're just going to say return pressable. So here, first of all, inside the pressable, we're going to have a view. And within the view, we're going to first of all check the condition saying that if at all my image URL is present, then here just render a image, else it is going to be null. We're going to show a text message saying that no image is available. So for the image, let's give the source. So I'm going to say source over here. This in turn is going to take in the URI. It's going to be the image URL. Okay. And let's provide in the style for the image. I'm going to say style. This in turn is going to have, let's say, a width of 80 and then a height of 80. And it's going to have a border radius of 6. And we're going to provide the resize mode is going to be cover. So here I'm going to say resize mode as cover. Let's format one. So as soon as I save the file, we should be able to see all of the images getting populated over here. So as you can see, as soon as I saved the file, we were able to see all of the images being shown onto the screen. So these are all of the recommended places for this particular trip, right? So now let's style it out. So apart from the view, let's provide one more thing, that is your name, that is the name of the place. So after the text, after your view, let's initialize a text over here. It's going to be item dot name. So save the file. So as you can see, we're able to see all of the names being shown onto the screen. Let's provide basically the style for the outermost view first. That is not the outermost view, that's the pressable. I'm going to give it a flex of row. So flex direction of row, align items of center, and we're going to pass in, let's say, a margin right of 12 and border width as well. So border width of 1, border color of E0, 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 and then border radius as well. So border radius of, let's say, 8, and we're going to provide some internal spacing, that is padding of 10, margin bottom of 10, let's format once. And apart from margin bottom, we're going to have a specific height given to this, let's say height of 100, and then overflow is going to be hidden. Save. So as you can see, we are able to see that design being shown onto the screen. So now for the scroll view, we want it in a row fashion. So for that reason, I'm going to go over here. I'm just going to say horizontal, and I'm going to say show horizontal scroll indicator, and I'm going to set it to be false. Save. So as you can see, just like that, we're able to see all of the recommended places, and it is currently scrollable. So now for the view, let's give the style. It's going to have a margin right of 10. So I'm going to say margin right of 10. Alright, so that's looking fine. And for the text, let's provide in the style, that is over here. I'm going to give it a flex of 1, and apart from that, font size of 16. Give it a font weight as well. So font weight of 500, and let's provide a color of this color code, that is 333, and then it's going to have a specific width of 150. So let's format once and then save the file once. So as you can see, just like that, all of the design is looking good. So let's provide some margin top to this, because it's almost touching the top text, that is recommended places. So I'm going to target the view over here. I'm going to say margin horizontal of 10, and then we're going to give it a margin vertical of 15. So as you can see, now the design is looking even more better. And for the text, I'm going to give another property, that is your number of lines. It should be 2, and then ellipsis mode. Ellipsize mode is going to be tail. Save. Alright, so as you can see, now it's looking good. So these are all of your recommended places for this particular trip, and you can try out this part that I've previously explained, that is make it look dynamic for the latitude as well as the longitude. That's the only change to be made, that is over here, based on whatever your trip name is. Okay, so yeah, this part is complete. So basically your entire overview part is complete. So now let's move to the next one, that is the itinerary one. So here, once I press on any one of the text input, again the model should open, and we need to be showing all of the data that is already previously added. That is all of these places which are added, and based on whatever place the user selects, that should be added into that particular list. So we'll be implementing that next. So first of all, let's design the model. That is, we need to show the model once when we press on this, and we need to show all of these places that are added into the places to visit. So let's implement that now. So now let's scroll down to the point where we have the model being initialized. That is your model where we search for the place. So let's open up that, and first of all I'm going to do the same thing that I've done over here. That is, first of all we need to open up the model. So let's come down to the text input where we have that. Yeah, that is this particular one. So here I'm going to initialize the on press. I'm going to say on press. So here we're going to say set open model of this particular item. So item is already there in the map part, that is this one, that is this particular item that's going to contain your date and all the other details. So let's define the function that is set open model. So I'm just going to define it over here. So I'm going to say const set open model equals to item, and we're going to say set selected date to be of the item dot date and set model visible to be true. So we need to initialize this state that's not currently present. So here I'm going to say const current date comma set current date. Const let's make it as selected date. So const selected date comma set selected date equals to use date. Initially it's going to be an empty string. So this is going to be set open model. I think the spelling is kind of wrong. Let's check that once. Yeah, so it's going to be set open model. Alright, so let's format once, save the file. So now let's say I'm going to go to itinerary and then press on the first one, 24th October. As you can see, we're able to see the same model being opened. That is your previous model itself, this one. So now let's scroll down, and where we have the view, below that we're going to map over your places and then show the places that are already there in your places list. So let's start initializing the view over here, that is below this one. I'm going to say view. It's going to have a text. This text is going to say places in your list. Save the file. So as you can see, we're able to see that onto the screen. So let's provide the style over here. So this in turn is going to have a text align of center. So text align center, and we're going to give it a color of gray. So color gray, and then a margin top of 12. So format and then save. So as you can see, that is looking fine. So now below the text, first of all check the condition that if at all our places are present. So this is going to be present only if any kind of places is added to the places to visit in the backend part. So here we're going to say places, and we're going to say places dot apply the map method for every item, and then index. Here we're just going to return a pressable. So this pressable is exactly the same thing that we have shown in your overview tab. That is the design for that. So let's initialize that. So to get that code, we're going to initialize, we're going to go back to our component, that is place.js. So it's basically gonna be your entire thing, I guess. Or we can just take out the things that we want that is within the view, that is this one. Yeah, this is the entire thing that we want. Minimize that, come back over here, and within the pressable I'm just gonna paste it over here. Let's format and make sure everything's imported, that is image is already imported. And yeah, pretty much that's it. There are no icons. Yeah, and for the pressable I'm just gonna say style over here. This in turn is gonna have a margin top of 12. Okay, so save the file. So as you can see, there you go. As soon as I save the file, we were able to see both the places being shown onto the screen, which is good. So this part is done. So now the next step is, if at all I press on this particular place or any kind of place, we need to close the model, and on whichever date I pressed on, into that particular date, this particular place should be added as an activity. Okay, so for that we need to initialize the endpoint. So let's do that. So we're going to initialize both the endpoints, that is to first of all post it and to get it as well. So let's head back to our index.js file that is over here. So over here, first of all, I'm going to say app.post. So this is going to be /trips, and it's going to be /trip ID, and it's going to be your itinerary, and it's going to be /date. This is going to be dynamic. So here it's going to have the async method with your request and the response in the callback. So here first of all I'm going to initialize my try as well as my catch block. So I'm going to say try catch of error initially. Here I'm just going to give a console message saying that console.log error with that particular error message. And after that I'm just going to say result.status of, let's say, 500.json with a message being trip is not found, or some different message saying that internal server error. Alright, so now instead of the try block, so first of all we need access to a bunch of things, that is your trip ID as well as your date. So I'm going to say const trip ID comma date equals to request.params, and I'm going to say const new activity is going to come from your request.body. So now the next step is we need to use the find by ID and update method to find the trip and then update the specific itinerary entry. So I'm going to say const update trip equals to await access the trip model dot apply the method that is find by ID and update. So I'm going to say find by ID and update. This is going to take in the trip ID because we need to modify this trip. And here we need to update basically which one, that is basically your itinerary, right? So over here we're going to push it. So I'm going to say $push. So we need to push it into this one. I'm going to say object. Here we're going to push it into this one, that is, let's make use of backticks over here. So single string is enough or double quotes is enough, right? So here I'm going to say access your value dot, I'm going to say $entry dot access your activities, because this is how it is stored inside of your backend. So I'm going to say activities, and inside this we're going to add your new entry, not new entry, new activity, that's going to come from your request.body. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Let's format once over here. Yeah, semicolon is not required. So after updating, we're also going to say new equals to true. So here we're going to say new is true. And apart from this, we're also going to provide the array filters basically to target the specific date in the itinerary. So I'm going to say array filters. So this is going to contain the entry.date. So I'm going to say object entry. So entry.date should be equals to the date that's coming from the front end part, that is request.params. So that's pretty much it. So let's format once. So here first of all we're going to check if at all the updated trip is not found, then we're just going to send a message saying that trip is not found. So here I'm going to say if no updated trip, then in that case we're going to say return result dot status of 404 dot json with this particular message being trip is not found. Okay, and else if at all everything is being done, we're just going to say result dot status of 200 dot json with a message being activity added successfully. And apart from that we're going to send the itinerary as well. So here I'm going to say pass in the value, it's going to be updated trip dot your itinerary. So that's it. So this is your endpoint to add any particular place into your specific itinerary for that particular date. That is, we are going to push it into the activities array of that particular date. So let's save the file once. So this is going to be updated trip. That's a spelling mistake. Yeah, so updated trip, save. So now apart from that, we're going to write the second endpoint as well. That is to get all of the places that are added to the itinerary. So I'm going to say app.get, and it's going to be /trip / your trip ID. So /trip ID and then /itinerary. So it's going to have the async method with your request and the response in the callback. So here let's initialize our try, and then we're going to initialize our catch block as well. So catch of error. Here let's give a console.log error message, and below that I'm going to say result.status of, let's say, 500.json with a message being internal server error, something like this. And let's start writing the try block. So here it's pretty simple, we just need access to the trip ID. So I'm going to say const trip ID equals to request.params, and here we need to find the trip by the ID and then return only the itinerary array. So here I'm just going to say const trip equals to await access the trip model, initialize the find by ID. So I'm going to say find by ID of your trip ID, and we're going to apply the select method. So it's going to be dot select of your itinerary, passing the same spelling whatever is there in the backend part. Alright, so here we're going to check the condition. If at all there is no trip to be found, then in that case we're going to say return result dot status of 404 dot json with a error saying that trip is not found. And if at all we have the data, just send it to the front end part. So for that I'm going to say result dot status of 400, I mean not 400, 200 dot json. It's going to be trip dot itinerary. So that's it. So this is your endpoint to get all of the particular trip data. So let's save the file and let's initialize all of this into the front end part. That is all of these endpoints. We are going to make a call to all of these endpoints. So let's head back to our trip plan screen, and where we had initialized the model, that is this part, that is all of the places in the model. Here I'm going to initialize the on press on the main pressable, that is the parent one. Here taking a function, and here we're going to say add a place to itinerary of that particular item. So let's scroll up and then define the function that is add place to itinerary. That is over here. So I'm going to say const add place to itinerary equals to async function, which in turn is going to take in the place as in the function parameter. So here, first of all, I'm going to initialize my new activity object. So I'm just going to paste in the object. You can feel free to pause at this time and then copy the required details. So this new activity object is basically going to contain all of the required information as we had mentioned in our trip schema. So this is your activity schema. That is this one because we want the activities. So we need all of these details. So just these details are being mentioned over there in the new activity object. So if I would show you over here, as you can see, we need the date, that is selected date, the name is going to be place.name, the phone number, the website, the opening hours, the photos, the reviews, the brief description, the geometry, yeah, and pretty much that's it. So these are all the required details for your new activity. So you can feel free to pause at this time and then initialize the new activity object. So after initializing this, let's initialize our response value. First of all, try, and then catch block, catch of error. Here I'm going to say console.log error message with that particular error. Inside the try block, we're going to initialize a response. I'm going to say const response equals to await axios.post method. This is going to be the URL, that is http localhost 8000, and it's going to be /trips and / your trip ID. This is your trip ID. You already have access to that, and it's going to be / itinerary, and then / your selected date. This also we have access to it inside of state. So let's format once. So these are the required things, and apart from that, we need to pass in the new object as well. So here I'm just going to pass in new activity. So that's it, format. So once after doing that, we're just going to give a console.log message that is over here. I'm going to say console.log activity added, and we're going to just show the response.data, and I'm going to set my model visible to be false. So format, save the file. So now let's give this a try. I'm going to add the first place into 24th of October because that's the first place I want to visit to. So I'm going to say this one. So as you can see, there you go. Everything worked properly fine. And this is your response.data. Let me scroll to the bottommost part. So as you can see, this is my response.data. We were able to, add that particular place into the backend part. So let's verify this now. I'm going to head over to mongodb.com, and then I'm going to check out my collections. That is, I'm going to reload once. So as you can see in the itinerary, let's go into the first one because that's the first day, 24th object. So there you go. We have successfully added the activity into this particular date, that is for 24th of October. You can see it over here. And if I open the object, you have pretty much all of the information being present, that is name, phone number, website, opening hours, your photos, all of the photos for that particular place, your reviews, types, geometry, and then the brief description. So yes, this part is working absolutely fine. So now the next step is, once again, if at all, I open up my model and then enter the place over here, automatically once the model is closed, that place should be added into this particular date. That's it. That is, we need to make the changes in the UI part as well. So let's look into that. We have already defined the endpoint, so we just need to get it and then show it onto the UI. So let's define a use effect over here. So here I'm just going to say use effect. It's going to run on the initial render, and once when the model visible changes, so model visible. So the function is going to be fetch itinerary. So now let's define the function. We have already defined the endpoint just a few minutes back. So I'm going to say const fetch itinerary, equals to a async function. And over here, first of all, I'm going to initialize my try as well as my catch block. So catch of error. I'm just going to give a console.log with a error message with that particular error. So now inside of the try block, I'm going to initialize my response. We're going to make use of a get request. So const response equals to await. It's going to be axios.get method, and this is going to be the URL. Initialize your backtext http localhost 8000, and it's going to be /trip, and it's going to be a /trip ID. So I'm going to say trip ID, and it's going to be /your itinerary. So that's it. Let's format once. After initializing your response here, first of all, get the data, that is response.data. So I'm going to say equals to response.data. And let's first of all initialize the state, to hold all of the places. So at the top, I'm going to say const itinerary, set itinerary equals to useState, initially an empty array, just like this. Let's scroll down over here, and after initializing the response.data, I'm just going to say set it into state. So set itinerary of your itinerary. So that's it. Let's format, and then let's save the file. Okay, so we do not have any errors. That is good. So let's just try and console.log the values if at all we are getting it correctly or not. So itinerary, and let us initialize the value over here, itinerary, that is already there inside of state. So let's save. Let's search for the keyword. So I'm just going to scroll on over here. So as you can see, there you go, we have this particular array. We have the activities for each of the things, and then we're going to make use of this, and then we're going to map over it. So first of all, let's come down to the point where we have the map function, or I don't think we have the map as of now. So we're going to initialize a condition, and then we're going to map over it. So just below the part where we have add subheading, that is this one, we're going to start initializing the code. So yeah, just below this one. Yeah, so below the view, I'm just going to say initialize my view. So within this view, we're going to say initialize the state, that is present itinerary dot apply the map function. I mean, before map we need to filter, because we need to filter based on the dates. I'm going to say filter. So for every place that's present, I want the place dot date should be equals to the item dot date. So here the places would only be shown for that particular date in which it was added to. So that's the reason we are applying this. After doing that, then we're gonna follow up with the map function. So for, let's say, the filtered item as well as the filtered index, I'm gonna say filtered item comma filtered index. We're just gonna return a pressable. Okay, so I think I made a mistake over here, because if you would notice in the log, we have something known as the activities. We need to map over that as well. We just can't directly initialize the pressable. So here we're going to say for every filtered item, and then the filtered index. So here after this, we're just going to say filtered item dot, here we're going to map over it. After going into the activities dot map. So for every activity and then the index, here we can show the pressable, because our data is present inside of the activities array. So that reason we need to map over the activities array and then show the design. So here I'm just going to initialize pretty much the same design that we had in the place, that is this entire view, and we're going to show it over here. let's format. And for your pressable, again I'm going to give it a margin top of 12. So I'm going to say margin top of 12. Save. Okay, cannot convert undefined to object. Yeah, because we have activity over here and not item. So let's just make one change. Instead of activity, I'm going to take my item itself. So save. And now let's check out the trip itinerary. So there you go, it's showing perfectly fine. So if you would remember, we had added Mysore Palace into 24th of October, so it's showing correctly for that particular date. This is working fine because of your filter condition. So this part is done. So let's say I'm going to add one more place, that is the second place, into my 25th of October. That is my second day. I want to visit that place. I'm going to add this one. So let's press on this. So now once I press on the second place, this place should be added into 25th of October and the model should automatically close. And even we should be able to see the UI design change as well. So just like that, this place was added into the 25th of October as well, which is looking cool. So yes, this part is working absolutely fine. We're able to add any kind of place into the activities array in the backend, and we're also able to get the same place in the front end part based on whichever date, as you can see over here with the help of the filter method. So this part is working absolutely fine. So we have finished the overview, the itinerary tab. So now the next step we'll be looking into is the login part. Let's finish up the sign in with Google part. So for that, let's first of all initialize a new screen, that is our login screen. So now I'm just going to open up my file tree and then I'm going to create a new screen inside of my screens folder. That is going to be login screen.js. So rnfes to get the Sujan code snippet. Save the file. So now let's first of all head back to our navigation part, that is your stack navigator, and then over there we are going to initialize the screen, that is your login screen. So that's going to happen inside of our stack navigator, inside of your auth stack, that is over here. Here we're going to say stack.screen and the name is going to be login. The component is going to be login screen. So import login screen from the screens folder, and we're going to provide some options to this. So here we're going to say header shown is going to be false. So yeah, let's format once and then save. So also now let's initialize our auth context, where we're going to have few dependencies being initialized over there. So press on the app.js and then new file, auth context.js. So first of all, let's make sure we initialize few dependencies. We need to install that. That is your async storage as well as JWT decode. So here I'm going to install React Native async storage / async storage and then JWT decode as well as core.js. So let's press on enter. So install all of these three dependencies. So as you can see, all of them have been installed. So now the next step is, let's come back to our auth context itself, that is over here. So here I'm going to initialize my auth context. So I'm going to say const auth context equals to create context. Okay, so make sure to import create context from React, and here I'm going to initialize my auth provider equals to, it's going to take in the function with all of the children, and here we're going to return the auth context dot provider. So this in turn is going to take in all of the children. So here we're going to define a bunch of states that is required. So here I'm going to give a return because we have made use of explicit return over there. So yeah, format. Alright, so over here we're going to have access to your token and then user ID. So I'm going to say const token comma set token equals to use state. Initially it would be an empty string, so the same thing goes for this as well. So const user id comma set user id equals to use state, and over here also initially an empty string. So yeah, apart from that, we're going to initialize this, that is use effect. So let's import use effect from React as such, and here within the use effect I'm going to initialize my function, that is const fetch user equals to async function. And here first of all let's access the token, so I'm going to say const token equals to await. So let's initialize async storage, or let's do a pod install because we have installed few dependencies. So yeah, this step is complete, so let's import it over here. So I'm going to say async storage dot get item, and this is going to be the key that we'll be using, that is auth token. And here we're going to say const decoded token equals to, we're going to say jwt decode, import that as well, of the token. And we're going to say const user id equals to decoded token dot user id. So that's pretty much it. We're just going to set it into state. So set user id of your user id. So here let's import jwt decode. I'm going to say import jwt decode from your jwt decode. That's it. So let's reload the app once. I'm going to press on the terminal and then I. So let's format and then let's save. So yeah, these are the required things, and we're gonna first of all also initialize one more thing, that is to check if at all the user is logged in or not. I'm gonna say const is logged in equals to async function. So here initialize your try and then catch block. And within the try block over here, so here within the try block initialize your user token. I'm going to say const user token equals to await. Initialize your async storage. So we're going to make use of the get item method. I'm going to say dot get item, and this is going to be the token, that is auth token. After getting this, I'm just going to say set the token to be of your user token. So now to the provider we're going to pass in the value, that is all of these, and let's call the function that is fetch user over here. Forgotten that part. All right, and even we need to call the is logged in as well. So use effect so I'm just going to call that is logged in. All right, so now let's pass in the value over here. I'm going to say value. So here we just need access to token, set token user id, set user id. All right, that's it. Let's format over here once and then save the file. So at the bottommost part, we're just going to export the required things, that is the auth provider and then the auth context. Here I'm going to say export auth context and then the auth provider. Save. So now for everything to work, that is to access all of these values at a global level, we need to initialize the auth provider at the root point of our application, that is your main app.js. So here I'm going to say auth provider and we're just gonna put all of this into the auth provider. So let's make sure to import auth provider from that particular context file. That is just like this, and then let's save the file. So let's open up the application travel app YouTube. Okay, so we still get that error that is async storage is null. Not sure why we are getting that. So I'm just gonna cut off the server, and then again I'm gonna start it off. Let's cut the terminal as well. So here I'm gonna say yarn iOS, enter. Let's open it up on the iOS simulator. Yeah, so that part is done. So now the next step is let's head back to our stack navigator, and we're gonna write the condition over here. So here basically we're gonna initialize our state, that is authenticated, comma set is authenticated equals to use state, initially false, and initialize your token. I'm going to say const restructure the value token equals to access all of those values initialized in your context file. You're going to make use of the use context hook. So yeah, use context, and this in turn is going to take in the context, that is your auth context. So make sure you import both of them, and even the use context as well. So import all of the required things, and then let's save the file. So yeah, after that we're going to first of all initialize a use effect. I'm going to say use effect. Use effect is already imported at the top from React. So this is going to run on the initial render. So here I'm going to say const check auth equals to async function. Here initialize your same token value that we had done previously. So it's going to be await async storage dot get item, and it's going to be of your auth token. And apart from that, we're going to say if at all the token is present, I'm just going to say set is authenticated to be true. All right. Okay, so still we are getting that error, not sure why. So let's format once. Let's also call the function that is check auth. All right, so let's do one more pod install. And now let's try to reload the app once again. Let's check it out. Alright, so now that error is gone, which is good. So now let's fix this one, that is use state doesn't exist. So let's come back to your auth context, import use state, save. Alright, so this is done. So now let's first of all come back to the stack navigator, and here we're going to write the condition, that is if at all your token is present, that is over here. If token is present, then we need to show the main stack, else we should show the auth stack. So format and then save. So as you can see, as soon as I saved the file, we were able to see the auth stack, because the token is by default not present because the login has not been set up. So now let's go to the login screen, and then let's start designing it. It's pretty simple itself. We're just gonna have 3 buttons, and then we're gonna implement it for the Google login part on any one of the buttons. So first of all, let's initialize our safe area view, and I'm going to use it over here, save. and this in turn is going to have the view. Within that, we're going to have the image. I'm going to get the link for the image, so I'm going to paste the image over here. So this is my image. So make sure to import image from React Native. It's kind of taking too long. Let's do that manually. So image, save. So as you can see, we have the image being shown onto the screen, which is good. So now let's target the view, and let's give the style. I'm going to give it a margin top of 30. So margin top 30, and then align items of center. So as you can see, that's looking good. So below the image, below the view, I'm going to initialize my another view. This in turn is going to have another view over here, which in turn is going to have your and design icon. So first of all, let's get any one of the icon over here from the previous screen. So this is going to be and design. So the same thing is going to come over here as well. Okay, so now let's copy down any one of the icon. So I'm going to paste it over here. It's going to be and design. The name is going to be Facebook Square. So let's format once and then let's save the file. So as you can see, we are able to see that icon being shown onto the screen, and it's going to have a text towards the rightmost part which says sign up with Facebook. So let's target the view and then give the style to it. So I'm going to say style over here. So this in turn is going to have a flex direction of row because we want it in a row fashion, and then align items of center. And apart from that, we're going to have a padding. So I'm going to say padding of 10. So justify content of, let's say, center. And we're going to say border color. So border color of this color code, E0, E0, E0. And we want a margin of 10. And I'm going to give it a border width as well. So border width of 1. A gap of, let's say, 30. And I'm going to give it a border radius of 25. So yes, apart from that, after border radius of 25, some margin top of, let's say, 20, and position is going to be relative. Save. So as you can see, that's looking good. So now we want this icon to come towards the leftmost part. So for that, first of all, this I want it in a blue color. Yeah, that's looking nice. And target the style over here. So position is going to be absolute, and I'm going to give it a left value of 10. So it comes towards the leftmost part. And here I'm going to say left is going to be 10. So as you can see, that's looking good. And for the text over here, let's target it. So this in turn is basically going to have a flex of 1, and then a text align of center, and it's going to have a font size of 15, then a font weight of 500. So save the file. So as you can see, that's looking good. And this view in turn is going to have a margin top of 70. So save. Yeah, so that part is looking fine. So if at all you want to increase the margin, you can do that. Let's give margin of 12. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this down a couple of times for the remaining 2 buttons. Save. Okay, so the next one is going to be for your Google, that is sign up with Google. So let's make the change. This is the first one. This is your second one, sign up with Google. And this is going to be your third one, that is sign up with email. You can actually implement the functionality for this as well. We have done in the previous projects the same thing. Sign up with email. So the icon for this is going to be undesign. The name is going to be mail. And for the next one, the icon is going to be undesign. The name is going to be Google. The color is going to be red. And for the last one, the color is going to be black itself. So make the change over here and then save. So as you can see, just like that, everything is being set up. So format and then save the file. And finally, just below this particular view, I'm just going to initialize this pressable with a text which says already have an account and then sign in. So I make sure to import pressable from React Native. Save. Okay, it is present, but still it's erroring out. Yeah, now it's fine. So let's give a format and then save the file. So now the next step is, first of all, we need to implement an endpoint to sign in the user with Google, because we need to even store the user details in the backend part as well. So let's head back to our index.js file, and here let's initialize the endpoint to log in with Google. So I'm going to say, first of all, app.post method, it's going to be / Google login. It's going to have the async method with the request and the response in the callback. And here, first of all, let's initialize our try catch block. So try and then catch of error. Here, first of all, let's give a console.log error message, and I'm going to say result.status of 500 .json with a message being internal server error. Alright, so now inside of the try block, we need access to the ID token that comes from the Google API. So here I'm going to say const ID token equals to request.body. Okay, so here I'm going to initialize my response. So I'm going to say const response equals to await axios.get. So I'm just going to paste in my URL over here. So basically this is your URL, that is https oauth2.googleapis.com /token info question mark ID token is going to be equals to ID token. That's going to come from the front end part. So after that, I'm going to access a bunch of information, that is sub, the email, and then the name, the given underscore name, and we need access to the family name as well as your picture. This is going to come from the front end part. Here I'm going to say response.data. That is from this part itself. So all of this information is going to come from your response.data, this part. And first of all, we're going to check if all the user is already present. I'm going to say let user equals to await, initialize the user model. First of all, let's check if it is imported at the top. Only trip is imported. So const user equals to require, it's going to be models, and it's going to be the user. Okay, so that's it. Let's come over here. It's going to be await user dot apply the find one method, and we're going to find based on the Google ID. That is basically equal to the sub value. Here we're going to check if at all there is no user to be found. If at all no user, in that case we're going to say create a new user if it is not found. So I'm going to say user equals to new user. Here I'm going to say Google ID is going to be equals to sub, email, name, family name, family underscore name is going to be family underscore name, given name is going to be equals to given underscore name, as well as your photo. Photo is going to be equals to picture. That's it. After that, I'm just going to give await user dot save. That means save it in the backend part. That's it. Save the file. And apart from that, we're going to create a JWT token for the authentication part. So first of all, let's create a JWT secret. Here I'm going to say const JWT underscore secret equals to, I'm going to initialize my crypto dot random bytes. So import crypto from crypto, that is already built in, of 64 dot, we're going to say to string of x. So this is going to give us a random set of characters that is going to be a GWT secret. So here let's come down and we're going to initialize a token. I'm going to say const token equals to gwt.sign method, initialize the user ID, that's going to be equals to user dot underscore id comma your email, that's going to be equals to your user dot email. And apart from that, this is going to take in the JWT secret. So that's it. So apart from this, we're going to send the token to the front end part. Here we're going to say result dot status of 200 dot JSON. Here we're going to say message is going to be equals to Google login successful, and we're going to pass in the user as well as your token. So let's format once and then let's save the file. So yeah, this has been set up. Okay, so now the next step is let's go into the front end part and then initialize the on press event on the sign up with Google button. So before that, we need to initialize a dependency because we are using dependency to log in with Google. So let's head over to our login screen, and the dependency we'll be using is basically React Native Google sign in / Google sign in. So let's come over here. So let's open up a new terminal over here, and I'm going to install this yarn add. It's going to be at React Native Google sign in / Google sign in. So let's press on enter. Also, I've just created a basic video on how to sign in with Google in the previous video itself. You can go through that as well. It's going to be the exact same process I'll be following over here. So here, first of all, we need to configure that. So before that, I'm going to do a pod install because we've installed this. So here I'm going to say pod install. So as you can see, it's installing a bunch of dependencies that is required for the Google sign in. So let's wait for it to complete. Alright, so this part is done. So the first step is we need to configure two things, that is your web client ID as well as your iOS client ID. So let's do that over here. I'm going to say Google sign in, import that correctly from the required dependency, and we're going to say configure let's close the app and then again start it off. So configure method is in turn is going to take in two things, that is your web client ID, you're going to paste it over there, and your iOS client ID, you're going to paste it over here, and pass in the scopes, that is going to be equals to an array of strings, that is basically your profile as well as your email. So to get in your web client ID as well as your iOS client ID, you can head over to Google Console, create a new project. So Google Cloud Console. So let's say you select any one of the projects. So currently Google signup is selected. So make sure you press on API and services or search for API and services, and you can move on to the credentials tab. Okay. And as you can see, I've already created my iOS client ID as well as the web client ID. This was for my previous video. So once you come into this page, it would be by default empty, that is there will be no client IDs added. So for you to add your client IDs, you're going to press on create credentials and then auth client ID. You just need to do this step 2 times, one for iOS, one for the web. So this would work even for the Android as well. So select application type web over here, and then just follow along the steps and leave others as default and then create. Whereas for your iOS, it's going to be kindly different. So whereas for your iOS, it's going to be slightly different. So iOS, let's say iOS client 2, and you need to enter your bundle ID. So here you need to enter your bundle ID. So bundle ID is basically going to be equals to com dot whatever your project name is. So in my case, it's going to be com dot travel app YouTube, that is YT. So after that, just press on create and let's do that. So travel app YouTube, I'm going to say create over here. Okay, so this was created, and basically you can use this particular client ID in that particular configure button. So I'm going to delete it for now. Delete the second one, iOS client 2, and also make sure you need to have your OAuth consent screen set up. Okay, so as you can see, this is the one which I've set it up. So just follow along the steps, and you need to add a test user. That is going to come in the fourth step, I guess. And apart from that, you can leave everything as default, and then you can proceed next. So once this is done, you would be automatically able to make the Google sign-in work. Two things. One is your credentials should be present and it should be perfect. That is your web client ID as well as your iOS client ID as well as your OAuth screen should be configured in your Google Cloud project. So that's the only thing. So yeah, the app is being loaded. So let's first of all, import Google sign-in correctly. It's not importing. Let's do that manually. Yeah, it got imported. So format. So I'm gonna paste in my values over here, and then I'm gonna minimize this. Okay, so these are my web client ID as well as the iOS client ID. So now let's first of all initialize the on press event on the button, that is your sign up with Google. I'm gonna make use of my pressable over here. So pressable over here as well. Here I'm gonna say on press, taken a function, or we can directly give a function name, that is handle Google login. Okay, let's define the function at the top, that is handle Google login. So I'm gonna say not over there. So const handle Google login equals to async function. So here I'm first of all going to initialize my try and then catch block. So catch of error. I'm just going to give a console message for that particular error. Inside the try block, first of all, I'm going to need the response. I'm going to say const response equals to await Google login. So this is basically another function. So let's define this at the top. So here I'm going to say const Google login equals to async function. So here I'm going to say await Google sign in dot hash play services, and I'm going to get the user info over here. I'm going to say const user info equals to await Google sign in dot sign in, not login, sign in dot sign in, and this is basically going to return us the user info, which would be stored inside of your response, that is this one. Okay, so here I'm just going to say const destructure the ID token, because that's what we need to send it into the backend part, equals to response. So for some reason, sometimes the value might not be valid. So for that, we're going to check first of all if the ID token is not directly available. Then we're going to get it from the response.data.token. So I'm going to say const extracted token equals to, it's going to be either ID token or it's going to be response.data.id token. Okay, so we're going to check the condition, that is if at all our extracted token is present, then in that case, first of all, we need to send ID token to the backend part. I'm going to say const backend response equals to await initialize axios.get method. This is going to be the URL http localhost 8000 / Google login. So this in turn is going to take in two things, that is your ID token, that is going to be your extracted token in this case. Okay, that's pretty much it. Let's format, import axios as well. So after initializing the backend response, let's get the data over here. So we're going to say const data equals to backend response dot data, and if you really want to console.log, you can console.log the backend response dot data. So let's write that correctly. Backend response, it's going to be data. Yeah, so here I'm just going to set the token into async storage. I'm going to say async storage, import that correctly from the correct dependency, and we're going to set the item now. So this is the key auth token, and this is the value data dot token. Okay, apart from that, I'm just going to say set the token to be data dot token. So this set token is basically going to come from your context. So I'm just going to import that over here. So make sure to import use context as well as your auth context. Alright, so both of them have been imported. Yeah, so let's save the file. So that's pretty much it. So now for it to work in the iOS part, we need to make some changes in the info.plist as well. So let's head over to our iOS and then travel app YouTube info.plist. So here I'm going to make few changes. I'll be sending the entire code to make the changes in the description. You can check it out. So I'm just going to paste in the code over here. So these are the required things for you to paste inside of your info.plist. So wherever you have your ID, this is my ID, so make sure you paste your ID over there. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much it. Let's save the file. So since we have made the change in the info.plist, we need to make a pod install once more. So let's do a pod install, and then after that we need to be able to implement the sign up with Google. So let's give it some time to finish this. Yeah, so this part is done. So let's save the file, and yeah, I think we should give this a try. Let's head back to our login screen. So save. So I'm gonna press on sign up with Google. Okay, nothing seems to happen, not sure why. Let's first of all check if at all the function is getting triggered or what. So console.log. Okay, yeah, so the function is not getting triggered off. So I'm gonna do one more thing. I'm just gonna reload the app, and then after that I'm gonna try it out once more. So now let's give this one more try. I'm gonna press on sign up with Google. So as you can see, now we're able to see that travel app YouTube wants to use google.com to sign in. I'm going to press on continue. So this should basically ask your mail. Okay, so as you can see, I'm going to use my account. I've already added it previously. So I'm going to press on this and continue. Okay, so let's see what. Yeah, so we do have error. Request failed status code 404. Okay, let's check that out. Yeah, in the backend part there is no error. 404 in the sense probably the URL might be wrong. Let's check it out once more. Yeah, it's going to be / Google login. All right, I don't think the URL is wrong because that's the right one. That is localhost 8000 / Google login, and we are passing the correct token. First of all, let's check if all we have the extracted token over here. I'm just going to say console.log token and then the extracted token. Save. Then let's give this one more try. Sign up with Google. Continue. All right. Yeah, so all right, so we do have the token, but it is erroring out after that. So that means it's going inside the condition, but over here it's kind of erroring out. So let's look into that. So post method, okay, my bad, it's going to be post method, not get. Okay, so save. So now it should work out correctly. So I'm going to say again, sign up with Google, continue, and then select an account, continue. So as you can see, just like that, we were able to log in. And since the token was present, it went through these two steps as well. That is, it set it into async storage and then set the token. So since this was done, over here this got triggered. Since token value is present, we are showing here, not this part, in the stack navigator. So since your token was present, that is this one, we are showing the main stack. So that's how we implement the login with Google or sign in with Google. So that's pretty much it. This is working absolutely fine. So now let's make few changes in our endpoints because we have implemented the Google login. So the first one is while creating a trip. Okay, so let's scroll up, and then while creating the first trip, yeah, we need to add the host. Okay, so here I'm going to say host, and over here also host, and we need to initialize our travelers array. I'm going to say travelers is going to be an array, and by default we are adding the host into that particular array. So I'm going to say format, save. Okay, we do have an error. Okay, we need to remove that comma. An extra comma got added over here. Okay, and the next change we had to make was over here. So by default we are getting all of the trips, so here we just need to get only those trips that the current user is a part of. Okay, so let's make the change. So it's going to be app.get /trips/user ID. So we need to get the user ID from the request.params. And so here basically we're going to say const trips equals to await trip.find method. Here either your user ID should be equals to the host or it should be part of the travelers array. And then from this we need to populate because we need access to the name, email, and then the photo. So we're going to populate based on the travelers. So save the file. So now we need to make the changes in the front end part, that is in the home screen where we had initially called all of these functions. So let's come to the home screen, not home screen, the create trip, that's the first change. So here we need to add the host. Okay, so for that, first of all, let's access the token, the user ID. So I'm going to say const user ID comma set user ID equals to use context of your auth context. So make sure to import both use context as well as your auth context. That is over here, and your use context as well. Alright, so now let's pass the host over here. That's the final one. Host is going to be equals to your user ID. Format, and then let's save. And apart from that, in the home screen we need to make the change. So we need to first of all get the user ID. So I'm going to initialize the function for that over here. So I'll just paste it in the code to get in the user ID. So let's initialize the user fact over here. Let's import it from, yeah, it's already imported. Import async storage. Okay, we can import it from any of the other screen. Import async storage as well as your core.js. So I'm going to say import core.js /stable, then atob, and import your gwt decode. And let's get in the state, that is your user ID and then the set user ID. And import use context as well as your auth context as well. So auth context, So that's it. And in the fetch trips part, we're gonna make the change for this one. So it's gonna be this now because we have made the change. Okay, it's gonna be /trips /user ID and then set trips to be of the response.data. Let's save the file. And as you can see, as soon as I save the file, you're not able to see the trips because the current user doesn't has any kind of trips. So here it says error fetching trips, set loading doesn't exist. Let's remove that, not required. Save. So as you can see, no errors, and then the trip is also not present because the user has not yet created any kind of trip. So first of all, let's delete the trip because this was done just for the testing part. So I'm gonna say delete. Okay. And as you can see, once I refreshed over here, even the users is being added and my user ID should be there over here. That is the Google information, that is Google ID, name, email, photo, and created at as well as the updated at, which is good. And now trip is currently empty. So as you can see, it is currently empty. So now the next step is let's create a new trip and let's verify if at all the correct trip is being created because we have made some changes to the endpoint. And after that, let's focus on designing the map, which is going to look something like this. So this is your map part. Okay, so it's going to have basically all of the markers on the map, and if at all you press on any kind of marker, we need to be showing the information. Okay, so first of all, let's create the trip and then let's implement the design for the map. So I'm going to just create a new trip over here. So I'm going to press on create a trip button and let's choose an image, let's say this one, and let's pass in the trip name. I'm going to say same Mysore, and I'm going to choose the dates. So let's say 23rd or from 27th to 29th. Okay, and then I'm going to say create. So as you can see, the trip has been created successfully. So you can actually check if all the response is successful, then you can actually show a alert message over here. Okay, so I'm just going to reload the app once. So as you can see, since this user was currently okay, so over here we do have an error. It says error fetching the trips, request failed with status code 404. Okay, let's look into that. Okay, so here let's pass in the condition saying that if it only if the user ID is present, then only call the fetch trips. Okay, so let's initialize this like this. So now we should not get that error. Let's format once and then save the file. So as you can see, now we're not getting that error. So yeah, we are able to see the correct trips because this is the only trip that the current user is a part of because the user has only created the trip. So let's go over here and then let's add a place. So I'm going to add pretty much the same places. So Mysore Palace. All right, this got added, and then the second one. Okay, so even this got added, which is good. So now let's go into this one and then add the first place over here and the second place over here. Alright, so currently we have two places. Let's add one more. Okay, so as you can see, we have added all of the 3 places, which is good. So now the next step is we're going to go into the return block and basically add the bottommost part. I'm going to render 2 icons, as you can see over here. Yeah, these 2 icons, one is this one and then one is the map icon. Alright, so just paste in the code for the icons or your basically your pressables. So the first one is going to be the font awesome 6 and this is the name, and you can pretty much copy down the styles over here. And this is the second one. So this is going to be the feather icon, the name is going to be map. So we need to import the font awesome 6 icons. You can again go through the code over here. Now let's import font awesome 6. And the same thing is gonna come over here as well. So font awesome 6. Save the file. Feather doesn't exist, alright, so let's import that too. So here I'm going to say feather, and over here as well feather. Save the file. Alright, so now as you can see, we have those two icons being shown on the screen, which is good. So this is going to come basically in every tab. So let's create the screen that is our map screen. I'm going to say map screen.js. So rnfes to get the Sujan code snippet, and then save the file. Let's include this into our main stack, that is over here. So here I'm going to say map, the component is going to be map screen. Let's import map screen over here. I'm going to say map screen from screens / map screen. Save. And I've already given the on press over here if you would have previously observed. So it's going to be navigation to navigate to the map, and the places is going to be places. So this is already stored inside of state. If at all I want to show you that, so places, set places, and set places, we are using it over here. So let me just show you that inside this particular call. Okay, I'm just sending the same thing because this data has the access to your latitude as well as your longitude. So that's the reason we are passing it to the next screen. So first of all, let's start styling out the map screen. So first of all, let's press on the icon, map icon. So navigation doesn't exist, so let's import that. Const navigation equals to use navigation. So make sure to import use navigation from React navigation. Yeah, it's imported. Save. And as you can see, we are coming directly to the map screen, which is good. So let's start styling out the map screen. Initialize your safe area view, and let's just copy that, and we're gonna paste it over here. Save. And over here, first of all, let's initialize our route params. I'm gonna say const route equals to use route. So import use route from React navigation, and we also need access to React native maps. So let's install that dependency. Let's come down to the terminal over here. Into the main project, I'm gonna say yarn add React native maps, and then enter. So yep, this part is done. So within the safe area view, directly I'm going to initialize my map view. So I'm going to say map view. Think we need to do a pod install. So I'm going to say pod install. And then I'm just going to reload the app. So yeah, for the map view, we're going to say a reference is going to be map view. So first of all, let's create the reference. It's going to be equals to use ref. So I'm going to say const map view equals to use ref. Initially it would be pointing to null. So import use ref from React. So here I'm going to say map view. And after that, I'm going to initialize my places. I'm going to say const places equals to root dot params dot places. So let's also import map view from React native maps. So it's taking a lot of time to import. Okay, so it's not importing. Let's do it manually. So here at the top, I'm going to import both of the things. That is basically a map view, circle, as well as the marker. So not sure why it is actually not building it up. Let's cut the terminal once and then again restart it. So I'm going to say yarn iOS, and let's open it up on the iOS. So So yeah, let's continue coding this up. So first of all, after initializing the places, so to access the places, it's going to be root.params.places, because that's what's the information that we send from previous screen to this screen. So I'm going to initialize my first place. So I'm going to say const first place equals to places of 0. Okay. So yeah, apart from that, I'm going to initialize my coordinates. I'm going to say const coordinates equals to places dot map. For every place, initialize your object, and here initialize your latitude. Okay, we got some error while building this up. Let's try to directly open this. Let's see if that opens up. Yeah, so it is building it up, so which is good. All right, so before going to the map screen, let's finish coding this part. So latitude is going to be place dot go into the geometry. So you can basically check out the backend to get all of these values. So go into the geometry dot location dot lat, and longitude is going to be equals to place dot geometry dot location dot lng. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much it. Now let's initialize the map view. So for the map view, we have provided the ref. We need to provide the initial region. So I'm going to say initial region equals to latitude. That's going to be equals to first place dot geometry dot location dot latitude, and apart from that, we need to provide in the longitude. So I'm going to say longitude is going to be equals to first place dot geometry so first place dot geometry dot location dot longitude. So let's format once. Apart from this, we need to provide the latitude delta as well as the longitude delta. So let's write that correctly. First of all, first place latitude delta, it's going to be 0.04. So this is basically corresponding to your zoom property of the map, and this is going to be longitude delta 0.04. So that's pretty much it. Let's provide the style over here for the map. It's going to have a width of 100% and a height of 100%. Okay, and apart from that, it's going to have a margin top. So I'm going to say margin top of 20, border radius of 5. Okay, save. So within the map view, we're going to show the markers for the places. So for that, I'm going to say root dot params dot your places dot map, take in the item and then the index, and over here I'm going to initialize my marker. It's already been imported. So for the marker, first of all, we need to provide the coordinate. That is compulsory. So coordinate is going to be equals to, it's going to take in two things, latitude value as well as the longitude value. So latitude is going to be equals to same again, item dot geometry dot location dot latitude, and your longitude is going to be equals to again item dot geometry dot location dot longitude. All right, and if all you press on the marker, we need to show the place name. So let's do that as well. So here I'm going to say title, it's going to be equals to item dot name. That's how we access the name. And apart from that, we need access to the description as well. That is going to come below the name itself. So it's going to be item dot brief description. All right, let's save. Now let's go check out the map. Hopefully we should be seeing the correct results. So I'm going to say map view. Okay, so we do have error, cannot read property bubbling types of null. Not sure what that is. Probably let's do once more a pod install, and then again I'm gonna reload the application, and then I'm gonna try it out once more. So alright, the app has been built successfully. So let's give this one more try. So let's say we're gonna go to the maps over here. So there you go. So we are able to see something onto the screen, which is good. Okay, so now first of all, let's make use of the method that is fit to coordinates, and based on whatever coordinates value we have over here, we're gonna use that, and then based on how many of our markers we have, we need to see all of those markers in a single viewpoint. So I'm gonna say initialize use effect, and this is going to be dependent on your places. Okay, here I'm gonna say if at all my places are present and map view.current, then in that case I'm gonna say map view dot current. I'm gonna make use of the method that is fit to coordinates. This in turn is going to take in the coordinate values, so it's going to be coordinates because we've already calculated that. So just copy that down, and we're gonna, yeah, it's already there. So yeah, apart from that, we're gonna provide in the edge padding values. I'm gonna say edge padding, it's gonna be an object, top 50, right is gonna be 50, and then bottom is gonna be 50, left it's gonna be 50. So yes, let's format, and then let's save the file. Okay, so nothing seems to happen. Let's come back to the previous screen. Let's reload once. Okay, so use effect doesn't exist, so let's import that. Save. Let's give this one more try. So as you can see, there you go, we are able to see all of the places over here. So let's say I'm gonna press on this. So this is your Mysore Palace. This is your second place, that is whatever is being added. So currently all of these places are based on the places that are present in your places to visit array and not present in your itinerary. So if you want to show all of the places in your itinerary, just make the change for that, because over here in the map screen I'm actually sharing the places. If you want to share the itinerary, you can just do that. Okay, so let's say I want to choose the third place as well. So first of all, let me add that into the list. So I'm gonna say go over here, and then so now I've just increased the padding, that is your edge padding, from 50 to 100. So as you can see, currently we're able to see all of the three places, and all of these three places are in your places to visit list. So we are currently focusing on the places to visit list. If at all you want to change it to the itinerary, you can do that. It's pretty simple itself, because both of the information, that is your geometry information, are there in both your itinerary as well as your places to visit array. So you can use that. So yeah, I've just changed the padding to 100 from 50, and you're able to see the change. There is all of the three markers. And if all you want to decrease the zoom level, you could do that by making the change over here. That is, instead of 0.04, let's say 0.03. So it's gonna look like this, it's gonna zoom out. Okay, so yeah, we're able to see all of that. And if all I press on all of the three things, this is your first place, your second place, okay, and this is your third place. So that's looking absolutely fine. So now we're going to initialize the on press on the marker. I'm going to say on press, take in a function, and here I'm going to say set selected marker. I'm going to say set selected marker of your item. All right, so first I'm going to initialize my state over here. I'm going to say const selected marker comma set selected marker equals to use state, initially an empty array. Okay, instead of an empty array, let's provide it as null over here. Okay, so here we're going to set the selected marker to be of the item dot name. So use state doesn't exist, so use state safe. All right, so we have all of the three places onto the screen. So now based on whether or not, if at all anything is selected, we're going to show it onto the map. So right below the marker over here, I'm going to say view. So within this view, we're going to have the condition saying that if at all selected marker is present, selected marker, and we're going to say view over here. So within this, we're just going to show the information for that particular marker. So within this view, we're going to have another view, and within this, we're going to have another view, which is basically going to contain a text which is going to show us the number, that is 1. And we're going to give pretty much the same kind of style for the view over here. That's for this particular one. I think there is a kind of bracket error, I guess. Let's remove everything once. Yeah, so it's nothing, just a normal issue. So let's target the style over here. So let's come back to our trip plan screen, and I'm just going to copy down this one, and I'm going to paste it over here. So save, format. Okay, so yeah, after this we're going to have another text which is going to show us the name, that is after your view. So it's going to be selected marker dot name. So for this, let's provide the style. So it's going to have a font size of 16, and we're going to give it a font weight of 500, and let's say width of 82%. Apart from that, a flex of 1. So yeah, below the text, I'm going to have the end typo icon being shown. So let's initialize that. So I'm just going to paste it over here. And if at all you press on that, we're going to set the selected marker to be null. So the name is going to be cross. So let's also import this at the top. Okay, so yeah, that's it. Let's format and then save. So yes, now below the view, that is after the icon, we're going to show your description, that is over here. I'm going to say text, it's going to be selected marker dot brief description. So here number of lines can maximum be 3, so I'm going to say number of lines, style, color is going to be gray, and over here margin bottom of 10. So below this, I'm just going to show my image. So I'm just going to get the code for the image. So here I'm just going to check if at all my selected marker.photos is present, and if at all my selected marker.photos of 0 is present, that is I'm just trying to access the first image of the photos array. Then in that case, initialize image tag, width of 100%, height of 150, border radius of 10, and then the margin bottom of 10. Resize mode is going to be cover, and then the URI is going to be selected marker.photos of 0. So let's save the file, and let's give the style for the outermost part, that is your view, that is this view. So initialize the style over here. It's going to have a padding of 5, and then a background color of this color code, that's white. And apart from that, border top left radius, so border top left radius of 10, and then border top right radius as well of 10. Apart from that, elevation of 5. So we need the next part in a row fashion, that is the 1 and then your name. Initialize the style over here, so flex of row, and then align items of center, as well as margin bottom of 10. So yeah, save the file. So now let's press on any one of the item or marker. Let's say this one. Image doesn't exist. Okay, so let's import that. Save, and then let's check out the trip. Let's press on this. So there you go. We're able to see the design being shown, but we want it to be shown in the bottommost part, not at the top part. So for that reason, let's style this out. That is for this particular view. So currently we're able to see the required design, that is whatever we pressed on. So here I'm going to say give it a padding of 10 and then background color. So if at all selected marker is present, that means if at all any kind of marker is selected, then the background should be white, else it should be transparent. That means nothing should be shown onto the map. Yeah, so apart from this, let's provide some border radius as well. So border radius of, let's say, 7. Margin top is going to be auto because we want it to come towards the bottommost part. Margin bottom of 30. Okay, and we're going to provide a margin horizontal. So I'm going to say margin horizontal of 13. So let's save the file. So as you can see, just like that, we're able to show this particular design towards the bottommost part, which is looking good. So this should be in white color, that is your text. So style color is going to be white. And let's provide a font weight of 500. Alright, so that's looking good. And for the text, let's provide it a margin left value of 8. So as you can see, that's looking good. And once I press on the close button, that is the end type of icon, automatically this should be closed. Okay, so there you go, that is gone. Let's say I press on this one, so we're able to see the information for that particular place, that is whatever place we pressed on, right? So let's check out the final one. This is your Philomena's Cathedral. Okay, it's looking good. So yeah, that's it about your map design. This is completed. So we finished most of the implementation of the application. So now the next step is the final one, that is to set up the budget part for the trip. Okay, we're going to look into this where we initialize the budget for the trip, and we're going to decide different kinds of expenses based on the categories and which particular person is going to spend on which category, because we also have the inviting of trips as well. So we can invite any friends also to the trip with the help of the share button through email. Okay, so we'll be implementing that too. So now let's focus on the design and implementation of the budget part. So now let's initialize the design for your final tab, that is your expense tab. So for that, first of all, we're going to check the condition, that is if at all your option is going to be equals to your dollar symbol. So let's write that, and then let's start initializing the design for your expense tab. So it's going to come over here just below this view. So your expense tab is going to look something like this. It's going to have the budget over here. So initially the budget would be pointing to 0, and once when you press on this set a budget, we would be opening up a model, and then we would be entering a number, and then once when we save the budget, this would be saved over here. Okay, and this is your add expense button, and these are all of the expenses that are added. So let's design that. So here within the view, first of all, I'm going to check the condition, that is if at all my option is equals to dollar, and initialize a scroll view. All right, and within that initialize a view. So this view in turn is going to have another view. So this view in turn is going to have a text which is going to show us the budget. So let's say for now I'm just going to put in 400 over here. Save. So as you can see, we're able to see that onto the screen. So now below the text, we're going to have the pressable. So within this, we're going to have a text which says set budget. That is set a budget, and then save the file. Alright, so we have that being shown onto the screen. So now let's initialize the style for the text. So it's going to have some margin vertical. So margin vertical of 13. Text align of center. So I'm going to say text align center. And apart from that, a color of white. And then we're going to give it a font size of 15. So let's save. And yeah, now apart from that, we're going to have another view which is going to have this dead summary UI part. Okay, so let's initialize a view for that. So this is going to be dead summary. So for the text, it's going to have a text align of center. And we're going to pass in a color of white and a font size of 13. Whereas for your view, let's provide it some margin left of auto. And then margin right of auto as well. So margin right auto. Apart from that, some internal spacing, padding of 10, border radius of 25, and I'm going to give it a border color of white and then a border width of 1. Save the file. Alright, so now let's give the style for the outermost view, that is basically a background color, that is for this particular view. So target the style. It's going to have a padding of 10 and then it's going to have a background color of this color code, that is 132 and then 74F. So save. So as you can see, that's looking good. And we're going to have the style for this one, that is this text. It's going to have a font size of 24 and then color is going to be white and font weight is going to be bold, text align of center. So yeah, as you can see, that's looking good. Let's get in the rupee symbol and then we're gonna put it over there. That is over here and then save. Alright, so now after this, we're gonna have the next part, that is your expenses part, that's gonna come over here. So let's initialize the view over here below this one. So this view in turn is gonna have another view. So within this view, we're gonna have the text which says expenses. So save the file. Alright, so we're able to see that onto the screen. Then we're going to have the material icons. So let's initialize that. So here the name is going to be person search. And we're going to provide the color and size. So size is going to be 25. Color is going to be black. So let's give the style for the view over here. We want it in a row fashion. So first of all, provide some padding of 12 and a flex of row. So flex direction row and then align items of center. So align items of center and justify of space between. Save the file. So as you can see, just like that, it's looking nice. So format once and then let's provide the style for the text over here. I'm going to say style. So it's going to have basically a font size of 17, font weight of bold, and then save. Yeah, so that's looking good. So now after that, over here, if all there are any expenses, we're going to show that. Else we're just going to show the button that is for adding an expense. So that's going to come over here, initialize a pressable with a text which says add expense. So let's pass in the style over here. So this in turn is going to have a padding of 12, some internal spacing, background color of this color code, that is FF5733, and we're going to provide a border radius. So border radius of 25, margin left of auto, as well as margin right of auto, and we're going to pass in a margin top of 30. Save. So as you can see, that's looking good. Let's format once and then let's provide the style for your text over here. Initialize the style property and then text align of center, and I'm going to provide a color of white for the text. So save the file. So yeah, as you can see, that's looking good. So now first of all, let's deal with the budget part. So by default it would be set to 0, or currently it's hard coded, that's fine. So now let's initialize on press event on the set budget that's present. So here I'm going to say on press, taking a function, and here we're going to say set model open to be of the opposite of model open. So first of all, we need to initialize the state for this, that is model open, and then set model open. So let's do that over here. So I'm going to say const model open comma set model open equals to use state, and initially it would be pointing to false. And now let's scroll down and then initialize the design for our model. Okay, so let's say right after your bottom model we could initialize that is over here. So I'm going to initialize model, import it from React Native as such, and for the model I'm going to provide in a bunch of options. So I'm just going to copy paste the same values that I've pasted over here, that is for the previous bottom model, that is all of these values in the initial state. So let's initialize that over here for the model, just like this. So we're going to have the on backdrop press, so set model open to be the opposite of model open, that means we're going to set it to be false. And on hardware back press, do the same thing. The swipe direction is going to be up and down, swipe threshold is going to be 200, and model title is going to be budget info. And apart from that, the model animation, we're going to say new slide animation and slide from bottom. Visible is going to be model open. If this is true, the model is going to be shown. If this is false, the model is not going to be shown. And this is your on touch outside of the model, then set model to be again the opposite of model open. So that's it. Let's design the inner content of the model. So for that, initialize your model content. I think we need to import it from React Native models itself, not from React Native. So let's remove this and let's import it from your React Native models. So here I'm going to say import model from React Native model, just like this. Let's save and then let's design it. Model title doesn't exist. Okay, let's import that as well. So let's scroll down and then let's continue designing the model. So inside the model content, or first of all for the model content, I'm going to provide the style. This in turn is going to have a width of let's say 350, and it's going to have a height of auto. And within the model content, we're going to have the view being initialized, which is going to have another view. Here we're going to have a text which says enter budget. So let's save the file, and first of all let's press on this set a budget. So as you can see, we're able to see the model being opened onto the screen, which is good. And let's initialize the feather icon over here. So the name is going to be edit to, size is going to be 20, and then color is going to be black. Save. So as you can see, we have that being shown onto the screen. Let's initialize the style for the view over here. So initially a margin top of 10, a flex direction of row, and we have align items to center. So align items center, and we're going to provide justify of space between, and then save the file. So as you can see, that's looking good. And for the text, let's provide in the style. This in turn is going to have a font size of 15, and we're going to have a font weight of 500. So save. So yeah, that's looking good. So apart from that, we're going to have the text input after the view. So initialize the view over here. This in turn is going to have text input. So let's initialize the text input. So this is going to have a placeholder which says enter a budget. All right. And apart from that, let's initialize the state to hold the budget. So here I'm going to say, let's say const value comma set value equals to use state. Initially it would be pointing to 0. Let's come down over here, back to the model. Here let's initialize the value. So value is going to be equals to budget. Okay, I think I made the wrong state name. Yeah, it should be const budget comma set budget. So const budget comma set budget equals to use state of 0. So here, yeah, value is going to be budget, and then on change text is going to be set budget. So that's it. So we have set up a state for the text input so that we could access whatever the user is typing instead of the input field. And here let's provide a style for this. It's going to have a width of, let's say, 95%, and we're going to give a margin top of 10 and some padding bottom of, let's say, 10. The font family is going to be this one. You can pretty much copy the spelling. And apart from that, a border color slight grayish one, so border color of this color code. And then we're going to provide it a border width as well, border width of 1, and then padding of 10. So let's save the file. So as you can see, we're able to see that design shown onto the screen. Let's provide a border radius of 25. So border radius of 25, and then save. So as you can see, that's looking cool. So now apart from that, let's give the style for the view over here. So margin top of 12, justify content of center, and then align items of center. So I'm going to say align items center, save. So yeah, as you can see, that's looking nice. If all I press on outside of the model, automatically it's gonna close. Okay. So now first of all, let's head over to the index.js file and then initialize the endpoint to set the budget for this particular trip. So let's come back to our index.js file over here, and let's scroll down, and here I'm going to say initialize a budget to initialize an endpoint to set a budget to our trip. I'm going to say app dot, it's going to be put method. So I'm going to say / set budget, and it's going to be / your trip ID. So here it's going to be async method. So here it's going to have the async method with the request and the response in the callback. All right. So first of all, let's initialize our try as well as catch block. So catch of error, and here we're going to say result dot status of 500 dot JSON with a message being error updating the budget with that particular error inside the try block. So to update the budget, we need access to two things, that is your particular budget, whatever the user is going to type, as well as your trip ID to modify in the backend. Okay, so for that I'm going to access two things, const trip ID equals to request params and const budget equals to request.body. Alright, so let's initialize our trip. I'm going to say const trip equals to await, initialize your trip model dot, we're going to say find by id of your trip id, and after that we're going to check the condition, that is if at all no trip is found, then here we're going to say return result.status of 404 dot json with a message being trip is not found. So that's it. So apart from that, we're going to say once if at all we found the trip, we're going to say access the trip dot budget is going to be equals to your budget, because we've already initialized this in the trip model if you would observe over here. So as you can see in the main trip schema, by default budget is set, type of number and default is false, and default is 0. We have not provided that, but we can directly access the value and then we can modify it. Okay, so that's the reason we are going to say over here trip dot budget is going to be equals to the budget. After modifying, just say await trip dot save. So trip dot save, and apart from that we're going to say result dot status of 200 dot json with a message being budget is updated with the trip. Okay, that's it. Let's format once. So this is basically your endpoint to set a budget for a particular trip. So also apart from this, I'm just going to paste in the endpoint to get the user info of the currently logged in user. Okay, so this is pretty simple. So it's going to be the app.get method. It's going to be /user/user id. It's going to be an async method with the request and response. Initialize your try and then catch block. Finish writing up the catch block over here. In the try block, we just need access to the user ID that's going to come from request.params, and we're going to make use of the find by ID method from the user model, and we're going to pass in the user ID, and we're just going to return that particular user. So that's pretty much it. Let's save the file, and now let's head back to our trip plan screen. So now the next step is let's head back to our trip plan screen, then hit this particular endpoint, that is set budget and then trip ID. So I think before that I forgot to add one more design, that is if at all I press on this, we need two buttons, that is the cancel and then save button. So let's initialize that. That's going to happen inside the model itself, that is right below your pressable, not pressable, your view, that is this one. So below this we're going to have, let's say, one more view initialized. This in turn is going to have a pressable, which is going to have a text which says cancel. One more pressable. So below cancel we're going to have save. So let's save the file. So as you can see, we have both of them being shown on the screen. So for the first pressable, let's provide the style. So it's going to have a padding of 10. So let's give that. Border radius of, let's say, 25. And we're going to give it a border color as well. So border color of E0, E0, E0. And we're going to provide it a border width as well. So border width of 1. And a specific width of, let's say, 100. And for the text, let's provide in the style over here. It's going to be a text align of center. So format, and let's similarly give the style for this one. The second pressable, padding of 10, border radius of, let's say, 25. Background is going to be this color, that is 720 E9E, and just give it a width of 100. So for the style, let's give the, so for the text, let's give the style. So let's try that correctly. So we're going to give it a text align of center. So I'm going to say text align center, and we're going to provide it a color of white. So save. As you can see, that's looking good. Let's target the final view over here. I'm going to say style. So here it's going to have a flex direction of a row, align items of center, and we're going to provide it, let's say, a gap of 20. justify is going to be space between, and let's also provide a slight margin top since it's almost touching the top part of the container, margin top of 15. So save. So as you can see, the design is looking good. Let's format over here. So let's remove justify content of space between. We're going to provide it of center. Yeah, I think that's looking fine. So now for the cancel button, we're going to say on press, take in a function, and we're going to say set open model to be a false. So set model open, not open model, set model open to be a false, and we're going to initialize a on press function on the second pressable. So I'm going to say on press, take in a function. Here we're going to say set the trip budget of your budget, that is whatever the user has typed inside of the input field. So now let's define the function that is set trip budget at the top of the screen. And let's say over here. So I'm going to say const set trip budget. So this in turn is going to take in the budget over here in the function parameter. So here let's initialize our try and then catch block. So catch of error with that particular error message. Okay, inside the try block, initialize your response. I'm going to say const response equals to await. It's going to be axios.put method, and this is going to be your URL http localhost. It's going to be 8000 / set budget / your trip ID. This is already coming from your root param, so let's just initialize that over here, and here we need to pass in your budget, so it's going to be budget. So that's it. After this, I'm just going to say set model open to be a false. Okay, that's it, and you can just console.log the response.data. So let's make the change over here, that is in the front end part. That is where we have the budget being shown. That is over here. So here let's make the change. So it should either be this value, that is budget, or it should be rooted param item.budget, that is once when the app is refreshed and then again opened up. Okay, let's save the file. Okay, currently it is 0. So let's press on set a budget. I'm going to say I need a budget of 5000 for the trip. I'm going to say save. Okay, so we do have error. It says request failed with status code 500. So let's look into that. Yeah, so there is no error in the backend part. So here let's just give a console.log message for both of the values just to check if at all we are getting the required things. So save. Yeah, so we are getting both the values, that is your ID as well as your budget. So here we are still getting the same error even though we have done everything correctly, right? We're getting that 500 error status code. So let's do one thing. Let's let's actually make this as default 0, and then let's create another trip and then let's try it out once more. All right, so let's save, cancel. I'm just going to delete the trip over here in the backend part. And let's try to reload the app. So let's create the trip over here. I'm going to say create a trip. Let's enter the trip name, and let's choose image, and let's select the date over here, and then create. So yeah, trip is created successfully. So let's go over here, and then let's first of all check out the backend, and let's say if at all the budget has been set. So by default it should be set to 0 because we have made the change in the model. So yeah, budget has been set to 0. So now let's give this a try. So hopefully we should be able to set the budget now. Let's go over here, set a budget, and then let's enter 5000, then save. So there you go. Now we're able to set the budget correctly, and over here as well we're able to save it. So just one mistake was that this was not present, okay, but previously in my other project it worked out correctly even without passing this. Okay, so yeah, make sure to pass a default value of 0 and then this should work out. And I've not made any changes in our endpoint or in the front end function. It is the same as is, that is whatever we have defined previously. So this part is done. So now the next part is we're going to look into the design of the next model, that is if at all we press on the add expense button. So let's head back to our trip plan screen and let's scroll down to the place where we have the add expense, that is this one, and here we're gonna initialize on press event. So here let's initialize the on press event on the pressable. I'm gonna say on press, taking a function, and here I'm gonna say set model to be your opposite of model. So this is gonna be your third model design. Let's first of all initialize the state for the model. So here I'm gonna say const model comma set model equals to use state. Initially it's gonna be empty, not empty, it's gonna be false, my bad, so false. Okay, so now let's design the model at the bottommost part. So let's see over here, I'm gonna initialize my bottom model. So here I'm gonna provide again a bunch of options to this. So I've just pasted in the options, so it's gonna be pretty simple itself, same as the previous model. So you can make sure to copy that out. Okay, so within the bottom model we're gonna have the model content. So I'm gonna say model content. So let's provide the style. So this in turn is gonna have a width of 100%, and it's gonna have, let's say, a height of 600, and it's gonna have a background color of this color code, that is F8 F8 F8. And we're gonna have two views over here that is within the model, that is one is your original view and one is your other view. So let's first of all initialize the state to check which particular view it is in. So I'm gonna scroll up and then initialize the state for this. So it's gonna be const model view comma set model view equals to use state. Initially it would be in the original view. So based on whichever view we are in, we're going to show that particular design. So let's scroll down and we're going to write the condition over here within the model content, that is if your model view equals to original, and over here let's initialize a view. So within this view we're gonna have the text which says add a expense. So let's save the file. Let's first of all press on this. So as you can see, we're able to see that being shown onto the screen. Let's initialize the style over here, text align of center, and then a font weight of bold. Okay, so below the text we're gonna have the view being initialized. Let's initialize a view over here. So this in turn is gonna have your text, which is gonna have your rupees, and here we're gonna have the text, one more text towards the rightmost part, not the text, input. This is gonna have a placeholder. So based on whatever expense you select, here you're gonna enter the price for that particular expense. So first of all, let's initialize the state to hold the price. So I'm gonna say const price comma set price equals to use state. Initially it would be pointing to 0. So let's scroll down over here and let's write the value is going to be equals to your price, and we're going to have on change text, it's going to be set price. Okay, and apart from that we're going to have the style, color is going to be gray, and we're going to have a font size of 16. So format once, and here let's provide the style for the view. So this in turn is going to have a margin vertical of 15, flex of row, and then align items of center, justify of space between. So save. So as you can see, we have that being shown onto the screen. Let's format once. So below the view, we're going to have again one more pressable. So this pressable in turn is going to have a text which is going to say event, and here based on whatever category you press on, we're going to choose that. So for this also we need to initialize the state to check which category is currently selected. So let's initialize the state for that. So here I'm going to say const category comma set category equals to use state. Initially it would be pointing to an empty string. So let's scroll down over here. So this is going to be category, and below that we're going to have a text which says select item. So I'm going to say select item. Let's save the file. So as you can see, we have both of them being shown onto the screen, and let's initialize the style for the pressable. It's going to have a flex direction of row, align items of center, and we're going to have a justify content of space between. So yeah, that's looking good. And once when we press on this, we're going to go into the blank view, that is one more screen within the model itself. I'm going to say on press, we're going to say go to blank view. So let's first of all define the function that is go to blank view. So I'm just going to scroll up over here, and let's say over here I'm going to define it, or somewhere over here I'm going to say const go to blank view equals to taking a function, and here I'm just going to say set the model view to be of blank. So similarly we have one more function that is go to original view. So I'm going to say const go to original view equals to a normal function. Here I'm going to say set model view to be of original. That's it. Let's format once, save. Yeah, so we have already written the condition, that is if at all the model view is equals to original, we're going to show the first half of the design, that is this one, else we're going to show the second half of the design, that is in the blank view. So now below this we're going to have a self-enclosing view, that is just for the design part, that is a kind of border or a divider. I'm going to say height of 2, and it's going to have a border color of this color code, that is E0 E0 E0, and then it's going to have a border width of 3 and some margin vertical as well of 20 and a border radius of 4. So save. So as you can see, that's looking nice. Let's format once and save. So first of all, let's design the else part, that is if at all the view is in the blank view. Okay, so let's first of all give the condition, not and, it's going to be question mark else. Over here we're going to show your design for the blank view, that is basically where all of your categories are present. So let's initialize the text over here. This is going to say expense category. So save the file. So now let's press on this, and I'm going to say add expense. I'm going to press on event. As you can see, we're going to go into the expense category list. So here we're going to choose a category. So I'm going to say style over here. So text align of center, and we're gonna pass in, let's say, font weight. So font weight of 600 and a margin top of 10. So let's format once. So below the text we're gonna have a pressable which says a text which says go back. So this is gonna have on press. You already defined the function that is go to original view. And let's provide in the style over here. It's gonna have a margin top 20, align self of center, and then a padding of 10. So let's provide padding of 10 and a background color of, let's say, blue, and then a border radius of 5. Save. So as you can see, that's looking good. Let's initialize the color over here for the text. So the color is going to be white, and now I'm just going to copy down my data to initialize the design for the categories. So I'm just going to paste in my data for the categories. I'll be sending all of the data in the description. You can check it out. So this is going to contain basically an image and a unique ID. So paste it over here. So it's going to have the name of the category as well as the image. So with the help of this, we're going to style out the blank view. So I'm just going to initialize the design for that at the bottommost part, that is below the go back button, that is just below the pressable. So I'm just going to paste in the design. So this in turn is going to have outer view, and we're going to map over our data, and we're going to initialize a pressable which in turn is going to have a outer view, and within the outer view we're going to have the first image. The source is going to be URI item.image, and we're going to have the text. So these are the styles for the image as well as the text. You can check it out, and as well as for the outermost view. So I'm going to format once and then save the file. So as you can see, just like that, we were able to show all of the data items, that is your category items, onto the second screen, onto the second view, that is the blank view. So now let's initialize the function that is select category at the top of the page. So let's say over here, I'm going to say const select category equals to, this in turn is going to take in the item. Here we're going to say set category to be of your item.name. Apart from that, we're going to say set image to be of your item.image, and we're going to say set the model view to be original after once pressing on any kind of category. So I'm going to say original. Let's also initialize the state to hold image. I'm going to say const image comma set image equals to use state initially an empty string. So let's save the file, and let's press on any one of the category. Let's say I'm going to press on food. So as you can see, as soon as we pressed on that, we selected the category that is food, and then we came back to the initial view. Now below this particular view, that is this kind of divider, we are going to initialize furthermore 3 more views. So let's start coding that out. So that's going to come right after, where'd that go? So yeah, below this particular view. So here let's initialize a pressable. So here it's going to have a text first of all, which is going to say paid by you by default, that is by the host. So paid by you, and then save the file. Okay, and towards the right hand side it's going to have the material icon. So I'm just going to get that. So just paste it in the code. So we're going to actually, first of all initialize this statement that is split expanded. So for now we could actually just, so over here for now we could actually just show the arrowed right icon. So let's format over here, save. So as you can see, we're able to see that. Let's initialize the style for the pressable over here. I'm going to say style. So it's going to have a flex of row and then align items of center, and it's going to have a justify content of space between. So as you can see, that's looking good, and we're going to provide a style for this. That is for the text. It's going to have a font size of 15 and it's going to have a font weight of 500. Alright, so below this pressable we're going to have another one. So first of all, I'm going to initialize my view over here. So this in turn is basically going to have all of the current travelers of this particular trip. Okay, so for that we are actually going to map over the routed params.item.travelers.map, and then we're going to show basically your image as well as by the text as well. So first of all, let's initialize that. So here within the view we're going to say root dot params dot your item dot, let's say, travelers dot map. So for every item and then the index, let's initialize a pressable over here. This in turn is going to have your image of the user, so taking the source as well as your URI. So it's going to be item.photo. That's pretty simple to access. And over here for the image, let's provide the style over here. It's going to have a width of, let's say, 40 and then a height of 40, and it's going to have a border radius of 20. So format over here, and below the image we're going to have a text which says paid by your item.name. Okay, so since as you can see I was there in the travelers list, you're able to see that onto the screen. So let's target the style over here. So here I'm going to say flex direction of row, align items of center, and we're going to give it a gap of 10. So let's save, and for the view let's provide some margin top. I'm going to say style margin top of 10. Okay, so this we are only going to show if at all we press on this. So currently the state is not being initialized, so we're going to do that in just a bit. Okay, so after that we're going to have the next piece of view that's going to come in, that is right below this particular view. So this in turn is going to have basically not the view, it's going to have a pressable over here. So I'm going to say pressable So here within the pressable I'm going to say text, it's going to say split. By default it's going to be don't split. I'm going to say don't split. So save, and again we're going to have the same icon, that is material icons. So by default we're going to provide keyboard arrow right itself for now, and once when we initialize this state, just to check whether both of them have expanded or not, we're going to design it. So let's initialize the style, and for the text as well it's going to be pretty much the same style. So I'm going to say initialize the style over here and then save. Yeah, so that's looking good. So let's provide a slight margin top to this. So margin top of, let's say, 10. Okay, yeah, that's looking good. So now the next step is let's initialize the view that is just below the pressable. So this view in turn is going to have basically 3 more pressables, that is to check who is going to split the bill. I'm going to say view. I'm just going to get in the code for that. So I've just pasted in the code for this. So this in turn is going to contain basically 3 pressables: individuals, everyone, and then don't split. Okay, and on press we're just going to set the value for that particular value, that is whatever is pressed on. So let's initialize the state to hold the value. So I'm going to say const value comma set value equals to use state initially empty. So let's scroll down over here and then let's save the file. So as you can see, for the second container we have all of this. So this is only going to be shown once when we press on that. Okay, so that part is done. And finally we have one more design that's going to come up over here. So let's initialize a view for that. This in turn is going to have a text which says date optional, and we're going to have the material icons over here. I'm going to say material icons. The name is going to be this one, that is keyboard arrow right. The size is going to be, let's say, 25, and then the color is going to be black. Let's initialize the style for this. I'm going to give it a flex of row, so flex direction of row, and then align items of center, and we're going to provide it a justify of space between, and let's say margin vertical of 14. So save. So as you can see, that's looking good. Copy down the same piece of style for the text, that is for this one, and then let's save the file. So as you can see, we're able to see all of these three things being initialized. So now we're going to initialize the onPress function on this pressable. That is where we have this one. So I'm going to say onPress. So it's going to be toggle split. So now let's define the function that is toggle split at the top over here. So let's say const toggle split equals to a function, and first of all we need access to a state to check if at all it is expanded or not. So let's initialize a state for that. I'm going to say const is paid by expanded, comma set paid by expanded equals to use state of false, and here we're going to say const is split by expanded. So is split by expanded, comma set split by expanded equals to use state initially false. Okay, so here toggle split is going to take in a function. So here we're just going to set it. I'm going to say set split expanded to be of the opposite of is split expanded. Similarly, we have one more function, const toggle paid by equals to take in a function, and here we're going to say set split expanded, not set split expanded. So here we're going to say set paid by expanded of the opposite of is paid expanded. So here we're just trying to make the state opposite, that is if at all it's pressed and if at all it's not pressed. So let's format over here, and where we have this pressable that is paid by you, we're gonna give onPress that is toggle paid by. Let's go down over here. Yeah, so to this pressable I'm gonna say onPress, it's gonna be toggle paid by. So let's format once and then save the file. So now we're going to write in the condition. So here I'm just going to make the condition change, that is I'm just going to say if at all my is paid is expanded, then only show this particular view, so the same view that we have designed. And yeah, pretty much that's it. So here also we're going to make the name change, that is for the previous one we're going to say if is split expanded, then it's going to be keyboard arrow down, else it's going to be keyboard arrow right. So this is going to be is paid, not is split, because split is for the next one. So is paid by expanded. So now let's give this a try. I'm going to go over here and then add expense. So as you can see, paid by is not shown now. Once I press on this, you're able to show that over here. Okay, that's looking good. So yeah, that part is done. So let's do the similar thing for the next one. So here let's write the condition, that is if at all is split expanded, then it's going to be keyboard arrow down. So I'm going to say keyboard arrow down, else it's going to be keyboard arrow right. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much it. Save the file, and one more condition is going to come for the design over here. So here we're going to say if at all is split is expanded, then show this particular design. So we're going to say is split expanded. Okay, it's not taking the, okay, is split by expanded. Okay, format and then save. So as you can see, now even this is not expanded. If you press on that, it's gonna expand. So yeah, this part is done, and below everything we're just gonna have one more final pressable, that is to save the expense. That is over here. I'm gonna say pressable initialize a text which says save expense. So for now, I'm just not going to look into the design of this. I'm just going to leave it as default over here. If I want to show the design, just give it a nice background color and then show it at the center part of the screen, right? So now the next step is let's head over to our index.js file, and then let's define an endpoint to add an expense to the backend part and also to fetch the expenses as well. So let's come over here, and here I'm going to say app.post method, it's going to be / add expense, and it's going to be / your trip ID. So it's going to be, of course, the async method with the request and the response. Here let's initialize our try and then catch of error. So I'm just going to give a console.log with that particular error message. Inside the try block over here, first of all we need access to, let's say, the trip ID. I'm going to say const trip ID is going to come from your request.params. So I'm going to say request.params, and here we need access to 4 things. So const category, comma price, comma paid by, and then comma split by equals to request.body. Okay, and here we are gonna initialize the trip. I'm gonna say const trip equals to await, access the trip model. It's gonna be trip.find by ID of your trip ID. If at all no trip is found, I'm going to say if at all no trip is found over here, we're going to say return result.status of 404 .json with a message being trip is not found. So yes, that's pretty much it. So if all the trip is found, we need to add the new expenses to the trips expenses array. So I'm going to say const new expense equals to, it's going to take in the category as well as your price, not process price, and then your paid by as well as your split by. Here I'm just going to say trip dot expenses dot push of your new expense. So that's it. After that, we're just going to save it. I'm going to say await trip dot save. So here we're going to say result dot status of, let's say, 200 dot JSON with a message being expense added successfully, and with that particular trip. Okay, let's save. So basically this is your endpoint to add expense to the trip. Let's initialize one more endpoint to get all of the expenses. So this time it's going to be the get method, It's going to be forward slash get expenses, and over here we're going to say trip ID. So it's going to be the async method with the request and the response in the callback. Initialize your try as well as your catch block. So catch of error. Here I'm just going to say console.log with that particular error message. Inside the try block, we need access to the trip ID. I'm going to say const trip ID equals to request.params. So initialize your trip. I'm going to say const trip equals to await trip dot find by ID of your trip ID. Okay, and if all your trip is not found, just return this message. And if all your trip is found, just return the trip dot expenses. And I'm going to say result dot status of 200 dot JSON with your expenses being expenses. It's going to be trip dot expenses. So that's pretty much it. Let's format and then let's save the file. So now let's head back to our screen, that is trip plan screen, and then initialize this. I think first of all we need to initialize two more things, that is paid by and then set paid by. So let's initialize a state for that. So here I'm just going to say const paid by and then comma set paid by equals to use state of an empty string. So here it's going to be set paid by of item dot name. That is once you press on any one of the travelers in the travelers list. So by default I am the only traveler, so it should be me itself. Okay, so now where we have the expense, we're going to initialize the onPress function because we need to initialize a function to that. So that's going to happen over here. I'm going to say onPress, take in a function, or we can directly initialize a function, that is add expense to trip. So now let's define the function that is add expense to trip at the top over here. So here I'm going to say const add expense to trip equals to async function. So here let's initialize your try and then catch block. So catch of error. Here I'm just going to give a console.log with a error message. Okay, and inside the try block we need access to the expense data. Let's initialize that first. I'm going to say expense data equals to an object category, first one. So category is going to be category that is stored inside of state, and price is going to be price that also is stored inside of state. Apart from that, split by is going to be split by, and then paid by is going to be paid by. So I don't think your split by is initialized. Let's check that out once. Yeah, so basically split by is going to be your value because we have set the state over here. Okay, so let's make the change over there. So where is that function? Yeah, over here. This is going to be equals to the value, and this is going to be paid by. That's it. So this is your data. Apart from that, let's initialize your response. So it's going to be const response equals to await axios.get method, not get, post method. Initialize your URL http localhost 8000 / add expense / your trip ID. And here we're gonna pass in the expense data. So that's pretty much it. And we're gonna check if at all the response dot status equals to 200. Then in this case I'm just going to say set model to be the opposite of model. That means just close the model. Okay, so that's it. Let's save the file. Let's give this a try. Let's go over here, add expense. First of all, create an expense, choose the category food. I'm going to say the price is going to be 1000. Paid by, let's say I'm going to do the payment for this. Select that one, and then let's say split. I'm going to say everyone in the trip once I send the request to other people. So make sure you give a good UI design over here, saying that, showing that if at all any kind of option is selected, you need to show a kind of tick mark button. For now, I'm not going to do that. Currently, I've selected everyone over here, and I'm going to say save expense. So as you can see, automatically the model closed and we were able to save the expense over here. Okay, let's check out the backend part just to confirm that the expense is being saved, and we need to be seeing in the expenses array. So there you go, we have the expenses array being populated, and we have the first object. So category is food, price is 1000, split by is everyone, that is once when the user sends the trip to everyone so that they can split it later. Okay, and paid by is Sujan, that is me, because I'm the host of the trip. Okay, so that part is done. So yeah, this is done. So now the next step is we need to fetch the expenses. So let's look into that part. So I'm going to initialize a use effect over here. So I'm going to say use effect, taking a function. It's going to run on the initial render as well as for the model. When the model state changes, I'm going to say fetch expenses. Let's define the function over here. I'm going to say const fetch expenses equals to async function. Here first of all, let's initialize our try catch block. So catch of error. Here I'm going to say console.log error with that particular error message. Alright, inside the try block we need access to the response. I'm going to say const response equals to await. I'm going to say axios.get method. This is going to be the URL, that is http localhost 8000, and then it's going to be / get expenses / your trip ID. So that's it. So here let's format once. Let's first of all initialize the state to hold the expenses. I'm just going to do that over here. I'm going to say const expenses comma set expenses equals to use state, initially an empty array, and over here I'm going to check if at all my response dot status equals to 200. Then in this case we're going to say set the expenses to be of your response dot data dot expenses. That's it. Save the file. Alright, so we do not have any error, which is good. Let's just give a console.log message. Expenses is gonna be expenses. Save. There you go. We have all of the expenses being shown. That is this one. So now with the help of this, we're gonna start styling out the expenses part of the design. So let's come down to the view where we have that design. Yeah, that is this one. That is just below this view. We're gonna say expenses dot length is greater than 0 and or just a question mark. Here we're going to write a text in the else condition saying that you do not have any expenses or you haven't added any expenses yet. Inside over here, let's initialize, let's say, a view. Here I'm going to map over my expenses. I'm going to say expenses.map for every item and then the index. Let's say I'm going to return the pressable. So within the pressable, I'm going to have the view. This view in turn is going to have another view, which in turn is going to have the text, which is going to show the index +1. Save. So as you can see, we have the first expense. Target the style over here. It's going to have a width of 30 and it's going to have your height of 30. So I'm going to say height 30 and we're going to provide, let's say, border radius of 15, background color of this color code. So background color, so it's going to be 0066 and then B2, justify content of center and align items of center as well. Save. As you can see, that's looking good. So for the text, let's provide the style over here. I'm going to say style. So color is going to be of white and then we're going to provide a font weight as well, font weight of 500, and then save the file. So yeah, that's looking good. So after the view, we're going to have the text. To show the category, I'm going to say item dot category. As you can see, it is showing correctly, that is food. So this in turn is going to have a font size of 15 and it's going to have a font weight of 500. And below this text, we're going to have one more text which is basically going to show us the price. I'm going to say item dot price, and over here I'm going to initialize my item dot split by. So as you can see, price is 1000 and then it's going to be split by everyone. Let's initialize the rupee symbol over here. So for this, let's provide the style. This in turn is going to have a font size of 15 and then color is going to be this color code, that is 6060 and then 60. So save. Alright, that's looking fine. So now let's target the outermost view and then provide the style for that. This in turn is going to have a flex of row and then align items of center, and it's going to have a gap of 8. Save. Yeah, so that's looking good. Let's provide a margin horizontal to this particular view. It's almost touching the left part of the container. So margin horizontal of 12 and then save the file. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking nice. And finally, after this particular view, let's format once first of all. So here we're going to have a text which is going to say paid by. It's going to be item dot paid by. Save the file. So as you can see, it's going to be paid by the user itself. So that's it. So for this category, we need to provide flex of 1. So I'm going to say flex of 1. So let's initialize the style over here. So this in turn is going to have basically a margin top of 5 and color is going to be gray. So that's it. So as you can see, we have designed this part. So yeah, we have completely designed all of the 4 tabs. So we have successfully designed the final tab as well. So we've completed most of the implementation of the application. So now we have one final step remaining, that is to send invites to other people through email. So once I press on the share button over here, we need to see that model being opening and we need to, enter the email of the user whom we want to share the trip with so that they can join our trip. So that's the next part we'll be focusing on. So first of all, let's get started with the design of the model. That is once when we press on the share button. So I'm going to initialize the state first of all to check whether or not the model is open for the share model. So here I'm going to say, or at the top of the page, let's say over here. Yeah, here I'm going to say const open share model comma set open share model equals to use state initially it's going to be false itself usually. So now let's initialize the on press event on the share button that's currently present. So yeah, it's gonna be over here itself at the top, that is over here. Let's initialize on press, taking a function, and here I'm gonna say set open share model to be the opposite of open share model. Okay, so that's good. Alright, so this is done. So now I'm going to initialize my new model at the bottom part. Let's minimize this. Yeah, so let's do it over here. Bottom model. So to the bottom model, again, I'm going to paste in a bunch of properties over here. So here I'm going to say on backdrop press, set open share model to be the opposite of open share model. Swipe directions is going to be up and down. Swipe threshold 200. Same thing again, model animation. And then on hardware back press, set open share model to be the opposite of open share model. Visible, and then we have on touch outside, set open share model to be of the opposite of open share model. So now let's start coding out the model content. So I'm going to say model content. Within the model content, I'm going to initialize the view. So within the view, I'm going to have a text which says invite trip mates. I'm going to say trip mates. So I'm going to say save. So now first of all, let's press on the model. First of all, let's give the style to the model content, that is specific width and height. So I'm going to say style over here. So width is going to be of 100%, and we have a height of 300. Background color, that is F8, F8, and then F8. Save the file. Let's press on the share button. So there you go, we're able to see that being shown onto the screen. Format once. Let's target the style for the text. So style over here, font size of 15, font weight of 500, text align of center. Save. So as you can see, that's looking nice. So now below that, we're gonna have another view. I'm just gonna initialize that. So initialize the view. This in turn is gonna have your iron icons. So let me just paste an icon over there. So below the iron icons, we are gonna have the text input. So it's gonna have a placeholder. So I'm gonna say placeholder. It's going to be invite by email address. So value is going to be email. On change text is going to be your set email. So we just need to initialize these two things. We're just going to do that in just a bit. So yeah, apart from that, we're going to say placeholder. Yeah, placeholder is already done. So yeah, on change text is going to be handle email change, because we are going to first of all check the correct value. So I'm going to say handle email change. All right. So now the next step is let's initialize our state, as well as we need to import the icon as well, that is your iron icon. So let's go to the top and then let's check if at all iron icons is imported. Nope, iron icons is not there. So just copy this line and then paste it over here. So here I'm going to say iron icons, and over here as well I'm going to say iron icons. Alright, so now apart from that, we need to set up the state for the email. I'm going to say const email comma set email equals to use state, initially an empty string. Okay, so yes, apart from that, let's initialize the function, that is const handle email change. So I'm going to say const handle email change equals to, this in turn is going to take in the input whatever the user is typing. Here I'm going to say set your email to be of the input, and we need to actually validate that particular email as well, so that it is in the correct format. So I'm going to say set is valid email of validate email. This is a function that is validate email of your input. So we need to initialize this state as well, that is set is valid email. Let's do that at the top over here. So here I'm going to say const is valid email comma set is valid email equals to use state, initially an empty string. Initially it's going to be false. Once we validate it, that is based on whatever the user is typing, then we're going to set it to be true. Okay. So now we have said that set is validate email of the input. So we need to define the function that is validate email. So I'm just going to use the function over here. So with the help of this, we are going to validate the email, and this is basically going to return us either a true or a false value. So it's going to be validate email. It's going to be small d. Okay, so that's it. Let's save the file. So now after that, let's come down to the model. We have further more designs over there. Let's initialize that. That is, let's say over here. So first of all, let's target the view, and then let's provide the style for this. I'm going to say style over here. This in turn is going to have a margin vertical of 16, and then a flex of row, align items of center, and apart from that, we're going to have padding of 12, a background color of this color code E0, 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 a gap of 8, and apart from that, a border radius of 7. So yep, let's save the file. So as you can see, now the design is looking nice. Let's format once and then save. So below this, we're going to have a bunch of other designs. So let's initialize that. I'm going to say view over here. So this in turn is going to have another view, which is going to have a pressable, which is going to have the and design icon. So the name is going to be link. Size is going to be, let's say, 23. And color is going to be gray. Okay. And it's going to have a text as well. So text over here is going to be link. Let's first of all, initialize and design icon. I don't think that's present. So copy this down, and then we're going to make the change for and design. So the same thing over here as well. So now let's scroll down, and then let's save the file. Yeah, so we have that button being shown onto the screen. So let's give the style for the pressable. It's going to have a particular width of 48, and then it's going to have a height of 48 as well. Apart from that, border radius of 24 to make it look exactly circular. Background color of this color code E0, 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 and then justify content of center and align items of center as well. So center, save. So basically your text should come below the pressable. Okay, that is over here. So now we're going to give the style for the text over here. So this in turn is going to have a font size of 13. And apart from that, a text align of center. And we're going to say color of gray. And a margin top value. So margin top of 8. So yeah, that's looking fine. So now I'm just going to copy down this view a couple of times. So for the second one, it's going to be message one over here. That's the name of the icon. And over here, it's going to be text. And after that, the third one is going to be share icon. So paste it over here. This is going to be share alt. And over here, the text is going to say other. So now we're going to give the style for the outermost view that contains all of these three views. That is this one. So target the style over here. Give it a flex of row. So flex direction row, and then align items of center. Alright, and then we're going to give it a gap of 20. Justify content of center, and we're going to say align self of center, and we're going to give it a margin top of 12. So save. So as you can see, just like that, it's looking nice. And now we're going to first of all check the condition, that is if at all is valid email, that is right after this particular view. We're going to say if is valid email, and here we're going to say initialize a pressable. We're going to say text, and we're going to say send one invite. So let's target the style for the pressable over here. Background color, it's going to be this color code, that is E97 and then 451. Okay, apart from that, margin top of let's say 16, and it's going to have internal spacing padding of 10, border radius of 8, justify content of center, as well as align items of center. So let's initialize that, format once, and then save. So this is only going to be shown if at all the user enters a valid email itself. So let's say I'm going to enter my own email over here. I'm going to say so as you can see, as soon as I enter my final strings of the email, since this is a valid email, we are able to see send one invite over here. Okay, so let's provide the style over here for the text. So I'm going to give it a color of white, and we're going to have let's say a font size of 16, and we're going to have a font weight of 500. So let's save the file. So there you go, the design is looking now really good. So if I just go back over here in the text input, automatically the button should be gone because this is not a valid email. So now the next step is let's initialize our final endpoint of the project, that is to send an email to the any one of our friends through normal email itself. Okay, so let's come back to our index.js. So over here, first of all, let's make sure we install node mailer. I hope that's already installed. Yeah, node mailer is already initialized. Let's check if we have imported that. Yes, we have imported that over here at the starting point. Let's scroll down, and over here we're going to say const, we're going to initialize the transporter first. I'm going to say const transporter equals to node mailer dot create transport. Okay, so this in turn is going to take in a service. So we're going to use Gmail for this. I'm going to say Gmail. Apart from that, it's going to take in the auth object, which in turn we need to provide two things, the user as well as your passcode. So I'm going to say user. User means the email is going to go from this particular email. So I'm going to say my username, and the passcode, I'm just going to paste it over here. So I've just pasted in my passcode over here. Okay, so apart from that, I'm going to initialize my post method now. So I'm going to say app.post. So it's going to be / send invite email, and here I'm just going to initialize my async method with the request and the response in the callback. Alright, so here let's initialize a try and then catch block. So catch of error, so initially give a console.log error message, and we're going to say result dot status of 500 dot JSON with a message being error sending invitation mail. Invitation mail. Okay, that particular error, or you can skip that actually. Inside the try block, first of all, I'm going to initialize 4 things to send the mail. That is the email to be sent, the trip ID, the trip name, as well as your sender name, equals to request.body. So here I'm just gonna construct my email content. I'm just gonna paste in the code for that. So you can feel free to copy down the email content. So initially we're just gonna send a hello message, and we're gonna say sender name has invited you to join their trip, and this is gonna be the trip name. And within the p tag we're gonna say click the button below to join the trip, and this is gonna be an anchor tag, and this is the link. This is basically an endpoint. We're gonna define this in just a bit. This is gonna be join trip, wherein we're gonna pass in trip ID as well as the email as well, and this is the style for the button. And here also we have given one more p tag saying that if the button doesn't work, copy and paste this link onto your browser. That's the same link, that is whatever is there over here. Okay, that's pretty much it. And a best regards message, and then the Wonderlog team. That's it. So now we need to make use of the transporter to send the email. So here I'm going to say await transporter dot send mail. It's going to be from process dot env dot your email underscore user, and 2 is going to be email, that is to the person we are going to send. Subject is going to be, let's initialize backtext. It's going to say invitation to join the trip with your trip name. So it's going to be trip name over here. Okay, apart from that we're going to say pass in HTML over here. This is going to be your email content. Okay, so that's pretty much it. Let's format over here. So now we're just going to say result dot status of 200 dot JSON with a message being invitation sent successfully. That's it. So let's save the file. So now let's also initialize one more endpoint, that is to accept to join to the trip. That is, if at all the user presses on this button, that is the person whom we have sent the email to. That is, if at all they press on this button, or if at all they copy paste the link that we have given into the mail, we need to trigger this endpoint, and then we need to define the functionality. So basically we're just trying to push this particular user ID into the travelers list of the trip. That's the only thing we're going to do. So here I'm going to say app.get method. It's going to be / join trip. So / join trip. All right. So here it's going to have the async method with the request and the response in the callback. Here let's initialize the try, and then the catch block, catch of error. I'm just going to say console.log error message with that particular error, and I'm going to say result dot status of 500 dot JSON with a message being errors adding user to the trip. Okay, so now inside the try block, we need access to 2 things, that is your trip ID as well as your email as well. This is of course coming from the request.query, as you can see over here. Okay, so here I'm going to say const trip ID comma your email equals to request.query. So I'm going to say const normalized email equals to email dot to lowercase. So yeah, apart from this we need to find the user by email. I'm going to say const user equals to await initialize user model dot find one method. We're going to find based on the email, that is going to be your normalized email. So normalized email, here we're going to check the condition that is if at all there is no user, then we're going to say user is not found. So it's going to be return result dot status of 404 dot JSON with a message being user is not found. Alright, so apart from that, the next step is we need to find the trip by the trip ID. So here we're going to say const trip equals to await. It's going to be trip dot find by ID method of your trip ID. Okay, so here we're going to check if at all there is no trip. Then we're going to say return result dot status of 404 dot JSON with a message being trip is not found. Alright, so that's done. So now the next step is we need to check if the user is already in the travelers list. So for that we're going to write one more condition. We're going to say if my trip dot travelers dot includes your user dot underscore ID. If that's the case, then we're going to say return result dot status of 404 or 400 dot JSON with a message being user is already a traveler. Okay, let's format once over here. Apart from that, if everything is satisfied, that means if at all the user is not in the travelers list and the user has pressed on the join button, we need to add the user to the travelers array, right? That's the basic implementation over here. So for that, I'm going to say trip dot travelers. So trip dot travelers dot push of your user dot underscore ID. Okay, here after that I'm just going to say await trip dot save. So that's it. Let's format once, and apart from that we're going to say result dot status of 200 dot JSON with a message being you have been successfully added to the trip. So let's format over here and then let's save the file. So this is your complete endpoint to join any particular trip. So let's give this a try now. So I'm just gonna head back to my trip plan screen. That is over here. So let's initialize a on-press event first of all. That's not yet set up. So where we have the send one invite. So to that we're gonna say initialize on press, that is handle send invite. Here I'm going to say on press handle send invite. So here I'm going to say const handle send invite equals to async function. So here first of all let's initialize our try and then our catch block. So catch of error console.log with just a basic error message. So now instead of the try block, first of all we're going to check if at all the email that is entered by the user is valid or not. So I'm going to say first of all if is valid email, then in that case I'm going to say const response equals to await axios dot post method. Here we're going to pass in the URL, that is http localhost 8000 / send invite email. So this in turn is going to take in a bunch of information, that is your email that is stored inside of state, trip ID stored inside of state, that's coming from the root params, trip name, we need to initialize this I guess, and then sender name. Okay, so we need access to trip name and then sender name. Let's check if at all trip name is already initialized. Let's search for trip name. Nope, it's not present. Let's initialize it at the top. I'm going to say const trip name equals to root dot params dot your item dot your trip name. Okay, so let's try that correctly. Apart from that, a trip name, you need access to your name of the user, that's your sender name. So I'm going to say const sender name equals to root dot params dot item dot your name, that's going to be your sender name. Let's write that correctly, params. All right, so now first of all, let's check if at all we have all of the details present. Yeah, this is the one. Let's format. So here we're going to check if at all our response dot status, I'm going to say response dot status equals to 200. Then in that case, we're just going to say console.log invite has been sent successfully, or invite sent successfully. And here I'm just going to say set open share model to be of false. That's it. Let's format. So let's check if at all that's the correct spelling for the endpoint. So send invite email. Yeah, so that's correct, and it is a post method, which is good. So let's come back over here, and email is that, trip ID is that, trip name is that, sender name is also that. So now let's give this a try. I'm going to enter my another email. So share and enter the email. So this is my another email. So I'm just going to press on send one invite. So as you can see, there you go, we have successfully sent the invite to that particular email, that is my another email. So if I would check out my mailbox for that particular email, let's go over here, and I've already opened it over here. So there you go, we have the invitation from my side, that is from this email. So it says invitation to join the trip, that is Mysore. Okay, so hello, undefined has invited you. So yeah, I think there is an issue over here, we need to fix that. So undefined has invited you to join their trip Mysore. So click the button below to join the trip. So I think this is undefined because we do not have the name. So you could actually, take this line off, that is not required as of now. So apart from that, even if I press on join trip, I don't think it should work, because this particular user, that is the current email user, is not present inside of our backend. That means this user is not yet registered. So even if I press on join trip, it should give us the other use case, that is the one which is there over here. It should say user is not found. So let's give this a try. So I'm going to press on join trip. So there you go, as you can see, user is not found. So once the user is registered, then we would be able to implement this. Okay, so you can actually try that out. You can actually log out over here. You can actually implement a pretty simple logout functionality. That's pretty simple itself. Okay, and after implementing the logout, you can actually log in with another email, that is the email which you want to register. So after that, you can send the invite. So once you send the invite, both the conditions would be false, and automatically you should be saying that you have been successfully added to the trip. And once when the user logs in, the other user who has accepted the invite logs in with the application, then they should be able to see automatically the trip. That's it. Okay, so let's just implement that logout functionality. That's pretty simple. I'm just going to paste in the code in the home screen. You've already done that many times. It's going to be the exact same code. So I'm just going to paste in the code over here. It's going to take in a logout function, which is going to have a function which is clear auth token. Here we're just going to say async storage or remove token of the auth token, and then set token to be of empty. Okay, so you could just do that. Let's initialize this onto the on press over here. I'm going to say on press and then logout. That's pretty much it. So let's press on logout. Automatically we should be showing the login screen. Okay, I think set token is not valid. Let's take that out. That's the reason we're not able to navigate. Set token and then token as well. Save. Yeah, so now if I reload the app, we should be able to see the login screen because the token was cleared off from the async storage, and now we're able to see the login screen correctly. So we have implemented the entire application. So one more thing which you can implement is in the trip plan screen. I forgot that part. So over here we are showing the hard coded value for the image. So you can actually define an endpoint, which I've already defined over here, that is to get the user information. So just make use of a use effect, pass in the user ID, and then you would get the user information that is for this particular endpoint. So once you get the user information, target the photo, get in the photo because we do have the photo of the user in the backend part, as you can see over here. So this would give you the dynamic photo, that is this URL. So instead of hard coding it over here, you can just target it and you can show the photo over here at this place in the trip plan screen. That's the only part that's left out. You can try it out on your own. That's pretty simple itself. The endpoint is already given for you. So yes, I think that's it about this application. So we learned about how to sign in with Google, how to set up the trip, how to design the trip screens, and how to create a trip as well. And we also learned how to add different kinds of places that are coming directly from your Google APIs into your places to visit array, as well as create an itinerary for the same based on your number of days of the trip. And we also were able to design the map as well, just to show all of the different kinds of markers based on whatever places we have added to our places list. So yes, this was a good project to learn along with because we had a lot of functionalities to implement and we learned a lot as well. So if you found this video interesting, please do the like button, and then let's see in the next project, and then thank you for watching.